Chapter 2888. Ha, then I'll have to trouble you, Ziyi. Xiao Hua snickered in his heart as he accompanied Ziyi out of the hall. Fairy Hong Xia and the others also came out of the seclusion room. Fairy Hong Xia and the others naturally received Xiao Hua's message and pretended to greet Ziyi. However, when she saw Ziyi holding Xiao Hua's hand, Fairy Hong Xia's gaze fell on their hands and she unhappily curled her lips. Under Ziyi's lead and the escort of a group of servant girls, the group passed through dozens of palaces and dozens of plazas before finally arriving in front of a palace. This palace was built on the side of a mountain and its style was different from the ones they saw before. The palace's color was mainly black with occasional blood-red embellishments. Within the black, there were uneven lines that looked like bones and skeletons that covered the entire palace's outer walls. As for the palace's entrance, there were many beast heads. These beast heads were big and small and each of them looked extremely ferocious. Even their facial features were different. Xiao Hua looked on with admiration in his heart. He really couldn't imagine where the craftsmen who built this palace got so many strange beast heads. At this time, there were many spirit warriors lined up on both sides of the palace. These spirit warriors were uniform in size and wore black armor. This armor was somewhat similar to the sword armor of a sword cultivator, but there were also some beast heads on it and some strange bone patterns on it. It looked very mysterious. The spirit warriors lined up from the entrance of the palace for dozens of zhang until they reached the stairs and the large plazas. There were many palaces and plazas in the back earth stronghold. It seemed that there was a plazas in front of each palace. And the size of the plazas was related to the importance of the palace. Looking at the larger plazas, Xiao Hua knew that this was a very important palace in the back earth stronghold. Looking at the plazas again, there were black banners all around. There were also some green patterns on the banners. The banners at the four corners of the plazas depicted four different types of soul beasts. Some had wings on their backs, some stood on clouds. The banners in the middle of these banners had some bone patterns and beast heads. Every banner swayed with the wind, and as they swayed, faint traces of black clouds appeared. On the contrary, the four huge banners at the four corners of the square were only slightly unfurled and did not flutter. It looked very strange. Under each banner stood a tall and sturdy spirit warrior. These spirit warriors were different from the spirit warriors who stood at the entrance of the hall. Not only were they tall and sturdy, but their muscles were also sturdy. Each and every one of them stood proudly and looked straight ahead. There were a few people standing in the plaza beneath the banner. These people were dressed differently, and all of them were rather old. In front of these people, near the stairs, there was a square stone table about 3 meters in size. The stone table was the color of bamboo and faintly glowed with light. Lying on top of it was a soul beast that was about 3 meters in size. This soul beast was even weirder. Its slender body was like a giant thumb, and there was a 1-foot-long beast head on its body. This beast head looked like a dog's head, but its eyes were slender and its nose was huge. Its mouth was slightly open, and a faint red tongue was sticking out. Wisps of white gas were coming out of the beast's mouth. The soul beast had 4 legs. The front 2 were slightly longer and were resting on the stone table. The back 2 were slightly shorter and were separated by the edge of the stone table. A pitch-black tail was swinging from time to time. Oh! Seeing the tail of the soul beast, Xiao Hua's gaze followed the tail to the back of the soul beast. This pitch-black color led all the way to the back of the soul beast's head, as if there was a black sword on its back. The abdomen of the soul beast was pure white, without a single strand of mixed hair. Seeing Xiao Hua's attention on the soul beast, Ziming whispered, "This soul beast is called Mingyu. It is a rare creature in Meng Mountains because it has a special soul. It seems to have been used as a sacrifice for the netherworld eye." Hearing this, Xiao Hua's gaze swept across Mingyu's slightly squinted eyes. Those eyes were looking at the banners around the square. Some of them were scattered, and some of them were leisurely. It was as if he didn't know that he was at the end of his life. Sigh, a vague feeling arose in Xiao Hua's heart. He seemed to be able to feel the confusion and playfulness in Mingyu's heart. The ignorant are fearless. Perhaps this is the case. Even at the end of one's life, being completely ignorant and not asking, perhaps this is a kind of happiness? As Zi Ming pulled Xiao Hua's hand and entered the square, many people's gazes were attracted. These people's gazes swept past Zi Ming and then landed on Xiao Hua. Although Xiao Hua wasn't wearing a Taoist robe, his different appearance and different temperament made it very easy for people to be surprised. Xiao Hua had already tempered his soul consciousness, and he had already felt a few soul consciousnesses sweeping across his body. These soul consciousnesses were slightly different from Buddhist consciousness and divine will. It was easy to distinguish whether they were hostile or friendly. Xiao Hua had already noticed that a few of them were hostile towards him. What is Ziyi doing? Xiao Hua was a little confused. Isn't this guy prepared to disappear? Why would he want me to appear here with him? While he was thinking, 4 people walked out from the crowd. These 4 people had a respectful look on their faces. They smiled from afar and said, "Young Master Ziyi, this old one hasn't seen you for a long time. I didn't expect to disturb you from serving the sacred beast because of the trivial matters of my Jing Apple village. Damn it." When they got close, they actually had to bow down and pay their respects. Zi Ming had a smile on his face as he hurriedly helped them up. Looking at the dark-skinned but spirited old man, Zi Ming said, "Elder Jilan, Zai is just a junior. He definitely isn't worthy of such great courtesy from you. Moreover, when Ziyi was young, Ziyi received guidance from you. Even now, Ziyi doesn't dare to forget it. Young master has a good memory." Elder Jilan's face lit up with excitement. His withered hands trembled in front of his chest. This old one has only told young master about soul consciousness a few times. Young master still remembers it. A teacher for a day is a teacher for life. Zi doesn't dare to forget the teachings of my ancestors. Zi Ming had a humble smile on his face. He looked up at the other 3 old men and said, "Elder Zi Ming, Elder Sun Yu, and Elder Jing Fan have also come. Greetings, young Master Ziyi." The other 3 old men didn't dare to neglect and shouted, "This old one and the others didn't expect such a trivial matter in the village to disturb young master. If the sacred beast blames the Jing Apple village for this old one and the others won't be able to atone for our sins." "It doesn't matter," Zi Ming said with a smile. "I heard from elder sister that everything is just gathering." Immediately after, Zi Ming pointed at Xiao Hua beside him and said, "For elders, this is the Dao Sect's cultivator, Xiao Hua, whom Zi met in Sky Patrol City back then. He and I hit it off at first sight and almost became sworn brothers. However, he was in a hurry that day and was stopped by Fu Lu." Haha. Without waiting for Zi Ming to finish, Elder Lin Ming said with a smile, "Young Master Zi was born intelligent and has always had the style of the ancient people. In your eyes, there is no difference between the secular world. If young Master Zi is in charge of the Huda village, it will definitely be the fortune of our Meng Mountain." Zi Ming smiled and shook his head firmly. He looked at Xiao Hua and said, "After Ziyi and fellow Taoist Xiao parted ways, I thought that it would be decades before we could meet again. However, I didn't expect that he would come to our Meng Mountain because of Junior Brothers matter and even meet Zi Ming. This kind of fate, if it wasn't arranged by the Huda God, Zi wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Fellow Taoist Xiao, greet these 4 sect elders. They are the sect elders of Jing Apple Stronghold, and they are also the pillars of Meng Mountains. As they have some important matters to attend to in the stronghold, they have no choice but to meet fellow Taoist Zhao's junior martial brothers. There is no grudge between us." Xiao Hua suddenly understood and hurriedly bowed with a smile on his face. "I, Xiao Hua, greet the 4 elders. We all want to ask for help from the Huda village. This is fate. Haha. Since fellow Taoist Xiao is Zi Ye's best friend and junior brother by Zi Ming's acquaintance, what else can our Jing Apple village say? Miss Zi Ming has already given us a chance. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please don't take these trivial matters to heart. After all, we really don't have any grudges." How could Elder Jilan not know what Ziyi was thinking? He hurriedly returned the greeting and said with a smile. Since she had already explained everything, Zi Ming smiled again and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhao's junior brother has to use the Nether Passage mirror because of his own background. But what is so important about the Jing Apple village?" This Elder Jilan was a little hesitant. His face showed that he was in a difficult position. He smiled and said, G-Man didn't mention this to me. I also don't know the 2 juniors she brought with her. However, it seems like G-Man values them very much. Otherwise, the 4 of us wouldn't have accompanied G-Man. We are just afraid that these 2 juniors will be hurt. Oh, so it's like that? Ming nodded. She had asked G-Man about it before, but G-Man only smiled and shook his head. He did not say anything. Clearly, he had already promised G-Man of the Jing Apple stronghold. At this moment, Elder Jilan also said that he did not know. Naturally, it was very secretive and also very important. Otherwise, G-Man of the Jing Apple stronghold would not risk offending Ming and Ziyi by insisting on a chance to use the nether passage mirror. In the 4 corners of the plaza, under the pitch-black banners, 4 soul warriors raised their hands at the same time. A horn-like soul armament appeared in their hands and brought it to their mouths. Woo! A series of loud noises could be heard from the 4 corners of the plaza. In an instant, everyone shut their mouths and turned their eyes to the other side of the plaza. It was where the stairs were. Several strange canopy-like umbrellas appeared in midair. Then G-Man from Huda village, who was dressed like a palace, and an old woman who was about the same age as her, appeared under the canopy at the same time. G-Man from Huda village had a graceful face, and an unconcealable aura was emitted from her high hair bun. G-Man from Jing Apple village had an obvious look of fear on her face. Although G-Man from Huda village held her hand, she still moved back by half a body's length, and even her waist was slightly arched. Chapter 2889. Greetings, G-Man. When the bugle horn sounded, everyone shouted in unison. Most of the soul warriors prostrated themselves on the ground in reverence. Xiaohua was a little stunned, but Xiao Mao, who was standing next to him, bowed elegantly. Although he had a respectful expression, he didn't seem to be panicking. Xiaohua, Fairy Hongxia, and the rest looked at each other and followed Xiao Mao's example, bowing respectfully. Ming naturally bowed. She originally wanted to pull Xiaohua back, but when she saw Xiaohua bow and smile, she didn't say anything else. It was as though Xiao Mao's etiquette conformed to the rules of Back Earth Stronghold. Everyone please rise. G-Man walked to the stairs, lowered his head and looked down. He waved his hand and said in a soft voice, his tone filled with dignity. Thank you, G-Man. After everyone responded, they slowly stood up. Everyone, Meng Mountains is now facing a crisis that has never happened in the past 1,000,000 years. The weather is dry, and not a single grain is growing. The trillions of people in Meng Mountains are facing a life and death crisis. At this critical moment, the people of Meng Mountains, the descendants of the 12 great gods, must work together to overcome this crisis. Our unity is much more important than before. Unity is the foundation of an impregnable fortress. G-Man continued, no matter it is my Huda stronghold, Shibai stronghold, Jing Apple stronghold, Kingji stronghold, or even the tens of thousands of mega strongholds scattered all over Meng Mountains, we have to work together and get rid of all grudges and grudges. Only when we kneel down at the feet of the 12 great gods with a devout heart, and beg for the mercy of the 12 great gods, will we have a way to survive. We may be in charge of the shaman stronghold, or the power of souls, or even the bloodline of the 12 great gods, but we are just insignificant beings in this world, and cannot compare to the power of the 12 great gods. I believe that the 12 great gods will not forget us, and will not abandon their pitiful people. Besides, I also believe that the 12 great gods have heard our prayers, and have delivered the miracle that can solve the crisis in Meng Mountains. Today is the day that the netherworld eye of Hutu village is opened. At this moment in this place, when we are about to confess to you, God Hutu, we should thank you and implore you to open the netherworld eye, open the eye of miracles, and open our faith. Let us see the traces of the great God Hutu, let us see the Meng Mountains from the ancient age to the primordial age, and then from the primordial age to the present day. It is the great God's residence, and it is because of the great God's mercy that millions of my people can live in peace. As he spoke, G-Man also knelt on the ground and shouted loudly, begging the Hutu great God to open her eyes. Seeing G-Man kneeling down, everyone panicked and hurriedly knelt down. Xiaohua was a little surprised, and when he looked at Xiao Mao again he saw that Xiao Mao's eyes were also filled with sincerity. Obviously, the 12 great gods that Ji-Man mentioned were the source of Xiao Mao's bloodline. Xiao Mao was no exception, and he also knelt down respectfully. Damn it. Xiaohua was in a difficult position. He was a cultivator of the Taoist sect, and had nothing to do with the 12 great gods of soul cultivation. Even if the great gods wanted to protect them, they would protect the millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountains, and would not extend their hands to the Taoist sect. Why should he kneel down for no reason? But right at this moment, roar! A loud roar came from the front of the square. Xiaohua looked up and saw that it was Mingyu, who was lying on the stone table. At this moment, Mingyu's body was twisting rapidly, and a roar came from his mouth. However, although there were no ripples of energy and no soul sense, Mingyu's body could not break free from the stone table no matter how hard he struggled. On Mingyu's snow-white abdomen, strange runes appeared. These runes appeared slowly, stroke by stroke, as if someone dipped a brush in Mingyu's blood and drew them on his abdomen. Seat's green seal script. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the first time he saw green seal script being written stroke by stroke. And these green seal runes were blood red. Is this the work of Ji-Man from the Hutu village? Xiaohua's eyes were filled with shock, and he immediately looked at Ji-Man, who was kneeling on the ground. But Ji-Man was very respectful, and did not move an inch. Of course, Xiaohua had cultivated in soul techniques as well, and he knew that soul techniques didn't require the Tao sect to form seals and control the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth. However, even though he didn't dare release his soul sense, he didn't sense the existence of any soul energy at all. At this moment, the first green seal rune was completed. Wu, a strange wind blew, and the green seal rune flew out from Mingyu's body. Under the green seal rune, there was another wave of blood light. Long, 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 long. Although it was not the sound of thunder, it was louder than thunder. The green seal rune formed by the blood light suddenly turned into blood-red threads and scattered in the air. Everyone, including Xiaohua, felt their souls shake. This is the sound of the green seal rune. Xiaohua suddenly realized. He looked at Mingyu again, and saw that his entire body was trembling violently, as if a large hand was violently strangling his huge body. Woo woo woo. After the thunderous roar, a huge gust of wind blew out from the green seal text. The wisps of blood also fused with the wind, and a gust of wind filled with a faint green light shot into the sky. Before the pillar of wind could disappear, pitch-black clouds gathered from all directions of the Huda stockade and covered the entire sky. The art of clouds and rain. Xiaohua's mind raced. But before he could look at the dark clouds, the second green seal rune appeared on Mingyu's snow-white abdomen, and a large amount of blood shot into the sky. Woo woo woo. This time, the sound was very muffled, as if it came from the mouth and nose of a giant. After this sound, countless hurricanes rushed into the sky, and whistled in all directions. Looking at the changes in the sky, Xiaohua slightly narrowed his eyes, as if he was thinking of something. If there was a third green seal character, perhaps there should be lightning and thunder, perhaps there should be rain falling, right? Unfortunately, in just a moment, the third green seal rune shot into the sky, and a dazzling green light flashed, and a huge light ball covered the entire stone table. The poor Mingyu had no strength to struggle. Now, in the light ball, he only moved a little, and a shadow visible to the naked eye flew out from his body. Crack, crack, crack. A small green lightning bolt came out from the light ball and hit the panicked soul of Mingyu. Then, a small crack appeared in the middle of the light ball. GG. After a small chirp, a black shadow flashed out from the crack. The black shadow was like a big mouth, rushing towards Mingyu's soul and swallowing it in an instant. Then, the black shadow suddenly expanded, and a strange human figure with a human body and a snake tail was revealed. And this human figure had 7 arms on its back. Hiss, Xiaohua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was truly a bit unimaginable. Greetings, Huda Great God. A loud voice came from all around the square. It was the worship of all the people of Meng Mountain. What should we do? Xiaohua didn't know what to do. However, before he could think of anything else, an extremely cold and emotionless fluctuation swept through the entire plaza. An extremely powerful deterrence spread out from the black shadow to the entire plaza. Xiaohua, Li Zongbao, and Fairy Hongxia were bowing slightly, but now, they couldn't resist at all. Plop, plop, plop. Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia fell to the ground, their faces pale. Obviously, they couldn't resist this indescribable deterrence. As for Xiaohua, he also felt like a huge mountain was pressing down on his shoulder, and that unparalleled force pushed him to the ground. But the moment he knelt on the ground, in the Buddha fire of the Buddha Saraira, the faint, almost inaudible golden thread slowly emitted a gentle wave. Although the wave was small, it was like the grass under the cliff, tenacious and persistent. A faint force of support came from Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua gritted his teeth and used all his strength to push one knee to the ground, and the other leg trembled, but didn't fall. Xiaohua raised his head slightly, staring at the black shadow, and persisted. Wu, the shadow of Hutu great god in the black shadow, suddenly moved, but it didn't rush toward Xiaohua. That unparalleled deterrence, and the wave retreated from the square like a tide, rushing toward the door behind the stone table. Boom! The beast heads above the door opened up, and under the impact of the wave, a 10-feet wide whirlpool was formed. After the black shadow and the green ball of light rushed into the whirlpool, they immediately disappeared, and the whirlpool also slowly disappeared. Then a ray of sunlight fell from the sky, and the dark clouds gradually dissipated. The raging wind in the sky also disappeared. Farewell, Huda great god. Another respectful voice sounded. After half a cup of tea's time, Ji-man of Hutu's stronghold stood up from the ground. After she stood up, the first thing she looked at was Xiaohua. At this moment, Xiaohua didn't have the time to pay attention to this. He frowned slightly as he looked at the still closed door. Because when everyone was kneeling on the ground, he clearly saw that right after the shadow of Hutu great god appeared, the crack in the sky disappeared, and then the shadow directly rushed toward the door. Everyone, Ji-man glanced at Xiaohua, then looked at Ziming, who just stood up, and an indescribable expression appeared in her eyes. Then she turned to the square and waved her hand. The netherworld eye has been opened. Hutu great god might not come to Hutu's stronghold to hear our sincere prayers, but her clone has already come. She hasn't forgotten about us. Opening the netherworld eye is the same as opening the source of the inheritance of the Hutu great god. As he spoke, Ji-man waved his hand, and a palm-sized bone staff appeared in his hand. A strand of light green radiance flashed, and it struck the tightly shut door. Bang! The two doors above the door vanished abruptly, and it revealed a pitch-black expanse behind it. Chapter 2890. Oh, it's not the usual hall? Xiaohua's eyes never left the hall door. The moment the door disappeared, he could see everything behind the darkness. There was a huge passage behind the door, and a cold wind was blowing out from it. This cold wind was different from the usual night wind. When it blew onto Xiaohua's body, an indescribable chill was born from Xiaohua's heart. It was as if the cold wind could blow through his body. The netherworld wind? Xiaohua felt the familiar cold wind and frowned. There seems to be a difference. Woo woo woo. As the cold wind blew, all of the motionless banners on the square immediately began to flutter. Even the banners at the four corners of the square began to move. It was as if only the cold wind could make all the banners move. All the soul warriors raised the bugle horn in their hands at the same time and blew it. The sound of the bugle horn immediately echoed throughout the plaza and even spread out to the entire Hutu stronghold. Roar, roar, roar. A burst of cheers came from the plaza, causing Xiaohua to look away from the passage. When he saw the situation in the plaza, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Everyone in the plaza, regardless of gender, was dancing with the cold wind and the bugle horn. Their postures were exactly the same as what he saw in the Bai and stronghold. Around Xiaohua, even Ziming had a smile on his face as he jumped up and down happily. Fairy Hongxia's face was still pale. She sneaked to Xiaohua's side and whispered, "Just now, the Huda god's avatar was really powerful. This netherworld eye, I'm afraid it's not easy to deal with." You must be careful. And Xiaohua nodded. He knew that Fairy Hongxia didn't want him to go, but because of Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao, he had to go. This was why she was so eager to warn him. The plaza was filled with cheers and laughter. Only Li Zongbao, Xiaohua, and Fairy Hongxia seemed to be out of place. However, everyone's face was filled with sweet smiles. It seemed that with the protection of the Huta god, all the difficulties in front of them were just passing clouds. The celebration went on for the time it took to finish a meal, and only then did the crowd slowly come to a stop. G-Man from Huta Stockade came before the door, glanced around and said, "Most of the soul wood and soul beasts in Meng Mountains are taken from the netherworldly eyes, and according to the Magus Codex of Huta Stockade, even the millet seeds are produced from the netherworldly eyes. But for many years, we've been focusing on the soul wood and soul beasts. We've never paid attention to millet seed. Now that Meng Mountains is facing a great calamity, it is the great deity Hutu who is admonishing us, telling us not to forget our roots, and not to treat the words of the great deity Hutu as a passing wind. Therefore, when the netherworld eye opened this time, in addition to looking for ordinary soul wood, many warriors also wanted to look for millet seeds. May the great deity Hutu help you. Warriors of Hutu stronghold, the heavy burden of saving Meng Mountains has fallen on your shoulders." Woo woo woo, the horn sounded again. The millet seed is in the netherworld eye? Xiaohua's eyes turned and whispered to Ziming, "Also, aren't we the only ones entering the netherworld eye?" Unexpectedly, Ziming frowned as well. He pondered for a while, then said, "This? I don't know the origin of millet seed, and according to what I know, the origin of millet seed has never been recorded in the Magus Code. Today, G-Man sent soul warriors to the netherworld eye to look for the millet seed. As for whether there are others entering the netherworld eye, it doesn't matter to us. Hehe, there are even benefits." And Xiaohua nodded. All right. After the sound of the bugle horn faded, G-Man waved her hand and said, "However, before the brave warriors enter the netherworld's eye, this old one has an interesting matter that I would like to explain to you." After that, G-Man from Jingapple Village told them about how he had requested to use the Netherlink mirror from Huta Village, as well as how Xiao Mao and the others had requested to use the Netherlink mirror at the same time. In the end, he said, "Young Mistress Ziming's old friend and young Master Zai's best friend are all here. Regardless of their identity, they are all Taoist cultivators of Meng Mountains. If it wasn't for the fact that this old woman had some difficulties, she definitely wouldn't have made things difficult for G-Man, young Lady Ziming, and young Master Zi. Thus, under G-Man's suggestion, we all sent people to the netherworld eye. If my Jingqiang village returns with the twilight moon seed first, then this old woman has the authority to use the netherworld mirror twice. If young Master Xiao and the others from the Dao sect obtain the netherworld orchid seed first, then this old woman can only use the netherworld mirror once. This old woman will say this in front of G-Man and all of you. I hope that all of you can bear witness to this. The people of Meng Mountains are definitely not people who bully distant guests." Oh, hearing this, many soul warriors finally understood the reason why Xiaohua and the other Taoist cultivators had appeared here. Of course, some kind and vicious gazes and soul senses swept over again. Everyone. Seeing this, Ziming took a step forward and held Xiaohua's hand. She said, "Xiaohua, young Master Xiao is Zai's best friend. Furthermore, they are all Taoist cultivators and are not aware of the dangers within the netherworld eye. If they were to enter alone, they would definitely not be able to escape unscathed. This kind of situation should not happen to the hospitable people of Meng Mountains like us. Thus, Zai is willing to accompany young Master Xiao into the netherworld eye." Of course, when choosing the twilight moon and the netherworld orchid, Zai chose the netherworld orchid, which is rarely seen in the netherworld eye. To my Huta village, the Jingapple village is also an important guest. Zai does not dare to treat them poorly. Ah? Everyone was a little surprised. However, they soon came to a realization. Some admired Zai's loyalty, and some knew the reason why G-Man from Huta village sent out so many soul warriors. Either way, it's an interesting matter. Huta village's G-Man saw that the matter was clear. He laughed and said, If my Huda village's netherworld mirror could be used 4 times, then this situation would not have happened. This is also the reason why the great god Huda wants us to enter the netherworld eye. I believe that all of the brave warriors here will return with a full load. Woo woo, all of the bugles sounded again. Roar roar, some of the soul warriors also let out sounds. Clearly, it was time to enter the netherworld eye. Young Master Xiao, let us enter first. Ziming held Xiao Hua's hand and did not let go as he said with a smile. Art, Zai, please. Xiao Hua turned to look at Fairy Hongxia. At this moment, Fairy Hongxia's eyes were not on Ziming's hand. Instead, she was looking at Xiao Hua worriedly. When she saw Xiao Hua nodding at her, she smiled as well. However, her heart was already in her throat. If she was only slightly worried a few days ago, now that she saw how powerful the great god Hudu's soul clone was, she was very worried about Xiao Hua entering the netherworld eye. It was as if she had a premonition that this trip would not be simple. Zai and Xiao Hua walked up the stairs hand in hand. The two of them bowed to Ji-Man. Ji-Man looked at Xiao Hua from head to toe a few times before looking at Ziming. His eyes were filled with warmth. Zai, although the netherworld eye is not very dangerous, that was decades ago. Now that Meng Mountains has changed, the netherworld eye might have changed as well. You must be careful in there. Ji-Man said gently, if you can't get the netherworld orchid, don't force it. The netherworld mirror can only be used once. If the second time is not urgent, it won't be too late to use it after 10 years. Yes, the boy understands. When Ziming heard this, he seemed to be a little sad. He knew that from now on, Zai would not be able to appear in front of everyone. With tears in his eyes, he bowed and said, "Thank you, Ji-Man." Then he clenched his teeth and held back his tears. He pulled Xiao Hua and quickly walked into the hall. Looking at the disappearing figures of Xiao Hua and Ziming, Ji-Man's eyes were indifferent. There was nothing special about it. Then, the two elders of Jing Apple Village, Ji Lan and Lin Ming, also entered. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the spirit warriors who were waiting in the square lined up and entered the dark passage. Fairy Hongxia and the others followed Ziming to the square at dawn. It was already late in the morning, and with the passing of time, the sun slowly hung above their heads. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the sun was scorching hot, but everyone's eyes were looking at the silent hall door and the dark passage. They didn't seem to feel the scorching heat of the sun. Unfortunately, their eager gazes were not the hands of the Hutu great god. They couldn't pull the people they were waiting for out of the netherworld eye. Even when the sky was no longer scorching hot and the evening mist was everywhere, no one appeared in the passage. Because of this, even Ji-Man of Huda village, who had always been indifferent, showed a hint of anxiety in his eyes. At this moment, everyone knew that this trip to the netherworld eye, something might have happened. The other spirit warriors didn't dare to say anything, but the elders were whispering to each other. After all, the netherworld eye opened at dawn and closed at midnight. Under normal circumstances, a spirit warrior should have appeared as early as noon. Fairy Hongxia had an extremely bad premonition in her heart. She seemed to recall the time when she was cultivating alone in the Valley of Ice. Xiao Hua had appeared with extreme surprise. According to Xiao Hua, he had been blown to the Valley of Ice by the wind of the netherworld when he was cultivating in the netherworld. How far was the Valley of Ice from Mingxi? Xiao Hua was actually blown to her side. What about the netherworld eye? It was probably several times more powerful than Mingxi, right? As long as my darling Xiao is alive, it's fine. No matter where he goes. Fairy Hongxia prayed in her heart. As long as he's alive, I'll have hope. I'll definitely be able to accompany him in this world. I don't ask for anything like everlasting. I only ask for him to be in my heart, and me to be in his heart. Time flew by quickly, and the moonlight had already scattered down. Everyone was anxious and uneasy. At this moment, within the passageway, the entire palace, and the entire square, there was an abnormally loud sound. The ground shook violently, and strange changes suddenly occurred. Chapter 2891. Xiao Hua followed Ziming into the palace. Inside the pitch-black passage, a strange cold wind blew. This cold wind was extremely bone-piercing, and there was even a thick smell of blood. Xiaohua was extremely familiar with this smell. It was the netherworld wind that he encountered in the netherworld. Looks like this netherworld is really big. Xiaohua very naturally began to guess what the netherworld was, and estimated what he might encounter in a while. Suddenly, Xiaohua felt a slight sweet fragrance pounce into his mouth and nose. His left arm also touched a soft and warm body. Even the soft hand that had been holding his hand suddenly became hot, and within the heat, there was a trace of moisture. That sweet fragrance was very strange. Not only was it not blown away by the wind of the netherworld, it was even denser. When Xiaohua breathed it in, he actually felt an extremely comfortable feeling in his heart. His hand could not help but clench that hand tightly. That hand seemed to feel Xiaohua's strength, and at the same time, increased its strength, and even intertwined its 5 fingers, clenching Xiaohua's hand tightly. The moment the 5 fingers intertwined, Xiaohua hesitated. Looking at the pitch-black surroundings, he sighed in his heart. It was said that the dark night could make a person brave, and it was indeed so. Although Ziming did not have any chance to express the feelings in his heart, once there was a chance for the feelings to ferment, he immediately became uncontrollable like a wild horse. In the instant Xiaohua hesitated, Ziming successfully grasped Xiaohua's hand and even grabbed it twice, making it even more comfortable. Then that warm body snuggled closer. Cough cough, Xiaohua coughed twice and whispered, Ziyi. Hearing the name Ziyi, that warm body immediately stiffened and slightly moved away from Xiaohua. However, that hand was still holding on, and did not relax in the slightest. Young Master Xiao, Ziming's voice recovered and said somewhat timidly, this concubine is a woman and not Ziyi. If it was someone else, this concubine was purely trying to cover it up, but this concubine could not deceive herself when facing young master. But Xiaohua hesitated as if he was afraid of hurting Ziming, and said in a low voice, ever since this Xiao saw you, I have always thought of you as Ziyi. In fact, when he saw you earlier, he even thought that you were Ziming and had a lot of hostility towards you. Hehe, Ziming chuckled and clenched her fists even tighter. That's because this concubine's disguise was too good. Even young master didn't notice. Xiaohua tried to pull his hand away, but it didn't move. Instead, it made Ziming grip his hand even tighter. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Actually, Ziming sighed and said, actually, for so many years, it's been hard for me to disguise myself as Midnight. Although I can't bear to part with Midnight, I really want to revive him and let him be the real Midnight in my Hutu's stronghold. However, I never thought that this path would be so difficult. In front of others, this concubine has to act out the two of us perfectly. In the beginning, this concubine was really scared and treading on thin ice, afraid that others would see through any flaws. In this concubine's heart, it's also hard. Not only is it hard to change my identity, but it's also hard to bear this burden in my heart. Just like what this concubine said earlier, this concubine's only wish in this life is to revive Midnight. This is also the biggest motivation for this concubine to repair the soul-falling lamp and seize the position of G-Man. This burden has been crushing this concubine's heart for so many years. This concubine doesn't dare to think too much, for fear of disturbing the guilt this concubine feels towards Midnight. Do you know? Perhaps this concubine didn't feel it in Sky Patrol City. Even when I returned to Meng Mountains, this concubine didn't think too much. However, when I saw young Master Xiao in that barren mountain, this concubine really doesn't know how to express the joy this concubine felt. Ziming's voice was still secretly pouring out, but in just a moment, this concubine realized that you belong to Midnight and not Ziming. Even if Ziming is real and Midnight is fake, how could Ziming not know young Master Zhao's hostility towards Ziming? Even if Fairy Hongxia is dissatisfied with this concubine has long felt it. However, young Master Xiao is Midnight's only confidant, and this concubine's only confidant. This concubine is willing to suffer for young Master's sake. Just over 10 days ago, when this concubine decided to end Midnight's story, this concubine suddenly felt a sense of relief. Ziming's hand was a little warm. All of a sudden, I felt like my life was full of sunshine again, and everything that belonged to me was back in my hands. Then, Xiaohua's hand stopped moving. He could really feel the tenacity and pain in this woman's heart, the feeling of carrying an unspeakable burden. Aren't you going to resurrect Midnight? Young master, this concubine has said before, this is this concubine's lifelong pursuit. Midnight died because of this concubine. This concubine will not give up any chance to resurrect Midnight in this lifetime. Ziming did not hesitate and continued. However, using the soul-setting lamp to resurrect the dead is after all just a legend. Even Elder Wu doesn't know how to do it. Unless this concubine's cultivation base reaches the 9th heaven of spirit origin, or even the legendary 3 heavens beyond the heavens. Or if I can learn the 365 heaven-piercing green seal scripts that have been lost in Meng Mountains for a long time, then there is a slight possibility. 3 heavens beyond the heavens? 365 green seal scripts. Xiaohua couldn't help but mutter a few times in the dark. Ziming seemed to have heard him and said again, unfortunately, these are all legends. Even if this concubine can cultivate the ordinary 9th heaven of spirit origin, and her soul can soar through the 9 heavens, this concubine can never reach the 3 heavens beyond the heavens, and stand shoulder to shoulder with the ancient Almighty. Or perhaps, this concubine is willing to learn all 365 green seal scripts, and use my life in exchange for Midnight's resurrection. Xiaohua originally wanted to ask more, but after hearing Ziming's sad and tearful narration, how could he still have such thoughts? His hand tightened a little, and he said with a smile, no matter what Ziming does, this Xiao will do his best to help. This Xiao believes that as long as Ziming has the heavens in your heart, even the 3 heavens beyond the heavens can be broken through. You called me Ziming? Ziming's voice was actually stuttering, as if she was wild with joy. Silly child. You are Ziming, and you don't want to deceive yourself anymore. Why would the Xiao repeat the same mistake? Xiaohua said with a smile, as if Ziming was an ignorant child. Xiaolang. Ziming leaned her body closer to Xiaohua, and Xiaohua could feel Ziming's burning hot face on his arm. Sigh, this tunnel is indeed pitch black. But aren't we still deceiving ourselves now? Xiaohua smiled bitterly and was about to say something. But Ziming had already spoken first. Xiaolang, this concubine knows that I am an uncivilized girl from Meng Mountain, and I don't deserve to call you Xiaolang. But please allow this concubine to be presumptuous for once, and I will only call you young master Xiaolang in this netherworld eye. After leaving this place, this concubine will never. Xiaohua quickly stretched out his hand, and his right index finger accurately pressed on Ziming's cherry lips, and said with a smile, there are some words that can't be said. Although Xiaohua didn't lower his head to look at Ziming, but when he suddenly felt a warm and wet sensation on his finger, he was so scared that he immediately retracted his finger. Ziming laughed. This concubine has never been so happy in her entire life. Xiaohua laughed. Walking in the snow in Sky Patrol City is also not bad. That's right. Ziming said happily. Because of Zai's matter, Ziming has always regarded herself as a man. But I didn't expect to meet such a strange person like Xiaolang in Sky Patrol City. To be honest, this concubine still doesn't understand. Is there really love at first sight in this world? When this concubine thought about how bold we were that day, and how this concubine gave you the soul-falling lamp without the slightest hint of disappointment, this concubine felt extremely strange. Xiaohua immediately thought of Jiuxia, and was a little tongue-tied. This should be called familiarity at first sight, and not love at first sight. What do you think? This concubine feels that, whether it is love at first sight or familiarity at first sight, it is love at first sight. Ziming laughed. Isn't this concubine and you? This Xiao. Xiaohua liked this kind of ambiguity in his heart, but he still didn't want to hide it from her and wanted to speak again. But Ziming promptly interrupted him and laughed. Xiaolang, this concubine will be Ji-man of Hutu village in the future. My future children will definitely be Ji-man and Wu Lao, and Fu-man must spend her life in Hutu village. This concubine has already decided. This concubine will only aim to revive Zai, and when the time is ripe, this concubine will give the position of G-man to someone else. Ahem, Xiaohua smiled bitterly, coughed twice, raised his right hand and whispered, "This should be the end of this passage in front, right? Is it?" Ziming hesitated, and when she looked up, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. This concubine remembers that this passage is very long, but I didn't expect. Today, after walking for a while, we have already reached the end. This happiness, is it also like this? Is the time of joy always short? The end is also the starting point, Xiaohua said, trying to pull his finger out, but Ziming held it tightly, as if a woman had just opened her heart and didn't allow him to leave at all. Outside the Netherworld path is the Yellow Springs Great Hall. Ziming said with a smile. Above the Yellow Springs Great Hall, there is a soul formation that my Hutu village has kept for hundreds of thousands of years, and the Netherworld Eye is under the soul formation. Alright, this Xiao will follow Ziming. Wherever Ziming goes, this Xiao will go. Xiaohua said casually, but after he finished speaking, he realized that his words had a double meaning. Alas, with Xiao Lang, even the Netherworld Eye is a place of happiness. Ziming sighed slightly. Ziming would rather stay in the Netherworld Eye with Xiao Lang. Don't, Xiaohua hurriedly said. Ziming has Ziming's responsibility. This Xiao also has this Xiao's mission. This idea of staying in the Netherworld Eye. Please, don't think about it. Chapter 2892. Darling Xiao is really interesting. Hearing Xiaohua say, please, Ziming immediately laughed. Clearly, no one had ever told her this before. Ai, poor child. Xiaohua sighed. He knew that Ziming's identity was here, and she had always appeared as Midnight. She really lacked love and care. She felt that his normal words were very good, so it was clear that no one would normally speak to her. Immediately, Xiaohua didn't say anything else. Ziming leaned against Xiaohua's left arm and walked out of the pitch-black Netherworld path with a smile on her face. At the end of the Netherworld path, light shone brightly. It was an extremely strange space. This so-called Yellow Springs Great Hall was like an oval-shaped chicken egg, covering the entire space. On the four walls of the Great Hall, there were many revolving diagrams. These diagrams were similar to the banners outside the Great Hall. Each and every one of them was a beast head that couldn't be seen normally. However, behind these beast heads, there were different carvings. These carvings were big and small. The big ones were close to 10 zhang long, and the small ones were only a foot long. These beast heads were surrounded by many wave-like lines, which seemed to be similar to ordinary flowing water. However, if one looked carefully, each of these wave-like lines were formed by white bones. However, these white bones could now be bent, just like water ripples. However, this couldn't attract Xiaohua's attention. As soon as Xiaohua stepped out of the Netherworld path, his gaze fell on the ground of the Great Hall. Because this Great Hall was covered in skeletons. Layers upon layers of snow-white skeletons, each with a pitch-black mouth and a pitch-black hole, were scattered on the ground like pieces of gravel. It was unknown where the light in the Great Hall came from, but when it shone on these skeletons, it was reflected back. A layer of indescribable light appeared on the ground of the Great Hall, as if the Great Hall was a layer of the Yellow Springs. The Yellow Springs Great Hall really lives up to its name. Xiaohua sighed. He didn't even release his soul sense. In front of a soul warrior like Ziming, Xiaohua's soul cultivation was no more than that of a child. And indeed, because of the light, Ziming was already embarrassed to snuggle between Xiaohua's arms, but he was still unwilling to pull his hand out. After hearing Xiaohua's words, he looked at Xiaohua's face and said with a smile. Under the light, Xiaohua's sword-like eyebrows were pitch-black, and his phoenix-like eyes were also faintly sparkling. His thin lips were closed together, and the corners of his mouth carried a trace of a smile. Sigh. Ziming looked like she was smiling like a flower, but she sighed in her heart. Since we are not fated, why should we know each other? Fate could not surpass this. Oh! Seeing Ziming staring at him, Xiaohua turned to look at Ziming's face and asked curiously, is there any other explanation for this Yellow Springs Hall? Ziming's face blushed as she smiled. The Yellow Springs Road is meant for undead to walk. The purpose of building the Yellow Spring Palace here is to block off the Yellow Spring Road, to prevent those dead souls and nether beasts from rushing into Meng Mountains when the Netherworld Eye is opened. Nether beasts? Xiaohua pointed his finger and said, "These should all be." Yes, Ziming nodded. The Yellow Springs Road, the Netherworld Sea, there are countless nether beasts inside, and these are only the ones that can be seen normally. Ziming, you say, is there really a netherworld in this world? Oh, or is this netherworld really the world of undead? Xiaohua hesitated for a moment and finally asked. This. Ziming did not expect Xiaohua to ask this. After thinking for a moment, she explained, actually, according to the records of my Meng Mountains shaman canon, the Huda great deity transformed into the netherworld and became an independent reincarnation, which is not connected to any other world. Only the dead souls can enter through a way that no one knows. As for this Netherworld Sea, the Yellow Springs Road, and so on, they seem to be places where malicious spirits, vengeful spirits, and other existences that are different from us humans live. Moreover, if the Netherworld is really the world of undead, Ziyi would have been resurrected long ago. Can I worry about it for the rest of my life? Seeing that Xiaohua wanted to ask something again, Ziming smiled and said, Xiaohua, there are a lot of secrets in my Meng Mountains, and even the Wheel of Heavenly Tao. If you are interested, you might as well come to my Huda stockade. In the future, the stockade's accumulation will definitely satisfy your curiosity. Xiaohua smiled and did not answer. He continued to ask, in other words, a soul warrior like Ziming who can control malicious spirits also does not know the difference between the Netherworld Sea and the Netherworld Sea? It's not just me. Ziming pursed her lips and said, even the Grand Shaman, and even the Shaman King of Meng Mountains, I'm afraid they don't know. Shaman King? Xiaohua smiled bitterly. After hearing about the Grand Shaman and G-Man, he once again heard the title of Shaman King. Let's go. Xiaohua, we are going in. Ziming naturally turned her head and took a glance. She patted her hand and took out the bone staff from the soul nest. She pulled her hand out of Xiaohua's hand, looked at Xiaohua with a smile, and began to chant. Following Ziming's witchcraft incantation, the bone staff began to emit a dark green brilliance. This brilliance became more and more dazzling in the Yellow Spring Palace. However, as time passed, the bone staff became heavy again. Moreover, a trace of dark red appeared on Ziming's face, as if it was quite strenuous. Go! Just when Xiaohua was a little worried, Ziming pointed the bone staff in her hand. The dark green brilliance rushed out of the bone staff and landed on a layer of skeletons. Swoosh! Like a great wave washing away sand, the green color dyed the white color, and the yellow spring instantly disappeared. At the same time, an oval burning with green flames suddenly appeared in the green color. Immediately after, the oval strangely stood upright, and actually became a fire circle like a moon gate. Xiaohua, Ziming's face was clearly pale. She stretched out her hand to grab Xiaohua's hand, and said with a forced smile, the Yellow Spring Gate has already opened. Are you willing to accompany this concubine to the 9 underworlds? Xiaohua originally wanted to withdraw his hand, but looking at Ziming's slightly pale face, this face could not be compared to Fairy Hongxia, and even more so, it could not be compared to Jiuxia. However, the eyes on this face were extremely hot, and did not lose out to anyone in the slightest. Forget it, it's just this trip anyway. Xiaohua's hand paused for a moment, but in the end, he did not avoid it. Ziming held Xiaohua's hand, and the corner of her mouth revealed a sweet smile. Xiaohua could clearly see that there was actually an extremely deep dimple on Ziming's right cheek, and her smile was very sweet. Holding Xiaohua's hand, Ziming stretched out her left hand and pushed it forward. The fire circle suddenly rushed out a strong gust of netherworld wind, blowing towards the two of them. In an instant, Ziming's long hair was blown up, and a few strands of black hair also landed on Xiaohua's face. Whoosh! In just a moment, a dark green light barrier appeared in Ziming's hand, blocking all of the netherworld wind. Then, Ziming took a step forward and walked towards the Yellow Spring door. A strange scene appeared. As Zi Ming and Xiao Hua held hands and disappeared from the fire circle that was as flat as a piece of paper, the fire circle suddenly exploded, and all of the jade flames scattered in all directions, igniting the entire Yellow Spring Hall. When the two elders of the Jing Apple Village arrived, they looked at the jade flames all over the ground, and a helpless smile appeared on their faces. Xiao Hua followed Zi Ming into the Yellow Spring door, and he only felt a flash of brilliance in front of his eyes. He did not feel any pressure of being teleported, and his entire surroundings were filled with a layer of dark green. Xiao Hua, close your eyes for a moment. Zi Ming said considerately, the netherworld eye here is blocked by the green seal text talisman, and the brilliance of the green seal text can easily cause the naked eye to be unable to adapt. Moreover, it's best for cultivators not to release their divine sense, or it will be corroded by the netherworld wind. But Xiao Hua obediently closed his eyes, and after a moment, he opened them. Sure enough, when he opened his eyes again, the green brilliance was no longer glaring. Seeing Xiao Hua being so obedient, Zi Ming suddenly felt a kind of warmth in his heart. These 6 are all the netherworld eye? Xiao Hua looked around and saw that he was standing on a stone step, and below the stone step, in a huge space, there were 6 circular deep holes that were enveloped by a dark green brilliance. These deep holes were arranged neatly, with 2 in a group and 3 in a triangular shape. The entire space was filled with the netherworld wind, and the dark green brilliance in the deep holes was like an eye that was being blown up. Above the eye, a brilliance overflowed, and it was indeed similar to a real eye. As expected of the name Netherworld Eye, Xiao Hua saw this and could not help but praise. Hee, Xiao Hua, this is nothing. Zi Ming said with a smile, if you see the existence inside the Netherworld Eye, you will definitely be flabbergasted and your eyeballs will fall out. Really? Xiao Hua was surprised. I don't really believe it. Hee, just you wait. Zi Ming clapped his hand and took out a shuttle-shaped soul tool from the soul nest. He chanted another incantation, and the soul tool slowly expanded. Isn't this my Dao Sect's flying magic tool? Seeing a flying boat similar to a boat being born, Xiao Hua was indeed somewhat surprised. Who said that only your Dao Sect has flying magic tools, and my Meng Mountain doesn't? Zi Ming's eyes contained a smile, and he glanced at Xiao Hua and said, my Meng Mountain has many, and they are not inferior to your Dao Sect's methods. You will slowly come to know in the future. Speaking up to here, the corners of Zi Ming's mouth were secretly bitter. When the flying boat that could accommodate 2 people took shape, Zi Ming jumped in first and stretched out his hand. Come, Xiao Hua, I will let you see the magic of my Meng Mountain's flying boat, and the mystery of my Huda Stronghold's Netherworld Eye. Good, I want to ask for advice. Xiao Hua had already experienced life and death in Ming Shi's netherworld wind. Although he did not have the phoenix celestial body now, he was not unfamiliar with the netherworld wind. He said with a smile and also jumped in. However, before he could stand firm, Zi Ming's hand had already stretched out, as if he wanted to cherish every moment in the Yellow Springs Palace. Xiao Hua saw that Zi Ming was already slightly shy, but he seemed to be used to it, and he sighed in his heart. After all, he had only treated Zi Ming as Zai before, and it was not easy for him to get used to it. Chapter 2893. Xiao Lang, sit tight. Zi Ming reminded Xiao Yu. She chanted a soul incantation and pointed the bone staff. The airboat slowly flew up and flew toward one of the netherworld eyes. When it was above the netherworld eye, the airboat emitted a dark green brilliance. This brilliance formed a soul incantation in the air and fell into the netherworld eye like snowflakes. Goo-goo, a sound like spring water gushing was heard. The netherworld eye's brilliance also flourished, as if it had opened its eyes. A green beam of light shot out and covered the airboat. The airboat tilted slightly and immediately fell into the netherworld eye. Xiao Hua stood on the airboat and saw layers of green light overflowing on the airboat. It was similar to the protective brilliance of the flowing cloud airboat. Moreover, this airboat was transparent. It was as if there was nothing under his feet. He could clearly see the situation around him. As the airboat rushed into the netherworld eye, a strong netherworld wind caused the airboat to be a little bumpy. Even the green light shield on the left was extremely swaying, as if it could be annihilated at any time. Inside the netherworld eye, what met Xiaohua's gaze were iron corpses similar to the 9 divine guards. These iron corpses stood on the rock wall inside the netherworld eye. The rock wall was layered, and there were 9 iron corpses on each layer. Xiaohua saw that there were more than 10 layers, which meant that there were nearly 100 iron corpses. Oh! He was a little stunned. This netherworld eye, didn't I say it before? The 9 divine guards are inside the netherworld eye. Naturally, there are iron corpses here. Ziming smiled. Are there iron corpses in the other 5 netherworld eyes? Xiaohua thought for a moment and asked again. Yes, there are iron corpses in every netherworld eye. Ziming answered without hesitation. It's just that the exact number is uncertain. Then, is every netherworld eye the same, or is the netherworld eye you chose different? Xiaohua asked again. The netherworld eye I chose is naturally different. Ziming said with a smile. If it's the same, then how can I be so sure of winning? As for why it's different, Xiaolang will know in a moment. Okay, Xiaohua looked at the flying boat slowly descending against the wind. The iron corpses were like guards standing by the side, nodding slightly. The flying boat fell straight down for the size of a meal. It was probably over 10,000 feet, but it seemed that there was no end to the netherworld eye. What made Xiaohua astonished was that there seemed to be no end to the number of iron corpses as they kept swaying in front of him. Just how many iron corpses does your hoodoo stronghold have? Xiaohua couldn't help but ask. As for the specific number, I really don't know. Ziming said with a smile. Only Old Wu knows this secret. However, in my opinion, even if it isn't 200,000, it should be at least 100,000. So many! Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. He had seen the strength of the 9 divine guards. They were more powerful than late Foundation establishment stage cultivators and were almost comparable to Jindan. If the Huda stronghold had 200,000 iron corpses with the strength of Jindan, then the Dao sect and ordinary Xiuzhen sects, let alone ordinary sects, even the Imperial Thunder sect, would be unable to withstand a single blow, right? But before Xiaohua could recover from his shock, Ziming's words made Xiaohua's jaw drop. However, this doesn't count for much. According to Old Wu, there are still flying iron corpses, flying copper corpses, and so on in Meng Mountains. Although their strength can't compare to Hanba, they are still more powerful than the 9 divine guards of my Huda stronghold. Moreover, there are over 1 million of them. Is that true? Xiaohua was somewhat in disbelief. Why would I lie to you? Ziming said with a smile. That's why your Dao sect cultivators are so narrow-minded. You always think that my Meng Mountain soul warriors are uncivilized and think of your Xiuzhen 3 kingdoms like sword cultivators. In fact, if we wanted to, how could you be our match? That might not be the case. Xiaohua immediately realized. Your Meng Mountain's iron corpses and copper corpses are many, but they are all dead objects and still need soul warriors to control them. And these soul warriors, I'm afraid they won't be easy opponents for my Dao sect cultivators. Moreover, my Dao sect's nascent soul stage and deity stage masters are all extremely powerful. I'm afraid you guys won't be easy to deal with. What my dear Xiao says makes sense. However, I've never thought of starting a war with the Dao sect, nor have I thought much about this. Hearing this, Xiaohua thought of another matter and asked, Ziming, when you drove the flying ship and waved the bone staff, the incantation should be a soul incantation, right? Yes, Ziming rolled her eyes and knew what Xiaohua wanted to ask. Does my dear Xiao also want to chant the soul incantation? Indeed. Xiaohua answered honestly. I've also cultivated soul arts for a few days, but no matter what, I can't chant the soul incantation. I don't even know how to pronounce it. Previously, in the soul refining cave, I've also asked Master Ma Qin. He's right. Taoist Xiao, it's better if you give up. Ziming knew that Xiaohua was unwilling to give up and said with a smile, this soul incantation can only be cast by the descendants of the 12 great gods using the power of their bloodline. You're a Dao sect cultivator, so it's better if you use magic arts. Hee, Xiaohua also laughed. Don't tell me. I can't even use soul threads to exert force? Oh. Looks like Master Ma Qin, he told Taoist Xiao a lot. Ziming nodded. Soul threads can indeed pronounce the incantation, but how can it be so simple? If it could, those swordsmen and cultivators who cultivate soul arts would have long been able to chant the real soul incantation. Oh, then, there's no other way? Or perhaps, I can also chant a soul incantation that isn't the real one? Xiaohua was delighted. Ziming shook her head. I don't know the method. Maybe I'll ask Elder Wu later. As for the soul incantation, it doesn't really use the power of the bloodline. Instead, it uses sword origin and true essence to activate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Although the effect is similar, it's fundamentally different from my Meng Mountain's soul arts. Speaking up to here, Ziming looked at the surrounding iron corpses and said with a frown, actually, when it comes to magic arts and soul arts, I've never been clear about them. Or rather, I admire the seniors of the Dao sect. My Meng Mountain's magic arts are inherited from the primordial era, passed down by the 20 great deities. They refine the soul, condense the bloodline, and walk the path of the 9 heavens. Although it's also borrowing the power of external objects, it's no small matter. It can affect the weather. But it's also because of this that the inheritance is getting thinner and thinner. There are fewer and fewer almighty figures who can move the clouds with a wave of their hand. The Dao sect's orthodoxy doesn't pay attention to this. Instead, it uses the body as a guide to cultivate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, using the power of the heavenly Dao to create one's own divine ability. These divine abilities may seem small, but they use a small amount of the body's strength every time. It won't consume the bloodline or life essence. Although the weather can't be compared to my soul arts, it's easy to cultivate and can use the limitless spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Actually, as Taoist Xiao said just now, your nascent soul and deity transformation seniors can affect the situation. Although my Meng Mountain doesn't have as many soul warriors as your Dao sect, but just one of them is equivalent to several deity transformation cultivators, right? It's not impossible. That's right, Ziming is right. Xiaohua has cultivated magic and soul arts, so he naturally knows the difference between the two. The Dao sect and Meng Mountain should have 2 different cultivation paths, just like sword cultivators, Buddhism, and Confucian cultivators. Although Meng Mountain's soul arts are powerful and impossible to guard against, every time they are used, life and death are decided. But after all, it's greatly related to the bloodline. If Xiaomao didn't have the pure bloodline of great god Shibai, he probably wouldn't even have a trace of soul energy. But that's not the case for my Dao sect. As long as one has the physique to cultivate, regardless of whether one has a bloodline or not, one can cultivate. Even Xiaomao, who was born as a soul warrior of Meng Mountain, can smoothly cultivate to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Actually, there are so many cultivation paths in this world, just in line with the 3,000 great Daos, each with their own characteristics. Taoist Xiao really knows a lot. Ziming pursed his lips and praised again, you even know about Buddhism and Confucian cultivators. Since you know about Confucian cultivators, can't you see the difference between my Empress Earth Stockade and other places? Hearing this, Xiaohua laughed and nodded. So that's how it is. Looks like Empress Earth Stockade also has the inheritance of Confucian cultivators. There are some Confucian cultivators in Meng Mountain. My Empress Earth Stockade also had a Confucian cultivator, Ji-Man, and Confucian cultivators were even popular in Meng Mountain for a period of time. I saw it in the Shaman Codex. At that time, some shamans called themselves Zhen, and Ji-Man called himself Ai Jia. They were all borrowed from Confucian cultivators. Oh, all the palaces in my Empress Earth Stockade were built according to the ancient books of Confucian cultivators. In addition, the names of my Empress Earth Stockade's descendants were also influenced at that time. Ziming said somewhat mysteriously, also, this Ji-Man now also admires Confucian cultivators very much. Oh, those Confucian cultivators. Xiaohua's face lit up as he asked. At this moment, the flying boat suddenly stopped, as if it had stopped, and then it glided smoothly. The netherworld wind also weakened a lot. Oh, we're arriving so soon. This was the second time Ziming felt that time had passed too quickly, and then he said casually, "What kind of ending can those Confucian cultivators have? Except for some ancient books, all their descendants either died or were integrated into the people of Meng Mountain." Ancient books? Xiaohua's eyes began to turn. Don't even think about those ancient books. Ziming already understood Xiaohua's greed. Looking at the iron corpses all around them, he said, "Those are all under G-Man's control. She treasures them very much, she won't give them to you. Of course." At this point, Ziming's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Splash, splash, splash. The sound of a tide gradually came from afar, and a smell of blood gradually became thicker. This is... When Xiaohua saw the iron corpses soaked in the thick blood, and there was a pitch-black fog in the blood, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Chapter 2894. Xiao Lang, this is the real netherworld sea. Seeing Xiaohua's shock, Ziming was very proud. He pointed his finger and said, "This sea is filled with nether blood. When the nether blood leaves the nether sea, it will form nether wind. The nether wind from the Yellow Springs Hall came from here." What about country Xi's netherworld wind? Xiaohua couldn't help but ask, "Is the netherworld wind there the same as here?" Netherworld wind? Ziming heard and shook her head slightly. "I seem to have heard of it. But I have never been there, so I don't know. But this netherworld sea is boundless, and its depth is also endless. If Xiao Lang has seen a place similar to netherworld sea, then I'm afraid the two are related. Since there is netherworld sea, then netherworld and 9 underworlds." Xiaohua still wanted to ask, but Ziming smiled and said, "Xiao Lang, you really have a lot of questions. Do you already have the idea of going to the netherworld sea to the netherworld in your mind?" "Why would I go to netherworld?" Xiaohua was stunned. "I just think that since there is netherworld sea, we should be able to reach 9 underworlds, right?" That's good." Ziming smiled. "No one has ever returned alive from netherworld sea. Even in the sorcerer realm, the soul power is close to the 3rd layer of the sky. Actually, Xiao Lang will know in a moment when you follow me." "Oh, you and I still have plenty of time. I will take you to see the scenery of netherworld sea." "Going to netherworld sea?" Xiaohua was stunned. "Didn't you say that no one will return alive after going in?" "Idiot." Ziming pulled Xiaohua's hand and said, "I will not take you to the depths of netherworld sea. We will only look for netherworld orchids nearby." As he spoke, the flying boat had already flown above the netherworld sea. It was a blood pool that was dozens of feet in size. Above the blood pool was a slanted passage that Ziming and himself had flown down. On the left side of the blood pool, there were also 2 iron corpses soaking in the blood. However, this blood pool was only dozens of feet in size. It was impossible to see the entire netherworld sea. "Don't release your divine sense." Ziming warned again. "Your divine sense was injured by the drought demon. It was already damaged. If it is injured by the netherworld sea, then it will really be impossible to recover." "I see." Xiaohua understood that a cultivator without a spiritual will was like a bird without wings. It was absolutely impossible for them to pass through this netherworld sea. "Let's go." As he spoke, the flying boat tilted slightly and rushed into the blood pool. Whoosh, with a faint sound, the flying boat sank into the blood pool. Sizzling sounds were emitted from the dark green brilliance of the flying boat. Following this sound, a trace of blood light and a wisp of black gas rushed out from the blood pool. In an instant, they turned into a huge netherworld wind and rushed up the passage, almost blowing away the nearby iron corpses. When the flying boat entered the blood pool, Xiaohua's eyes were filled with blood red. The strands of black qi were like dark clouds in a clear sky, appearing and disappearing from time to time. The faint stone wall was like a reef in the sea. It stood tall in the distance and looked like a ferocious sea beast. As the flying boat dived, the black reefs gradually became less and less and more bloody, and felt more and more viscous. He saw Ziming drive the flying boat to a slight pause, as if she was identifying the direction. Then, she turned the boat around and flew in a certain direction. Hiss, there is no sense of direction in this blood sea. How can we identify the way? How can we return to this place? Xiaohua himself didn't know the direction, and when he arrived here, he was even more like a headless fly. Naturally, he muttered in his heart. However, seeing Ziming's confident appearance, Xiaohua's heart was also at ease. He knew that she must have some confidence. Whoosh, the flying boat flew in the blood sea for half a cup of tea's time. Suddenly, there was a sound of water. Xiaohua unconsciously turned his head back. Ah! Seeing the source of the sound, Xiaohua couldn't help but be stunned. He saw a group of monsters that looked like the surface of the water. On top of their heads was a rather large ghost face. This ghost face was very ferocious, with a sharp mouth and fangs. Xiaohua had never seen such a thing before. Seeing Xiaohua's shock, Ziming laughed. However, before she could finish laughing, several hundred small fish-like ghosts rushed to the left side of the flying boat. They surrounded the flying boat, and their small fangs began to devour the green brilliance. Go, Ziming berated. With a wave of the bone staff in her hand, the entire flying boat shone with green light, and actually scared those small ghosts away. Then, a group of huge, several hundred zhang tall black shadows swam in front of the flying boat. On those black shadows, the strange ghost faces flickered slightly, and it looked like they were sneering at the flying boat. And following this huge black shadow, there were thousands of ghost and beast heads that leisurely floated about 10 zhang below it. After the time it took to finish a meal, Xiaohua's jaw was about to fall off as he saw the strange situation and those grotesque and variegated beast heads and ghost heads appearing one by one in groups. That leisurely and contented appearance of those beasts and ghost heads, Xiaohua's jaw was about to drop. At this moment, Xiaohua finally understood the origin of the beast heads on the banners in front of the plaza in front of the Hall of the Underworld and the Netherworld Path. He also understood where the ghost heads that Ziming and the other soul warriors from the Hutu stronghold came from. Xiaohua, these are the underworld beasts of the Netherworld Sea. If my cultivation is high enough, I can borrow their strength. Ziming looked at Xiaohua's dazed expression and said with a smile. Just now, the underworld beast that devoured Mingyu is also from here. Of course. Ziming immediately understood Xiaohua's meaning and said with a smile, that is the incarnation of Hutu great god. Being summoned by the bloodline power of our Hutu stronghold, and attracted by Mingyu's soul, that underworld beast can temporarily tear open the void and come to our Hutu stronghold. Then, after the void closes, it will return to the Netherworld Sea from the Netherworld Palace and the Netherworld Palace. Naturally, we can borrow the power of this underworld beast to find the Netherworld Sea in a short time. How long? Xiaohua nodded and asked. Midnight. Ziming said with a smile, there is more than enough time. In a short while we will find a passage, and there will be the Netherworld orchid there. Good. Xiaohua's horizons were really broadened. But he suddenly realized something and asked in a low voice. If this underworld beast, which is called Hutu great god's incarnation behind the Netherworld Sea, can be found after being attracted, then how did Ziyen take the 9 divine guards from here? A cold light flashed in Ziming's eyes, and he said with hatred, this is naturally Ji-Man's doing. Only she has the ability to communicate with the 9 divine guards in the Netherworld Sea, and only she can take the 9 divine guards from the Netherworld Sea. In order to let Ziyen kill me, she actually consumed her soul power and took the 9 divine guards before opening the Netherworld passage. It seems that she already has the intention to kill me. Humph, if I didn't bring Xiao Lang and the others back, if I didn't have some prestige in the Hutu stronghold, I'm afraid this trip to the Netherworld. But thinking of this, Ziming was stunned again and said anxiously, oh no, I'm afraid we still fell into her trap. She has already set up a backup plan in the Netherworld Sea. Xiaohua also understood. Quickly, let's go find the Netherworld orchid. Yes, I understand. Previously, Ziming's mind had been filled with the sweet feeling with Xiaohua, and some of his vigilance had already faded. But at this time, he suddenly remembered that he was already in deep danger. As expected, the flying boat sped up. After a while, another big black object appeared in front of them. However, this thing was much bigger than all the nether beasts they had seen before. It was similar to the passage Xiaohua had left in the beginning. It was a large stone cliff. The flying boat didn't stop and rushed towards the dark place, and in a moment, a slightly glowing passage appeared in front of Xiaohua. However, this passage was different from the previous one. It was somewhat narrow, somewhat curved, and even filled with gravel, not smooth. "It's here." Ziming urged the flying boat to rush into the passage, and then flew around in the passage. Looking at this passageway that seemed similar to an abandoned mineral vein, Xiaohua understood that this was a naturally formed passageway in the Netherworld Sea. There might be some soulwood growing inside. The passageway that he and Ziming came down should have been created by the ancestors of the Hutu's stronghold with the help of this naturally formed passageway. But if they found such a natural passage in this boundless and directionless Netherworld Sea, it wouldn't be easy, right? Seeing the flying boat flying around for a while, Ziming's face was a little ugly, and he muttered, "No, it should be here." Don't worry, Xiaohua said comfortingly. While talking, a field of lush millet appeared in front of them. "No, I went the wrong way." Sweat oozed from the tip of Ziming's nose. "There are no millet in that place." "Then we'll look for it again." Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "But should we also take away these millet seeds?" "Of course." Ziming thought for a moment and waved the bone staff. A green light flashed on the flying boat, and the millet seeds were collected in a moment. Then, Ziming didn't stop at all, and the flying boat turned around and flew back. Luckily, Ziming still remembered. Seeing a fork in the road, Ziming didn't hesitate at all and always found the most correct direction. She actually found the blood pool in the passage in a shorter time than before. Xiaohua couldn't help but be convinced. If he was driving the flying boat, he would have been lost long ago. Then, Ziming easily found the passage again, but when she flew into the passage, she hesitated. "What's wrong?" Xiaohua's heart tightened, and he asked in a low voice, "Isn't it here?" "It seems it's not here." Ziming held Xiaohua's hand, which was a little cold, and actually broke out in a cold sweat. Hearing Ziming's words, Xiaohua instantly understood that Ziming was most likely also lost his way. Chapter 2895. Don't worry. What could Xiaohua say? He could only force a smile and say, "If we can't find the Netherworld orchid, then forget it. At most, we won't let senior brother Li use the Netherworld mirror. Junior brother Zhao's matter is the most important." Ziming took a deep breath and nodded slightly. "I understand. I will do my best." After saying that, the flying boat no longer flew inside. It retreated and flew in another direction. However, things went beyond Xiaohua's expectations. After a few more times, the time Ziming took to find the passage gradually increased. It seemed that Ziming was no longer familiar with these places. Moreover, every time Ziming found a passage, she would only enter and then leave. Obviously, it was not the place she was looking for. Therefore, Xiaohua's heart involuntarily gave birth to a bad feeling. Because Ziming was too stubborn, an unyielding expression appeared on her face. It's here. So it's here. I thought I went the wrong way." However, when Ziming found a passage, Ziming's words and joy scattered Xiaohua's doubts. Xiaohua must be worried, right? Ziming's face was obviously relaxed. Not worried. Ziming is much stronger than this Xiao. Xiaohua said with a smile. Let's go quickly and return quickly. We have already wasted a lot of time." Ziming did not say anything more and urged the flying boat to rush into the passage. Unfortunately, just as Xiaohua put the stone into his stomach, the situation changed dramatically. "No, this is not the place I found before." Ziming's face was red, and there was even some shame in her eyes. Seeing that Ziming was about to turn the flying boat around, Xiaohua hurriedly said, "Don't worry, why don't we search carefully? Maybe there will be?" Ziming was a little embarrassed. "This passage is natural. If we go too deep, I will not be able to find my way back." Furthermore, not all of the tunnels had soul wood growing inside them. That netherworld orchid is the only one I've seen after searching through many passages. Since we are here, let's look for it. Xiaohua comforted, let's not go too deep. Alright. Ziming was somewhat unconvinced, but at this time, she was already impatient and had lost her previous calmness. She could only glance at Xiaohua and urge the flying boat to fly into the passage. Sure enough, as Ziming had said, the walls of this passageway were made of solid rocks. The black-red color on the rocks was very bright. How could there be any soul wood? The two of them strolled around for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Ziming was impatient. He hesitated for a moment and asked, Xiao Lang, I'm afraid there's nothing left here. I'll wait. All right. Xiaohua knew that he was just blindly giving orders. It was already good that he was able to calm his mind for a while. He immediately agreed while he was ahead. Ziming forced a smile towards Xiaohua as he turned the airboat around and hurriedly turned it over. However, when Ziming flew past a few forks, an indescribable feeling suddenly arose from Xiaohua's heart. Wait, Xiaohua hastily ordered. What's wrong? Ziming was a little puzzled, but he stopped the flying boat in time. Over there. Xiaohua didn't use his eyes to look, and instead pointed with his finger. Over there. Ziming looked at the fork that Xiaohua knew was not the one they had just passed. He couldn't help but hesitate. This Xiao feels that there's something very important there. There must be the netherworld orchid? Xiaohua had a feeling that it was extremely important, but he wasn't sure whether it was the netherworld orchid or not. All right, Ziming's face lit up with joy. He flew in the direction that Xiaohua pointed. However, the fork was extremely short. After flying for half a cup of tea, they reached the end. The inside of the passageway was bare. There was no soul wood at all. Not even a stalk of millet could be seen. It's still there. Xiaohua firmly pointed, but this time, he was pointing at the stone wall. This. Ziming hesitated for a moment before urging the airboat to fly in the direction that was close to it. Under Xiaohua's finger, Ziming made 7 or 8 turns. Suddenly, a blood-red thing that was more than a foot long, had 9 sections, and looked like a bamboo. It was erected in a fork that was just big enough for the airboat to pass through. Netherworld bamboo! Ziming exclaimed in an incredulous tone. Here, how could there be netherworld bamboo? What's so strange about it? Xiaohua frowned as he looked at the netherworld bamboo. He really didn't understand why he had such a warning in his heart. Other than the netherworld orchid, which is an extremely low-level item that can grow in the netherworld sea, the others, such as this netherworld bamboo and the higher-level netherworld lotus, all grow in the netherworld sea. They can't leave the netherworld sea of blood. Ignore it, let's take it first. Xiaohua urged, this is much stronger than the netherworld orchid. This time, we will definitely win. Indeed. Ziming laughed. I didn't expect Xiao Lang's feeling to be right. With that, the flying boat once again emitted a green light, and like a sharp flying sword, it sucked the netherworld bamboo into the flying boat. Ziming smiled as he held the netherworld bamboo and looked at Xiaohua. However, what made Ziming feel strange was that Xiaohua's gaze did not fall on the soul wood in her hand, but instead looked at the roots of the netherworld bamboo. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Ziming asked curiously. Xiaohua bit his lips and said in a low voice, this Xiao feels. This netherworld bamboo's roots is very important to this Xiao. Ziming was only slightly surprised, but she immediately smiled and said, then I will give this to you as well. With that, Ziming was about to wave the bone staff again. Don't worry. Xiaohua hurriedly stopped him. It's better for this Xiao to do it himself. You must not use your divine sense. Ziming was anxious. Xiaohua smiled and said, it's fine. Wouldn't it be fine if you put this netherworld bamboo's roots into the flying boat's green light? But, alright. Ziming waved the bone staff and expanded the flying boat's green light, enveloping the remaining roots of the netherworld bamboo within. Xiaohua cautiously waved his hand, and the roots of the netherworld bamboo fell into his hand. After thinking for a bit, he carefully put the roots of the netherworld bamboo into a storage bag. This thing, Ming was a little surprised, but she only said a few words and urged the flying boat to return. Something's wrong. Xiaohua's face suddenly revealed a strange expression. He once again pointed forward and said, "This Xiao feels. That thing is still in front." What? Ming was completely confused. Other than the netherworld bamboo, she couldn't think of anything else worth paying attention to. "Let's go and take a look," Xiaohua said with a smile. With the matter of the netherworld bamboo, he was still very confident in his senses. Perhaps the netherworld orchid was in front. All right. Hearing Xiaohua's instructions, Ming did not hesitate to urge the flying boat. It seemed that she had more confidence in Xiaohua than herself. Naturally, Xiaohua also slightly shook his head, but the little tail in his heart had long been raised to the sky. This netherworld bamboo was really interesting. Immediately after, Ming urged the flying boat to fly for the time it took to eat a meal, but they didn't see any more netherworld orchids, but they collected some more millet seeds. Strange. Xiaohua scratched his head. Not to mention, Ming looked up at Xiaohua with some concealment. Could it be that my senses are wrong? At this moment, Ming's expression suddenly changed. "Ming, what's wrong?" Xiaohua stole a glance at Ming, feeling a little embarrassed. Naturally, he noticed her expression, and his heart unconsciously thumped as he hurriedly asked. Ming slightly bit her lips, her eyes flashing with a trace of fear, and even a great deal of panic. Just now, when Xiaohua was collecting the netherworld bamboo root, her hand slipped away from Xiaohua's hand. Now, she was silently holding on to it, but when Ming's expression changed greatly, her hand also stiffly slipped away from Xiaohua's hand. "What's wrong? Quickly tell me." Xiaohua saw the situation and knew that it was not good, so he hurriedly asked. "Xiaohua, I'm lost." Ming bit her lips until they turned white, and it was as pale as her face. She knew very well that losing her way in the netherworld sea was far more dangerous than losing her way in Meng Mountains. Hiss! Hearing Ming's words, Xiaohua also sucked in a breath of cold air. This was what he was most afraid of. Moreover, he immediately understood that it was his blind guidance, especially when Ming was a little excited after obtaining the netherworld bamboo. After flying for so long, she had long lost the way back. Can you find the way back?" Xiaohua asked tentatively. Or, when he spoke up to hear, Xiaohua himself was greatly shocked. Earlier, Ming had clearly said that the netherworld path was opened by the clone of the nether beast, Hudu, and there was a time limit. If they didn't return before midnight, then the netherworld path would be blocked. How would he and Ming return to the nether spring hall? Earth escape? Xiaohua's heart suddenly relaxed, and he looked at the surrounding passages, but then he shook his head. Nonsense! If the netherworld sea was below the Yellow Springs Palace, why would the netherworld beast be needed to open the passage? There must be some kind of spatial vein or something in the middle. Xiaohua smiled bitterly, took the initiative to reach out and hold Ming's hand, and said, "It's not your fault, it's all this Zhao's own initiative to point out the direction. If we had followed your previous guidance, there would have been no problem." Xiaohua. It was rare for Xiaohua to take the initiative to reach out his hand, and Ming's face once again flushed red, and she said somewhat shyly, "It's all my fault. Just now. Oh? Just now what?" Xiaohua was puzzled. Just now in the netherworld path, I softly prayed to the Huda great god. With Xiaohua. At this point, Ming's face was completely red, and she did not dare to continue. It seemed that she was somewhat different from the straightforward women of Meng Mountains. Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. He already knew in his heart what Ming wanted to say. Ming hesitated and said, "I did not expect that the Huda great god really heard my words, but I did not expect that the Huda great god would use this kind of method to realize my wish." Chapter 2896. That. Although Xiaohua was very touched in his heart, but, speaking of feelings, it didn't seem to be as profound as that of Huang Mengxiang in Tianmen Mountain. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's thoughts actually ran away. I really don't know how that little girl Huang Mengxiang is now. If she knew that I was buried in Meng Mountain, Would she shed a tear? Just when Xiaohua was a little distracted, the flying boat was still flying slowly. Ziming suddenly cried out in joy, This is another passage under the netherworld eye. No, not that, but it's not far away. When I was training together, I came here before. Really? Xiaohua's heart suddenly relaxed, and he said with some disbelief. Absolutely. Ziming pointed at a place and said, There are 2 marks. When Zai and I passed by here, we specially carved them. Sure enough, when Xiaohua looked carefully along Ziming's finger, there was indeed an arrow in the direction where the flying boat was heading. But it's Zai. Ziming said happily. Zai was afraid that we would get lost, so he gave us directions here. Hee, that's right, it's all thanks to Zai. Xiaohua also smiled, but then, the flying boat flew in Ziming's memory for a while, and Xiaohua was surprised again. Because the flying boat's direction, although it was a little winding, was exactly the same as the direction he felt strange. Ziming, who had escaped from the threat of death, was also very happy at this time. She looked at Xiaohua a little coquettishly. Although she didn't say anything, her flower-like smile was full of charm. Xiaolang. In the end, Ziming still spoke. I'll take you back. Your so-called netherworld orchid, we don't want it anymore. I'm afraid that I'll get lost again. It doesn't matter. Xiaohua shrugged, tilted his head and said, The direction you're flying in is the same as the direction I thought. Maybe we'll meet the netherworld orchid in a while? Ziming covered her mouth with the bone staff in her left hand and said in surprise, Xiaolang, could it be that the perception just now is the way back? That's right, it seems that this is the fastest way back. As for whether there's the netherworld orchid or not, it's possible? Tisk, it's possible that it's the nether orchid. Xiaohua curled his lips, extremely distrustful of himself. If I say that this is the way back that I found, then that's absolutely impossible. But it's true. Ziming laughed. If we have the netherworld orchid, that would be even better. Unfortunately, even though Ziming was looking carefully, Xiaohua, who was beside him, couldn't find the nether orchid. After seeing a few forks in the road and seeing the blood pool, Ziming still couldn't find the nether orchid. Done. Ziming heaved a long sigh of relief, and then he pointed at the blood pool and said, Xiaolang, once you enter the blood pool, you'll be able to return in less than 1,000 feet. This concubine remembers it clearly. Stop. Xiaohua nodded slightly and shifted his gaze away from the blood pool. He casually looked at the fork in the road that he had just walked through. What he saw shocked him greatly. What happened? Although Ziming and Xiaohua were standing together, they were half a body in front of each other. Because of that, they were blocked by the black and red cliff, so they didn't see anything. When she took half a step back and looked again, she also turned pale with fright. What's going on? Yes, it was impossible for Ziming and Xiaohua not to be surprised. Because on the fork in the road, there were already more than 10 spirit warriors lying on the ground. The heads of these spirit warriors were all covered in blood. It was obvious that their brains had already been eaten. Are these the spirit warriors that came with us? Xiaohua narrowed his eyes, and his gaze quickly swept through the entire tunnel as he asked this question. Should be. Ziming naturally wasn't sure. But just as she was about to urge the airship to go check it out, a bubbling sound came from the blood pool in the distance. Ziming suddenly turned around and looked at the blood pool. She saw that there were indeed countless bubbles surging within the blood pool. Moreover, as these bubbles came out, gusts of netherworld wind spiraled out and blew straight at the airship she was driving. The wind was extremely strong, and the airship was somewhat swaying. Not good. Go quickly. Suddenly, just as Ziming was doing her best to maintain the airship, Xiaohua's expression changed and he hurriedly shouted. Ziming didn't understand, but when she heard Xiaohua's order, she immediately pointed the bone staff in her hand. Regardless of the bumps, she was about to urge the airship to move. Boom! With a loud sound, Ziming felt a strong force coming from above her head. The entire airship was like a meteor rushing into the tunnel. Clang, 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 the airship hit the tunnel. The green light was restrained, and the entire airship made a noise. Ziming was caught off guard, and her body lost balance. She even felt dizzy. Careful! Xiaohua's voice sounded in Ziming's ears. A strong force came from Xiaohua's hand and pulled Ziming back. Only now did Ziming clearly see that right above her head, on top of the airship, there was a tentacle that was several feet long. It was like a huge canopy, and it was slapping the green light above the airship. Moreover, that tentacle was growing out from the walls of the tunnel. This is... Ziming was shocked, but before she could ask, "Woo!" there was another strange sound of wind. From the left side of the airship, another tentacle suddenly stretched out and smashed towards the airship. Quick! Ziming encouraged herself in her heart, but that tentacle was extremely fast in the netherworld wind. Just as Ziming was about to dodge, the tentacle had already smashed into the airship. Boom! The entire airship was sent flying and hit the wall of the tunnel. Although Ziming was pulled by Xiaohua, the two of them were still balanced and were far from being battered and exhausted. However, the light on the airship was hit twice by the tentacle and hit the tunnel again. It was extremely dim. Ziming obviously didn't expect to be attacked here. She hurriedly waved the bone staff in her hand. The green light on the bone staff flashed, and it flew towards the airship. The airship suddenly shone brightly, wanting to protect the two of them again. Unfortunately, it only flashed for a moment. Rumble! There was another loud sound. A huge sphere rushed out from below the airship and directly hit the airship. Needless to say, the entire airship soared into the sky again and hit the wall of the tunnel. The entire light suddenly shrank to the size of a fist and fell on the tunnel. Xiaohua and Ziming's figures were revealed from the green light of the airship. There was a violent sound of cold water being poured into hot oil. The moment Xiaohua's figure was revealed, something came out from the light protecting his body. Xiaohua turned pale with fright. When he looked down, it was the light protecting his body being corroded by the netherworld wind. This was something he had never encountered in Mingxi before. The reason why Xiaohua was so calm was because he had the experience of escaping from Mingxi's netherworld wind. He felt that even the netherworld wind was just SOSO. Although the netherworld sea was dangerous, as long as he and Ziming didn't go too deep, they wouldn't encounter any great danger. However, he didn't expect that he would encounter such a test right after he came out from the protection of the airship. If even the golden light protecting his body was corroded by the netherworld wind, then what about the others? No wonder the cultivators of Dao sect were so afraid of millions of Meng mountains. It really made sense. Looking at Ziming again, after her figure was revealed from the green light, her entire body was flashing with a green light. The light started flashing from her head and quickly passed through her entire body, protecting her within the green light. Xiaohua, Ziming saw something strange about Xiaohua's body. That golden light was flashing. How could she not know that he was in danger? Roar! A deafening roar came from the direction of the blood pool in the distance. Just as Ziming cried out in shock, countless gusts of ghastly wind were swept up and rushed into the tunnel. Xiaohua raised his head and saw a monster of a few feet in size slowly walking out from the blood pool. The drops of netherworld water were like fist-sized blood droplets, dripping down from the monster's body. It was extremely bloody. Of course, as soon as these blood droplets left the monster, the surface layer immediately evaporated, turning into gusts of netherworld wind and rushing into the tunnel. The entire tunnel began to vibrate rapidly, producing an extremely ear-piercing sound of wind. Great God Hoodoo? Ziming also looked towards the source of the sound. When she saw that the monster had a human body, and that snake tail was slowly emerging from the blood pool, Ziming couldn't help but moan. She definitely didn't expect that the great god she worshipped would actually send out a clone to attack her. This shouldn't be the great god Hutu of Meng Mountains. Although Xiaohua was hastily thinking about how to solve the problem in front of him, he was also staring at the appearance of the monster. Seeing the monster coming out from the blood pool, he said indifferently, "That's right. This is definitely not." After Ziming recovered from her shock, she also saw clearly that the monster's human body looked similar from the side, but when the monster slightly turned its body, the outline of the human body had already disappeared. Especially the few peacock feather-like antennae on its back. Where did it look like the 7 hands of the great god Hoodoo? However, although Ziming had already discovered the details of the monster, she didn't have time to think about it anymore. Her whole body suddenly floated up, throwing herself into Xiao Hua's arms. Oh! Xiao Hua was slightly startled, thinking that she was afraid. His left hand pulled her soft hand and whispered, "Don't be afraid." However, before he could finish speaking, Ziming had already thrown herself into his arms. However, Ziming wasn't facing him, but with her back facing Xiao Hua, she shouted, "Xiao Hua, quickly hug me." Moreover, Ziming's other hand also brought Xiao Hua's hand to her waist, where her abdomen was. Soon after, that hand decisively broke free from Xiao Hua's hand. At this moment, Xiao Hua was hugging Ziming from behind. He was very familiar with this posture. He was greatly puzzled. However, when he saw that the green light around Ziming's body was also protecting him, and the sound of the golden light corroding his body was getting smaller and smaller, he finally understood Ziming's painstaking efforts. Chapter 2897. Ziming didn't have time to care about the ambiguity of this position, nor did she have time to explain to Xiao Hua. As soon as her hand left Xiao Hua's hand, she immediately patted the soul nest, and the soul tool that looked like a wizard token was taken out from the soul nest. Moreover, with a flash in front of Xiao Hua's eyes, the 9 divine guards that Ziming had put into the soul nest were also released. "Papa!" Ziming waved the wizard token without hesitation, and a few wisps of faint green light visible to the naked eye flashed. Then, she patted her hand, and the 9 divine guards pounced toward the nether beast along the passage. Ziming's series of movements were extremely fast. The nether beast had just stepped out of the blood pool, and it hadn't even straightened its body. Go! Xiao Hua was alert in his heart. He grabbed Ziming's slender waist with his hand and urged his magic power, and the 2 figures floated up. Boom! A tentacle that was exactly the same as the nether beast's tentacle struck out from the left side where the 2 of them were standing just now. After hitting the place where Xiao Hua and Ziming were standing just now, it suddenly disappeared. "Xiao Hua, don't use too much magic power." Ziming felt a burst of heat behind her back, and her heart was also jumping, but she still didn't forget to remind him. "Okay." Xiao Hua looked around and said in a low voice, "This place isn't far from the passage down, right?" Ziming urged the 9 divine guards while answering. "In which direction?" Xiao Hua asked. Although Ziming didn't answer Xiao Hua's question, she still pointed in a direction and said, "From the blood pool to that place." Before Ziming finished speaking, Ziming felt a burst of brilliance in front of her eyes. Her waist tightened, and her figure flew in the direction she knew, but then there was a loud bang. Everything disappeared again. Her figure also stopped at the side of the stone wall. "Xiao Hua? What are you doing?" Ziming looked back with some confusion, and looked at Xiao Hua while rubbing her head awkwardly. "Oh, right." Ziming looked at the stone wall and suddenly realized something and hurriedly said, "This stone wall is soaked in the nether blood, and the Dao Sect's 5 elements escape technique can't be used." Just as Ziming said this, a loud roar came from the blood pool in the distance. The roars rose and fell one after another. The 9 divine guards had surrounded the nether beast and were also letting out unpleasant roars. 9 pairs of arms had stretched out and shrouded the nether beast in an indescribable deathly stillness. The nether beast's body was trembling violently as if the 9 divine guards were going to tear it apart. The underworld beast cried out in pain. Cracks had already appeared on its black leather armor, and traces of blood that looked like green liquid seeped out. Good, seeing that the 9 divine guards were so valiant, Xiao Hua's heart was also greatly relieved. Since the 9 divine guards were able to deal with the nether beast, he naturally didn't need to be too afraid. However, just as he finished praising, another tentacle suddenly emerged from the top of his head and slammed down. "Not good." Xiao Hua's figure moved, and he secretly said in his heart, "Not good." Sure enough, just as Xiao Hua's figure dodged the tentacle, there was a loud bang, and the same tentacle stretched out from under the foot of a divine guard, and suddenly grabbed the Divine Guard's waist. The Divine Guard's body was overflowing with green light, and the Divine Guard's stiff body was also violently struggling. Pung! With a loud bang, the Divine Guard's waist turned into 4 pieces, and the dark liquid also splashed a lot of the passage. Hiss! Although Xiaohua had already perceived the power of the nether beast, he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Then, ping ping! With a series of muffled sounds, several Divine Guards were killed by the tentacles that suddenly stretched out. The fragments flew everywhere, and the black liquid splashed everywhere. Go! Xiaohua didn't dare to stay any longer and was about to fly away. Boom! Unfortunately, he had just moved when the nether beast actually knew his intentions. 2 tentacles stretched out from the stone wall and blocked in front of Xiaohua. Ziming, come behind me. Xiaohua loosened his grip and ordered Ziming. Okay. Ziming originally wanted to deal with the nether beast, but when he saw that 5 of the 9 Divine Guards had been lost in a moment, his face was incomparably pale. When he heard Xiaohua's order, he had no choice but to respond. He turned around and leaned on Xiaohua's back, reaching out and hugging Xiaohua's waist. Let me show you the power of this young master. Xiaohua roared and took out the wishful staff. With a bang, it hit the tentacle that had just stretched out. With a loud bang, the tentacle shattered, and a gust of netherworld wind was born from inside. Damn it, as expected. Xiaohua's phoenix celestial body was made of netherworld wind, so naturally, he was not familiar with this thing. Go! Xiaohua didn't dare to hesitate anymore. Regardless of the direction, he continued to fly towards the distance of the passage using the wind escape technique. Xiaohua had just flown a few feet when a fierce wind came from behind his head. Xiaohua was helpless. He slightly lifted the wishful staff in his hand, then raised it and smashed it in the direction of the wind. With a loud bang, a huge force that he had never encountered before came from the wishful staff. Xiaohua's arm was sore, and his whole body was lifted above the passage. Hiss! Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. Before his figure stopped in midair, he saw a black shadow in front of him. The monster's figure was actually born from the rock wall, blocking the direction of Xiaohua's escape. Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly turned his head to look. Sure enough, the remaining 4 Divine Guards were smashed by the nether beast in an instant. The ground was in a mess, and the nether beast had disappeared. Buzz, buzz, 2 loud noises sounded, and 2 black shadows pressed in front of Xiaohua's eyes. Bang bang! Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He waved the wishful staff again and blocked in front of his body. Although Xiaohua had borrowed the force of the attack, the huge force hit Xiaohua diagonally into the blood pool. Xiaohua, rush into the blood pool? Maybe we can. While they were talking, an indescribable blood-red brilliance fell from the sky and hit the 2 of them. With a squeaking sound, Ziming's face was pale, and the green light also quickly faded. Seeing this, Xiaohua hurriedly urged the Buddha's Saraira to pour out the primordial true water, turning it into a thin layer to block the threatening netherworld wind. The green light on Ziming's body disappeared, and her face was very ugly. When her eyes swept over the primordial true water, she immediately noticed that something was wrong and hurriedly retracted her gaze. However, this primordial true water really blocked the netherworld water outside. Although outside, the netherworld wind was constantly rushing into the primordial true water, and the primordial true water was constantly bubbling and disappearing, it seemed that Xiaohua had a lot of primordial true water, so there was no problem for the time being. Go! Xiaohua once again whispered. He didn't know the consequences of the primordial true water entering the blood pool, but he knew that if he stayed here, he would not have a good end. Buzz! Another tentacle, really fast. Even with Xiaohua's current cultivation, he couldn't figure out how it appeared. All of a sudden, it hit Xiaohua's back. Boom! The primordial true water was hit and scattered. Xiaohua's figure was also hit and lost his balance. He flipped a few times in the air and hit the stone wall heavily. Ziming! Xiaohua was a little dizzy and couldn't stabilize himself, so he immediately called out. I'm fine. Ziming heard Xiaohua's concern and was ecstatic. She hurriedly responded, that tentacle avoided me and hit Xiaohua. Ah? Xiaohua was shocked and said involuntarily, "This nether beast," it turned out to be, looking for Xiaohua. Of course, Ziming also said involuntarily, "This nether beast has been worshipped by my Huda village for many years. I have never heard of it attacking a spirit warrior." Today, when Xiaohua appeared, there was immediately such a change. Ziming, Xiaohua turned his head and looked at another fork not far away. He patted her arm and said, "Quickly fly away. If it wants to find Xiaohua, you will be safe. Moreover, if you follow Xiaohua, you will delay Xiaohua's work." Ziming bit her lips slightly, knowing that what Xiaohua said was true. Although she didn't want to leave Xiaohua, she really couldn't help it all in the face of the nether beast. Immediately, Ziming urged her soul power to fly out of Xiaohua's primordial true water and flew toward another passage in fear. Just as Xiaohua thought, the nether beast didn't care about Ziming at all. The snake tail of several feet long waved again and attacked him with a strong wind. Good, Xiaohua breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that it was the effect of Ziming's bloodline. He hurriedly raised the wishful steel rod in his hand and met it. Boom, the force was stronger than the tentacles. Xiaohua's arms were sore and numb, and his whole body and mind flew out again. Kill! Xiaohua finally reached the end of his strength. He put away the wishful steel rod and took out the sword gourd. The spirit execution yuan light rushed out from it, cutting through the wind of the netherworld and heading toward the head of the nether beast. Shua. With a soft sound, the spirit execution yuan light lightly swept over the head of the nether beast. However, the scene that Xiaohua expected did not appear. Not only was there no blood splashing from the head of the beast, but it also did not fall. It was as if the spirit execution yuan light had no effect on it. Yes, this nether beast is a dead thing. Xiaohua suddenly realized, presumably this spirit execution can't kill the nether beast? Thinking of this, Xiaohua suddenly thought of the soul essence of the three-legged bird in the space. That day, it suddenly suppressed his soul. If the spirit execution yuan light had the soul essence of this thing, he didn't know if it could kill the nether beast. It was a pity that Xiaohua only had a flash of inspiration. Everything was no different from a flash in the pan. At this time, there was no other way except to escape toward the blood pool. Seeing that Xiaohua had already reached the blood pool, he hesitated a little and was about to jump in. But suddenly, an indescribable feeling came from the blood pool. This feeling had always been found by Xiaohua and Ziming. When they saw the nether beast, Xiaohua thought that it was the nether beast, but who would have thought that it was not the nether beast? Roar! Just as Xiaohua hesitated for a moment, another beast roar came from the blood pool, but a tentacle of several feet in size rose from the blood pool again. This tentacle was not only completely similar to the tentacle of the nether beast, but it could also roar by itself. Chapter 2898. Damn it! This nether beast! Xiaohua turned pale with fright. He didn't expect that the nether beast still had a hidden hand here. If he hadn't hesitated just now, he would have already been sent to the tentacle. However, before Xiaohua's great shock could pass through his heart, the tentacle fell like a big tree, bringing a black shadow with it as it fell. A kind of coldness that made one's heart die was born around Xiaohua. Although Xiaohua's body was protected by the innate true water, the death aura passed through the innate true water and firmly suppressed the vitality in Xiaohua's body. Buddha's Saraira. Spiritual fire. Xiaohua's heart was like dead ashes. He knew that he had fallen into a certain death situation today. If the last Buddha's Saraira and spiritual fire were not effective, he was afraid that he would really die. However, Xiaohua didn't dare to place his hopes on the Buddha's Saraira. His cultivation was too shallow. At this time, the only thing he took out was this nether beast dessert. Perhaps it was only the spiritual fire. Seeing the black shadow fall, Xiaohua's spiritual power seemed to be difficult to activate. Goldie, Xiaohua's heart suddenly lit up again. He thought of Goldie that could suck souls. Wasn't that guy the nemesis of these nether beasts? Thinking, Xiaohua hurriedly entered the space. However, after Goldie had sucked the devil general's soul, it had been sleeping. At this time, he couldn't wake it up at all. Come out for your mother. Xiaohua didn't feel sorry for Goldie at this time. Your mother can't escape now, but you're still sleeping sweetly. As Xiaohua dragged Goldie out of the space, a small figure suddenly blocked in front of Xiaohua. Of course, Xiaohua paid close attention to the nether beast's reaction. If there was any abnormality, he would immediately take Goldie into the space. Woo, as if it was mournful, the nether beast's tentacles suddenly stopped. It seemed that there was something in front of it that it was extremely afraid of. Good, seeing this, Xiaohua was overjoyed. At this time, Goldie lazily opened its eyes. It seemed that the nether beast's tentacle was white. The tentacle was like a person being stung by a wasp and immediately retracted. However, before Xiaohua's joy of escaping with his life could overflow in front of his chest, a black shadow flashed above his head like a black cloud. Roar! The nether beast from before appeared next to the tentacle again. The tentacle rose into the air and landed on the nether beast's back. The tentacle danced in the air and slowly curled up. The nether beast let out a loud roar. The two blood-red eyes on the strange beast's head flashed with a red light. A strong aura of death surged and pounced toward Xiao Huang. Goldie's body shivered, and its large tail wrapped around itself. It seemed to be cold, and its eyes narrowed again. This is bad. Seeing this, Xiaohua already somewhat understood that Little Yellow should be the nemesis of these underworld beasts. It was probably because it was too small, or perhaps because it was in a deep sleep. These underworld beasts were afraid at first, but when they saw that Little Yellow was not a real threat, they began to fight back. When Xiaohua saw the python-like tail whipping towards Little Huang at lightning speed, how could he dare to be careless? He hastily put Little Huang away and opened his mouth, preparing to spit out the last bit of spirit fire, but right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Boom! There was a deafening tremor, and the entire passage, no, the entire world was shaking violently. Not only was Xiaohua's figure unable to stand in midair, but even the aggressive nether beast's entire figure was swaying, unable to stand steadily. Countless gravel and debris flew into the air. Boom, boom, boom. There was a series of tremors, gravel flying out in succession, blood splashing out in succession, and a series of nether wind rushing into the air. Xiaohua only felt that his entire field of vision was shaking. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Straight, straight, straight. A series of strange cries rang out amidst the rumbling, followed by the loud roars of the underworld beasts. Then, the entire space began to tremble and sway again. What's going on? Xiaohua struggled to stand up and urged his magical power. He was really about to bring out the true water again. At this time, a warm body hugged him from behind, and his body flew into the air. Feeling a layer of faint green light protecting him, Xiaohua naturally knew that it was Ziming. However, there was still gravel and blood splashing in front of him, and the hurricane continued. He couldn't see anything at all. After waiting for half a meal, Ziming brought him up to a high altitude. Only then did he see clearly that the previously intact passage and the incomparably sturdy rock walls had now been smashed apart. Not only was there no passage, even the blood pool had disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a large nether blood sea. On this nether sea, the nether wind blew violently, and above the blood sea, near the rock wall, in the fierce wind, there were two nether beasts frantically fighting. One of the nether beasts was the one with the body of a beast and the tail of a snake, while the other was 10 feet long, like a huge ladybug. However, this ladybug had a lot of bone spurs on its back, and there were more than a dozen sharp claws under its body. At this time, the later nether beast was pouncing on the previous nether beast. Those dozens of sharp claws were crazily chopping on the nether beast's body, and pieces of pitch-black flesh with black threads were pulled out from the nether beast's body. The previous nether beast was also ferocious. The tentacles on its back also grabbed the opponent's body, and large pieces of flesh were also knocked off. In particular, the nether beast's tail, which was like a poisonous snake, now had a shiny barb at the tip of the tail. Every time it swung, it would pierce into the nether beast's body, and large pieces of flesh would also be shot off. However, what was even more strange was that although a lot of flesh and blood had fallen off the two nether beasts' bodies, where the flesh and blood fell, traces of black gas gushed out. The blood water of the surrounding nether sea rushed into the black gas, and new pieces of flesh and blood grew at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. These two nether beasts were flying on the nether sea. Sometimes they fell into the sea, and sometimes they rushed up the cliff. While blood splashed everywhere, the stone walls were like rotten stones under the tentacles, sharp claws, and snake tail. Large pieces of stone fell down, and every time a stone wall was hit, the entire space would shake violently. Seeing this earth-shattering battle, and seeing that many parts of the two nether beasts were beginning to reveal white bones, Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew in his heart that even if he used his spiritual fire, it would be impossible to cause any fatal damage to these nether beasts. These two nether beasts seem to be the legendary undead nether beasts, right? Xiaolang. Ziming's face was also snow-white. Where did these nether beasts come from? Are they so powerful? If you don't know, how would I know? Xiaohua also whispered and then asked, these two nether beasts? What are their names? I don't know. The previous nether beast. My Huta village has always regarded it as the avatar of the Huta god, and, looking at its appearance just now, it seemed to be afraid of my bloodline. As for the latter one, I have never seen it before. Ziming had obviously never seen such a vast battle, and her body, which was hugging Xiaohua's waist, was trembling slightly. Let's go quickly. Xiaohua hurriedly turned his head, but just as he said half a sentence, he shut his mouth. Now, the entire space had been destroyed by these two nether beasts. Not to mention the passage, even the cracks had disappeared. All the nether wind that had been stimulated was circling in the space. Occasionally, some nether wind would leak out, but it was also extremely small cracks. With Xiaohua's transformation technique, it would be difficult for him to pass through. What should we do? Xiaohua smiled bitterly, and could only look to the left of the nether beasts that were fighting. It seems that if we want to escape, we can only go through the place where the two nether beasts are fighting, and go through other passages. However, the two nether beasts were fighting fiercely, and flesh and stone fragments were flying continuously. Countless fierce death chi was crisscrossing in the space. How could the two of them pass through? Alas, nascent soul cultivators are just children. At this time, Xiaohua had seen the battle of the undead nether beasts, and really looked down on the so-called nascent soul cultivators. This nether beast seems to be the enemy of that nether beast. Ziming also looked to the left, and seeing that there was no way, she whispered, otherwise, how could it help us? When Xiaohua heard this, his heart moved, and the previous warning signs seemed to have disappeared. Strange? Could it be that the warning sign came from this nether beast? Just when Xiaohua was puzzled in his heart, suddenly, a faintly discernible sound of music came from the netherworld sea. This sound was extremely faint, but in this great battle that seemed to be able to destroy the world, it was extremely clear. A kind of joy that Xiaohua had never felt before was born in his heart, and a kind of floating feeling was instantly born from Xiaohua's body. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, Xiaohua felt that there was a burst of light and shadow in front of his eyes, and the whole world had changed, and he was also floating up. Xiaohua didn't have time to check himself, but his gaze was attracted by the changes in the netherworld sea. In the depths of the netherworld sea, a huge black shadow was slowly floating over, and a blurry shadow was coiling around the black shadow. The beautiful music was coming from the black shadow. The two nether beasts that were fighting to the death a moment ago had already calmed down. One of them was swinging its snake tail, and countless ripples were rippling all over its body. Its body was trembling, and its body was slowly sinking into the netherworld sea, as if it was extremely afraid of the music, and as if it was doing its best to resist the music. The other nether beast was like a ladybug, and its body was flashing with a faint golden light. The golden light also turned into a powerful ripple in front of the nether beast. This golden light is somewhat familiar. When Xiaohua saw this golden light, he felt that it was extremely familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. Just when Xiaohua was feeling surprised, he suddenly saw that not far from where the two nether beasts were fighting, a soul warrior was walking out from a crack in the stone wall. His face had a look of infatuation as he stepped into the netherworld sea. As the soul warrior's figure fell into the netherworld sea, the flesh and blood of this soul warrior were rapidly shaved off, turning into a body of white bones. The soul of this soul warrior then broke free from this body of flesh and blood and continued to walk towards the netherworld sea, in the direction where the music was coming from. Chapter 2899. Soon after, another 1, 2, 3. In just a moment, more than 10 spirit warriors rushed out of the crack one after another. Their faces were filled with infatuation as they threw themselves into the netherworld sea. One by one, their souls were born from their bodies. Xiaohua was startled. Why am I seeing their souls? When they came out, why am I flying? At this moment, Xiaohua came to his senses and hurriedly looked at himself. However, when he saw himself, he was even more shocked. At this moment, what was flying in the air was no longer Xiaohua's physical body, but Xiaohua's primordial spirit that had always been cultivating in the clear spirit heaven. This humanoid primordial spirit was now dancing slowly as if it was in the clear spirit heaven. Countless soul strands were waving around like long sleeves. Even the primordial spirit of the little white dragon flew out beside Xiaohua's primordial spirit and also danced. An extremely intoxicated feeling came from the dance. Xiaohua had already come to his senses, but his primordial spirit was no longer under his control. It was being guided by the mysterious music and slowly flew over the netherworld sea. When Xiaohua looked back, his physical body was standing in the same place as before. His body was emitting a faint golden light. This golden light was exactly the same as the one he saw on the body of the nether beast in the netherworld sea. Xiaohua suddenly realized what was going on. Just now, when the music had played, he had been bewitched, just like the other soul warriors. But because of the golden light, his fleshly body hadn't been affected. However, there was a primordial spirit in his soul. This primordial spirit could not escape this music, so his mind actually escaped from his physical body and entered this primordial spirit. And this primordial spirit replaced his physical body. Like the souls of those spirit warriors, it flew towards the mysterious black shadow. Ziming. When Xiaohua looked again, he found that Ziming was hugging his body, and his hand was wrapped around his waist. Although he could see Ziming's intoxicated expression from the side, and even his feet were moving, Xiaohua still couldn't help but laugh. But Xiaohua's physical body was majestic and unmoving, so Ziming naturally could not move either. Good, Xiaohua cried out in relief. His heart relaxed slightly. A tentacle-like black shadow with a faint golden light stretched out from the netherworld sea and grabbed at Xiaohua's primordial spirit. Clang, there was a metallic sound, and a sword-like brilliance flashed, cutting this black shadow in half. When the black shadow shrank back, Xiaohua could clearly see that it was the nether beast that came later from the golden light. This underworld beast is really strange. Xiaohua felt very strange in his heart. He tried his best to struggle, but this primordial spirit had no power to resist the music. It could only follow the souls of the spirit warriors and fly into the depths of the netherworld sea. Suddenly, the entire space was filled with light. A huge underworld beast flashing with an extremely enchanting red light floated out of the netherworld sea. This underworld beast was like a giant turtle, but it had a dozen thick feet that alternated in the bloodstains. On its back, which was like a small mountain, was an even stranger underworld beast. This underworld beast looked like a rabbit. It had 2 long ears and a blood-red body that was several feet long. However, on this blood-red body, there were dozens of wriggling blood tongues. The extremely beautiful sound was emitted from these blood tongues. The giant tortoise was very large, but its speed was also very fast. When Xiaohua's primordial spirit flew into the netherworld sea, the tortoise was already in front of him. Xiaohua's primordial spirit and many other souls swept across the netherworld sea. Many of the underworld beasts in the sea were attracted, But when they came in contact with this mysterious music, most of the underworld beasts were like the spirit warriors. Their heads were filled with intoxication as they slowly gathered on the surface of the sea. Only a few of them fought like the two underworld beasts. They seemed to want to escape, but no matter how hard they struggled, these underworld beasts couldn't escape. Swish, swish. Countless sounds like raindrops fell. Like multicolored rays of light, hundreds of tentacles flew out from the blood tongues of the underworld beast. Some of them fell into the netherworld sea. When these tentacles touched the underworld beasts, they immediately flew up as if they were weightless and were thrown into the blood tongues of the underworld beast. The souls of the spirit warriors were easily pulled by the tentacles and were swallowed into the blood tongues of the underworld beast. Seeing a tentacle grabbing his primordial spirit, Xiaohua struggled with some unwillingness and tried his best to twist. The countless soul threads also wrapped around the tentacle. However, the strength of the tentacle was far from what Xiaohua's primordial spirit could compare to. With a gentle pull, Xiaohua's primordial spirit drew an arc in the air and fell into the blood tongues of the underworld beast. The soul of the little white dragon beside Xiaohua seemed to have no power to resist and fell into the blood tongues with Xiaohua. A huge squirming blood-red hole was right in front of Xiaohua's primordial spirit. It was unfathomably deep. Xiaohua's primordial spirit released all the soul threads, wanting to block this hole and not let his primordial spirit fall in. It was like a spider web. At this critical moment, the soul threads actually stuck to the blood-red hole and temporarily prevented the underworld beast from swallowing his primordial spirit. However, it was only a moment before the blood-red hole in Xiaohua's primordial spirit looked like an enormous blood tongue. Boom! It smashed into Xiaohua's primordial spirit. Squeak, squeak, a strange noise came out from the blood tongue. When the blood tongue rose, Xiaohua's primordial spirit also rose along with it. Xiaohua's soul threads were actually extremely sharp and firmly wrapped around the blood tongue. Moreover, faint lightning appeared on it, corroding the bloody tongue. Good, seeing that there was actually a trace of hope at the moment of despair, Xiaohua was overjoyed. He didn't know anything else, but Xiaohua still knew how to dance his soul threads. He immediately gathered all the soul threads and wrapped them around the blood tongue while trembling. There was no need for Xiaohua to do anything. The light purple lightning threads appeared naturally and quickly corroded the blood tongue. The corrosive pitch-black liquid seeped into the soul threads and fell on the primordial spirit bit by bit. It was not only Xiaohua's side that had a great change. Just when Xiaohua wrapped the soul threads around the blood tongue, "Gotcha!" A thunderous roar came from the side, and at the same time, a dragon roar came from the soul of Little White Dragon. The dragon roar suddenly disrupted the music of the nether beasts. Those lost nether beasts woke up and fled into the depths of the netherworld sea. The two nether beasts that were fighting before also hurriedly scattered, diving into the depths of the netherworld sea and disappearing. Along with Little White Dragon's dragon roar, the lightning struck the blood tongue of the underworld beast, and a hole as thick as a bowl appeared on the body of the underworld beast. Meow meow, the rabbit-like underworld beast actually made a sound like a cat. While maintaining the music, it grabbed at Little White Dragon with several tentacles. Whoosh, Little White Dragon swung its dragon body and agilely dodged the tentacles. Like a sharp arrow, it rushed into the body of the underworld beast. Then, a loud "Gotcha" sound came from the underworld beast's body. A bloody hole the size of a foot appeared from the underworld beast. Little White Dragon immediately rushed out of the underworld beast's body. The bloody hole seemed like it was about to close up, but the flashes of lightning and arcs of electricity lingered around the hole, preventing it from closing up. Xiaohua's primordial spirit was stuck by the blood tongue. As the body of the underworld beast trembled, the primordial spirit was also extremely bumpy. Xiaohua's soul threads that had been hit by the lightning tribulation were now extremely hard and sharp. They cut the blood tongue and quickly corroded it. In just a moment, the blood tongue had become a bloody mess and had shrunk by more than 60%. Meow meow, the underworld beast seemed to be in great pain. It screamed wildly, and the brilliance of its whole body was bright again. The blood of the netherworld sea rushed up, as if to erase the lightning on the wound. Zizi, A few drops of blood of the underworld fell on Xiao Hua's primordial spirit. Above the primordial spirit, there were also traces of lightning. A few strange ghost heads flashed in the blood and then disappeared. Wisps of wind of the underworld were born. Roar, little white dragon roared again, and its figure rushed into the body of the underworld beast again. The underworld beast seemed to be unable to resist. After the sound of thunder, another bigger hole appeared. At this time, Xiao Hua's primordial spirit had completely corroded the blood tongue, and his entire primordial spirit regained its freedom. Meow meow. Meow meow. The underworld beast screamed. The underworld turtle under it immediately changed direction and swam back to the depths of the netherworld sea. Xiao Hua? Little white dragon's voice sounded in Xiao Hua's primordial spirit, very weak. I'm here. Xiao Hua replied in his mind. Okay, let's go back quickly. You can't hold on for long. How did you get to the netherworld sea? How did you encounter the sound mirage beast? If you and my primordial spirit hadn't gone through the 3 gold lightning tribulation before, I'm afraid only death would await us today. As little white dragon spoke, it used the dragon claws of its soul to grab Xiao Hua's primordial spirit and flew to the shore against the wind of the underworld. In the wind of the underworld, little white dragon's soul and Xiao Hua's primordial spirit both emitted a faint lightning. Seeing that Xiao Hua's body was still flashing with a faint golden light, and that the so-called beautiful music of the sound clam beast was still drifting in the air, Ziming's face was still filled with intoxication, but his feet were no longer moving forward with all their strength. Xiao Hua's primordial spirit rushed into the mysterious dark clouds and rushed into the clear spirit heaven. Following a burst of dizziness, Xiao Hua's mind returned to his body. Huff, Xiao Hua let out a long breath. Just as he was about to turn around, another huge rumbling sound came from above his head. Not good netherworld path. Xiao Hua was shocked. Needless to say, the passage opened by the underworld beast must be closing. If he didn't leave now, he would really have to stay here. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua didn't say anything else and hastily urged the wind escape technique. His figure suddenly rose. Following the wind of the underworld, he flew towards the crack that the soul warrior had just walked out of. Fortunately, although Ziming wasn't awake, the green light around her body was still there. Although the wind of the underworld was slowly corroding the green light, when Xiao Hua arrived at the crack, it didn't completely melt the green light. Moreover, after the battle between the 2 undead underworld beasts and the attack of the sound clam beast, no underworld beasts dared to rashly appear in this part of the netherworld sea. Xiao Hua didn't encounter any danger when crossing this place. Chapter 2900. Io, isn't this Elder Ji Lan from the Jing Apple Stronghold? Xiao Hua had just landed in front of the crack when he saw another elder with an intoxicated look on his face. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment, then picked Ziming up from his back and pulled down her soul nest. He used his soul sense to send Ziming into the soul nest, then placed the soul nest in his bosom. His other hand reached out to grab Elder Jilan's neck, and his figure rushed into the crack, flying towards the collapsed tunnel behind him. Outside the nether path, in the plaza, all the palaces were shaking violently. Everyone, including Ji-Man from the Hudu stronghold, turned pale with fright. After a while, the trembling subsided. Ji-Man flew up and released her soul sense to check the source of the trembling. Rumble! Another trembling came. This time, the trembling was very clear. It came from the door behind her. Even the palace door was shaken to the point of collapsing. The palace of the underworld. Ji-Man's heart skipped a beat. Raising her head to look at the night sky, she was getting closer to Ziming. Not good. Without another word, Ji-Man flew towards the door. The other soul warriors followed suit and swarmed into the palace of the underworld. By the time everyone arrived at the palace of the underworld, Ji-Man was already floating in the air. The skeletons that littered the palace of the underworld had already transformed into waves of blood. Waves of violent shockwaves could be felt from the inside, causing the entire palace of the underworld to shake violently. Hurry! Ji-Man was already waving the bone staff in her hand to open the door of the underworld. But when a soul warrior tried to pass through the door of the underworld, G-Man realized that the door of the underworld couldn't be passed through. G-Man, something must have happened inside. It must have affected the soul techniques and soul arrays. This door can't be used. An elder hurriedly reported. See, everyone was shocked. Li Zongbao and Fairy Hong Xia, who were the last to arrive, were even more shocked. I just don't know if we can come out from this door. G-Man stared at the oval that was filled with green flames, his eyes filled with confusion. Everyone stood there for a long while. The entire netherworld hall didn't stop for even a moment. The skeletons that had turned into blood waves were like the netherworld sea. Following the tremors, huge waves were set off. Even the netherworld door was shaking nonstop. Not only were the flames flickering, even the oval door was expanding and shrinking unsteadily, faintly discernible. The gazes of the bystanders followed the flickering of the flame, but Fairy Hong Xia's heart was fluctuating along with it. Xiaohua went in hand with Ziming. If the Yellow Springs gate disappeared and Xiaohua couldn't come out, then how could Xiaohua still be alive? Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao's faces were also filled with anxiety. Their gazes were fixed on the gates of the netherworld, not daring to move in the slightest. Just as everyone was at a loss and feeling extremely anxious, the entire Yellow Spring Palace suddenly calmed down and became silent. Although the pool of blood in the Yellow Spring Palace was still red, it was cut off as it calmed down and no longer had any ripples. Furthermore, the gate of the Yellow Springs was glowing with a brilliant green light. What's going on now? Buddhisticade's G-Man was alarmed. She probably thought that the calm wasn't necessarily a good thing. After the calm, there would definitely be a huge commotion. Following that, G-Man issued a series of orders. Hundreds of elders rushed into the sky and landed around the Yellow Spring Palace. Each of them held a bone staff in their hands as they waited for the huge phenomenon to happen. But out of everyone's expectations, as time passed, the pool of blood gradually turned back into skeletons. There was no longer any disturbance. This place was as silent as the wilderness for 100 years. Not even the slightest sound of wind could be heard. Only, everyone gradually understood that all the changes were in the past. All their expectations had fallen into the netherworld eye and were buried in the netherworld sea. Seeing the green flames of the gate of the Yellow Springs gradually dim, and the oval circle of light also slowly disappear, Fairy Hong Xia's heart was like dead ashes. Midnight had finally arrived. No one could delay time for even a moment. Wang. Suddenly, just when everyone thought that it was unlikely for a miracle to happen, the gate of the Yellow Springs, which only had an outline left, emitted a faint golden light. Just as the golden light appeared, a tall and thin figure rushed out from the golden light and stood proudly in mid-air of the Yellow Springs Palace. Phew, seeing the familiar figure, although his face was covered by the golden light, Fairy Hong Xia couldn't help but let out a long sigh and a smile bloomed on her face. As for Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, after a moment of concern, they looked at each other and shook their heads slightly. Xiaohua was always able to do things that no one dared to imagine. He had also appeared at the last moment to keep everyone in suspense. After the golden light dissipated, Xiaohua was also in a state of shock. He turned his head and looked at the gate of the Yellow Springs, which only had a 40% outline left. He felt extremely lucky in his heart. Even though it wasn't the last moment to escape, it was still a miracle that Xiaohua had the ability to recognize directions. Being able to escape from such a complicated and damaged tunnel was truly a miracle. Boom! The entire Acheron Palace exploded. The dozens of elders who were scattered around the Acheron Palace stopped waving their soul weapons. The faint golden light from before wasn't a soul cultivator's soul technique, so how could they not be alarmed? Seeing that it was a human figure, and that the person who came out after the golden light was Xiaohua, and that Xiaohua was carrying two people in his hands, he stopped using his soul force. Where's Ziyi? G-Man of the Empress Earth stronghold was shocked. Xiaohua's golden light had completely blocked out his soul sense. This was one of the rarest situations G-Man had ever encountered. Moreover, when she clearly saw that the two people Xiaohua was carrying were not Ziyi, a trace of grief flashed through her eyes as she hurriedly asked. Reporting to G-Man, Xiaohua looked around and saw the whispering crowd, as well as Fairy Hong Xia and the rest from the Netherworld Hall. He lifted the two people in his hands and said solemnly, "This Xiao followed midnight to the Netherworld Eye to search for the Netherworld Orchid. However, we encountered a Netherworld beast. When he spoke until here, Xiaohua's body swayed and fell from midair. He only stopped when he reached the bottom of the Yellow Spring Hall. When he raised his head again, his face was incomparably pale." "What happened to Ziyi?" Ji-Man asked sternly. Xiaohua waved his hand. One of them was Elder Ji-Lan, and the other was a soul warrior whose name he didn't know. The intoxication on their faces had gradually faded away, and their eyes that had been staring into the distance were starting to clear up. Xiaohua naturally knew that the two were about to wake up, so he tossed them to the two elders closest to him. Then he looked up and replied, Of course he died in the Sea of Nether. Not only him but all the other soul warriors have died as well. The only ones left are me and the two people I met when I was escaping." Ji-Man was confused. She wasn't sure if what Xiaohua said was true or not, or if it was what Ming had planned. His death was far too sudden. This Xiao cough. I couldn't even protect myself in the first place. Truly. Xiaohua coughed twice before smiling bitterly. This Xiao will be bold enough to ask Ji-Man for permission to go into closed-door training. Once this Xiao's injuries are healed, I'll be able to report to Ji-Man what happened. Ji-Man was anxious. She really wanted to pry open Xiaohua's mouth. Xiaohua had said so much, but she didn't want to hear a single word. I'd like Ji-Man to tell Ming. Xiaohua cupped his hands and flew a few steps before looking up again. This Xiao wasn't able to protect Ziyi. I've let Ming down. Phew, Ji-Man let out a sigh of relief. The anxiety on her face lessened as she nodded. This old one understands. Go into closed-door training. Ming is taking care of the sacred beast in the ancestral hall. When tomorrow comes, this old one will send someone to inform her. This Xiao can't hold on any longer. I'll take my leave. Without another word, Xiaohua turned around and flew away. Fairy Hong Xia, Li Zongbao, and Xiao Mao had already flown over. The two of them supported Xiaohua from left and right, and Xiaohua immediately collapsed in their hands. Looking at Xiaohua and the other three flying away, Ji-Man glanced around and shouted, "Everyone, the Yellow Spring Grand Hall is under a strong attack. Use your soul spells to check the stability of the soul formation. Don't let the nether beasts come to Meng Mountains through the crack." Yes, all the elders waved the bone staff in their hands. Streaks of green light were waved in an orderly manner as they began to check and repair the soul array. "Guards!" Ji-Man ordered again. Other than the necessary patrols, transfer all forces to the surroundings of the Yellow Springs Hall. Check carefully. Do not let any nether beasts escape from the eye of the netherworld. Yes, the group of spirit warriors also began to move. All forces were transferred to the surroundings of the Yellow Springs Hall. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao supported Xiaohua out of the Yellow Springs Hall and hurriedly flew towards the quiet room from before. There were spirit warriors guarding the hall, but at this moment, they couldn't be bothered to lead the way. Fairy Hong Xia originally wanted to find someone to guide them, but Xiaohua hurriedly stopped her. Nonsense, Ji-Man transferred all forces to the Yellow Springs Hall. It wasn't without ulterior motives. When Fairy Hong Xia heard Xiaohua's stop, she naturally came to her senses. She was too worried about Xiaohua and was overjoyed by Xiaohua's survival. Indeed, she didn't notice the conversation between Xiaohua and Ji-Man. Seeing a secluded place, Xiaohua released his Buddhist sense and roughly looked around. Then, he took out a soul nest from his chest and with a shake of his hand, sent Ming out. Ming was the same as Elder Ji-Lan. Previously, his face was filled with intoxication. But now, he was much more sober. As soon as he came out of the soul nest, his face was immediately filled with incomparable fear. He hurriedly grabbed Xiaohua's hand and looked around. When he saw that he was in Huta's stronghold, the fear on his face lessened. He opened his mouth to ask Xiaohua. Chapter 2901. Xiaohua would not waste time and hurriedly said, Ming, you don't have much time. Moreover, you should be in the ancestral hall of your Huta village. Everything can be left for another day. Ziming suddenly woke up and looked at Fairy Hongxia, who was staring at him coldly. He hurriedly withdrew his hand and nodded. "Thank you, young Master Xiao. I understand." Immediately after, he looked around and waved the bone staff in his hand. His figure floated up like a ghost and flew into the distance. When Ziming's figure completely disappeared, Xiaohua heaved a sigh of relief. "Xiaohua, what happened inside?" It has to be said that Fairy Hongxia's heart was meticulous. Just from Ziming grabbing Xiaohua's hand without hesitation, she immediately saw a lot of things. "Don't mention it." Xiaohua looked at Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, who were still protecting him, and said, "I almost couldn't get out. Damn it, I didn't expect. This Netherworld Palace really leads to the Netherworld Sea. I even met the undead underworld beast inside. And there were 3 of them." Undead underworld beast. Hearing this, the 3 of them were shocked. Fairy Hongxia's thoughts of questioning immediately disappeared without a trace. "Xiaohua, are you injured?" Fairy Hongxia hurriedly asked. "Sigh, it's a long story. Senior brother, you should send me back. Looks like I have to go into seclusion for a while." Xiaohua sighed and replied. "But..." Li Zongbao replied without hesitation. Xiao Mao did not have any objections. Fairy Hongxia had some questions she wanted to ask, but looking at Xiaohua's dispirited state, it was too late to feel sorry for him. How could she blame him for nothing? Thus, Xiaohua went into seclusion in the quiet room for more than 30 days. In fact, the so-called seclusion, Xiaohua's heart was not calm. How could he really go into seclusion? What he was thinking about was the fight between the 2 undead underworld beasts. The fight between the 2 underworld beasts that exceeded Xiaohua's imagination also exceeded his imagination. He would never have dreamed that the undead underworld beasts would fight in such a way. Even the Netherworld Sea could not corrode the rock wall, but under their tentacles, it was like a rotten rock. It seemed that even a spirit-severing cultivator might not have this kind of ability. Of course, putting aside the environment of the Netherworld Sea, the spirit-severing stage cultivator might not necessarily be unable to kill the undead underworld beast. However, this kind of undisguised attack, where he did not care about his own injuries, was truly an eye-opener for Xiaohua. In addition, Xiaohua still couldn't make up his mind about that inexplicable warning. He didn't know if it was because of him, or if it was because his golden light had attracted the attention of that ladyware-like underworld beast, or his actions had attracted the attention of that snake-tailed underworld beast. If his golden light caused trouble, Xiaohua would be scratching his ears and scratching his cheeks. Although the golden light of that beetle-like underworld beast was familiar to Xiaohua, and was similar to the golden light flickering around his body, he really couldn't find a reason to get close to that underworld beast. This undead underworld beast couldn't possibly fight to the death with the snake-tailed underworld beast just for him. However, if his vigilance came from that snake-tailed underworld beast, Xiaohua had doubts. Didn't he just not bow down in the square? Then, that underworld beast hated him? It killed dozens of people just to find him. Although he didn't bow down, but what did it have to do with this snake-tailed underworld beast? Could it be that it was for the so-called face? Speaking of face, Xiaohua was even more puzzled. The 3 kingdoms of cultivation often talked about the face of a nascent soul cultivator, but now that Xiaohua had a nascent soul cultivation base, he never felt that face was worth anything. A face was not even worth a piece of low-grade spirit stone. Therefore, if that Hoodoo Great God's avatar's underworld beast was focused on killing him, there was no reason at all. However, did underworld beasts talk about reasons? Naturally not, so Xiaohua just thought about it and ignored it. Finally, he focused his attention on the changes in the soul strands. Speaking of the changes in the soul strands, Xiaohua didn't notice it at all. However, after he threw away all his doubts and explained them, he suddenly discovered that his primordial spirit dancing in Qingshan heaven seemed to be somewhat different. This difference was very strange and also very inexplicable. At this time, in Qingshan heaven, in addition to the dancing figures of Xiaohua and the little white dragon, there was also a kind of faintly discernible music. That music was very ethereal, faintly discernible. However, this music seemed to resound in the soul, making Xiaohua unable to forget it for the rest of his life. When Xiaohua was looking for the origin of the music, he discovered that this music was actually produced by the soul strands that killed the Sound Clam beast. Even the primordial spirit that was invaded by the blood of the Sound Clam beast was somewhat different. The dancing posture was completely different from before, with more madness and more wisdom. Regarding the previous changes, Xiaohua could still remain indifferent. After all, he was also very knowledgeable. However, regarding the last change, he couldn't help but be shocked. Xiaohua himself was incoherent. What was the biggest barrier for him to cultivate the soul technique? It was because the soul strands couldn't make sounds, because his throat couldn't make sounds. The sound of the throat was the power of the bloodline. Apart from the bloodline of the 12 great gods like Xiao Mao and Zi Ming, others couldn't make sounds. Although Xiaohua obtained Master Qin Qin's soul strands to make sounds, he had never checked it. Because using this sound method would consume life essence, this was something Xiaohua couldn't agree to no matter what. Now, not only could the soul strands make sounds, even his primordial spirit had a great change. Could Xiaohua remain calm? A kind of uncontrollable ecstasy spontaneously arose. This young master can finally use the green seal text. Finally, I can use the soul curse. Xiaohua knew the formidable power of the green seal text, and also knew the strange effect of the soul curse. He could finally try some of the methods of the ancient great gods. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiaohua calmed down. When he carefully checked again, he made a new discovery. The soul strands around Xiaohua's primordial spirit were extremely numerous, almost filling the entire clear spirit heaven. Only a very small portion of these soul strands could make sounds. However, with the passage of time, this proportion gradually increased. Although the increase was still extremely slow, it was still increasing. It was only a matter of time before all the soul strands could make sounds. With the sound of music, the clear spirit heaven was clearly a lot more lively. Even the speed of Xiaohua's primordial spirit's ascension was a lot faster than before. It seems that the cultivation of the 9 heavens of spirit origin is not only about dancing, but also music. The two complemented each other to achieve the best results. Xiaohua gradually understood. After looking at his own situation, Xiaohua looked at Little White Dragon's soul. Following the sound of music, Little White Dragon naturally danced crazily like Xiaohua's primordial spirit. However, Xiaohua could clearly see that Little White Dragon was still a bit dimmer than before. Presumably, Little White Dragon had used a lot of energy to attack the Sound Clam beast's body. Moreover, Little White Dragon hadn't completely recovered last time, so it didn't let Xiaohua disturb it. Now that it was forcibly pulled out of the mysterious dark clouds by the Sound Clam beast, it had no choice but to fight the Sound Clam beast with all its might. However, fortunately, although there was some energy loss, it wasn't fatal. It would slowly recover with quiet cultivation. Therefore, Xiaohua didn't disturb Little White Dragon. His mind withdrew from the clear spirit heaven and took out Master Qin Qin's soul nest. He took out the bone that recorded the green seal text sound soul technique. Just as he was about to look at it, his heart stirred. He put the bone aside and took out the root of the netherworld bamboo from his bosom. Looking at this 1-inch tall, fist-sized object that was wrapped in a layer of faint black strands, Xiaohua released his Buddhist sense and carefully looked at it. Then, he released his mind and wrapped this object, slowly sending it into the space. His own mind also entered the space. He saw that the netherworld bamboo was very normal outside the space. The black strands came out from one end and entered from the other. However, just as his mind sent it into the space, the instant it touched the space, the netherworld bamboo suddenly disappeared. It disappeared in Xiaohua's mind. Damn it! Why is it so strange? Could it be that the netherworld bamboo and the netherworld lotus were not sent into the space? Could it be that the netherworld objects can't enter the space? Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. But then he rejoiced. Fortunately, this young master has the experience of the disappearance of the netherworld lotus. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let Ziming take the netherworld bamboo. I would have given it to him myself. Alas, this trip to the netherworld was in vain. Then, Xiaohua's mind carefully searched the space again, but he couldn't find the netherworld bamboo. Only then did he come out of the space and began to comprehend the bone. Xiaohua's meditation didn't matter, and several dozen days quickly passed. On this day, Xiaohua's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Looking at the bone in his hand, he shook his head slightly and sighed. Sure enough, there isn't a single secret art in this world that is easy to comprehend. Even if you comprehend it, it is difficult to use it. Although Master Qinshin's soul technique is not profound, but if you really want to practice it to understand it, it is really difficult. I originally thought that with this soul technique, I would be able to pronounce it. But I didn't expect that I would still need to learn the secret of pronouncing it. But now that I can pronounce it, I realize that the difficult part is still to come. The pronunciation of the green seal script is different from normal speech. Because there are only 365 green seal script characters, when 2 green seal script characters are put together, they become a new syllable. When 3, 4, or even more green seal script characters are put together, they become a new syllable that is even more complicated. I must first learn the most basic green seal script characters. Then I can add them one by one. For example, the green seal script characters of the cloud and rain technique. This green seal script is equivalent to a talisman. If I want to use this talisman, I have to use my soul thread to pronounce all the green seal script characters at the same time. This is also the reason why the cloud and rain talisman has the cloud and rain technique effect. Chapter 2902. However, there's a huge difference between the soul thread being able to speak and the soul thread being able to speak. It's like how a newborn baby can cry, but it's not something that can be done in a short period of time. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's mind suddenly lit up. Yes, the soul silk can speak. Isn't my primordial spirit like a child? Can the primordial spirit speak like a human? Previously, the soul silk was able to speak because it was stained with the mysterious juice of the sound clam beast. Isn't my primordial spirit also stained with that juice? Forget it, forget it. Don't let your imagination run wild. Immediately, Xiaohua smiled bitterly. I'd better practice the soul silk's pronunciation first. When the soul silk can produce the green seal text, then I'll think about the possibility of using the primordial spirit to chant the talisman. Then, Xiaohua's mind entered the clear spirit heaven and used the secret method in his joints to temper the soul silk to produce the pronunciation. This secret method was indeed useful. When the soul silk swayed, some vague syllables were produced, and at the same time, some faint green light was suddenly produced. Xiaohua knew that if the syllables were clear and correct, this green light should be able to produce the most basic 365 green seal text. Just as Xiaohua was practicing in full swing, his heart suddenly moved. He urged the primordial spirit to continue practicing the pronunciation of the green seal text, but his mind left the mysterious dark cloud. Outside the main hall where Xiaohua was in seclusion, Ziming, who was dressed in plain clothes, was standing at the door with a frown. Behind her, the attendant named Fu Lu was standing beside her with a bitter expression. At this time, Fu Lu was obviously much older, and his figure was somewhat stooped. Beside him were several attendants in the same attire. Some of them had followed Ziming to the Sky Patrol City, and some had not. But their faces were as sad as Fu Lu's. Seeing Ziming hesitating at the door for a moment and then turning to leave, pacing back and forth a few times before standing at the door hesitantly again, Fu Lu couldn't help but say, "Miss, you might as well knock on the door directly. Young Master Xiao has been in seclusion for so long, I think he should be fine. If you keep delaying like this, I'm afraid it's not a good thing. G-Man of the Jing Apple Village has urged you several times, and G-Man is also a little impatient." "Don't be impatient." Ziming simply didn't listen to Fu Lu finish speaking. He raised his hand and stopped Fu Lu from continuing. He replied indifferently, "When young Master Xiao came out of the netherworld he was already heavily injured. Also, didn't you hear from Elder Ji-Lan? There were actually 2 netherworld beasts fighting in the netherworld sea. Young Master Xiao must have been affected. If he doesn't come out now, he must be at a critical juncture of healing. How can I disturb him?" As for G-Man's side, I think I should go and beg him again. With a creaking sound, the tightly shut door of the palace opened in front of Ziming's eyes. Young Master Xiao. Ziming was overjoyed and hurriedly looked up. When he saw Xiaohua's smiling eyes and his usual expression, the big stone that had been hanging in his heart finally fell. However, she still asked, "You? How are your injuries?" Xiaohua walked out of the palace door and met everyone's gaze. He was originally smiling, but after seeing Fu Lu, his heart was slightly stunned. Because whether it was Fu Lu or the other guards beside him, their eyes didn't have the kind of joy that Ziming had. There was more vigilance and hatred. Immediately, Xiaohua understood, and a trace of helplessness emerged in his heart. But when he heard Ziming's question, saw Ziming's joy, and saw a small flower beside Ziming's black hair, his face became sad again, and he said in a low voice, "Hee, this Xiao is fine. It's just that this Xiao is useless, unable to protect Ziyi in the netherworld eye and let Ziyi fall into the mouth of the netherworld beast. Even his corpse can't be left behind. I'm really unworthy of Miss Ziming's great trust." Hearing Xiaohua mention Ziyi, the joy on Ziming's face also hurriedly disappeared. She nodded very sadly and said, "Alas, life and death are predestined, wealth and honor are in heaven. Perhaps this is Ziye's fate. This concubine believes that since you were able to save Ji-Lan and Mo Han from the netherworld eye, if you had even half a chance of saving Ziyi, you would have done it long ago." Indeed. Xiaohua nodded slightly. The situation that day was very sudden. Young Master Xiao, the situation that day, Elder Ji-Lan and Mo Han have already reported to Ji-Man. Hearing Xiaohua mention the situation that day, Ziming hurriedly said, "This concubine knows that it was indeed dangerous." However, what appeared later, according to Ji-Man's guess, should be the extremely rare sound clam beast of the netherworld sea. This sound clam beast's netherworld sound is extremely powerful. All people or netherworld beasts that hear the sound clam beast's netherworld sound will lose themselves, and their bodies will not be under their control. They will only move according to the sound clam beast's arrangements. Elder Ji-Lan heard the netherworld sound when she was escaping and immediately lost her memory. She does not know anything that happened after that. At this time, Ji-Man has already roughly known everything that happened in the netherworld eye. She just does not know how Ziyi returned to the embrace of Hutu Great God, and also does not know how young Master Xiao escaped from the sound clam beast's netherworld sound. Therefore, I ask young Master Xiao to think carefully and follow this concubine to report to Hutu Palace. And this Xiao understands. Xiaohua understood Ziming's meaning and nodded. This Xiao's injuries are now very good, and I have already come out of seclusion. Naturally, I will report to Ji-Man. This old servant greets young Master Xiao. At this time, Fu Lu, who had been standing by, finally came forward to pay his respects. However, his posture was very forced, and his tone was also cold. Where was the respectful appearance? Fu Lu. Xiaohua was very apologetic, and cupped his hands in return. This Xiao is very sorry, no need to say these things. Fu Lu stood up and said coldly, "Miss has already said that life and death are determined by fate. My family's young master saw a young Master Xiao in Sky Patrol City that day and immediately treated young Master Xiao as a celestial being and tried his best to befriend him. Unfortunately, he did not expect that he was just planting a seed of disaster for himself." Fu Lu Ziming's face was awkward, and she hurriedly scolded Fu Lu. "Didn't young Master Xiao say that he has already done his best? If it was not for the fact that things were too sudden, he would definitely want to save Ziyi. Young Master Xiao can even save Mo Han. Why can't he save Ziyi?" "Miss Ziming," Xiaohua hurriedly said with a smile, "It's all right. Fu Lu is a loyal servant and is loyal to Ziyi. This Xiao will not care about his words. Loyal servant or not, this old man does not care." A trace of excitement appeared on Fu Lu's face. "This old man only knows that young Master Zai treats you with sincerity. When we were in Sky Patrol City, he gave you everything he had. You don't know the importance of those things at all. He has bet his life on you. He really wants to treat you as his only close friend in this life. Young Master Zia's pain, others may not know, But how can this old man not know? As he said that, Fu Lu even glanced at Ziming. Ziming's face was extremely embarrassed, and there was even a trace of red. This old man does not dare to say these words, but if this old man does not say it now, when can I say it? Young Master Ziyi has already returned to the embrace of Hutu Great God, and there will no longer be a trace of him in Hutu stronghold. Perhaps people will still remember Ziyi these days, but what about 10 years later? Within 100 years? This old man is afraid that I will not be able to live past 10 years. By that time, who will still know that Ziyi once lived in Hutu stronghold? Ziming bit her lips, wanting to stop him, but Xiaohua shook his head slightly, indicating that she should not say anything. Fu Lu also went all out and said, "This old man will not speak of young Master Ziye's pain. He will not tell this old man, nor will he tell anyone else. He can only bury it in his heart." Ever since he returned from Sky Patrol City, young Master Ziyi would mention young Master Xiao from time to time. He was very envious of young Master Xiao's carefreeness, calmness, and magnanimity. He once said that if he could cultivate like young Master Xiao and stand proudly on Dawn Rain Continent with young Master Xiao, his life would not be in vain. This old man knows that he may not be doing this because of young Master Xiao's magnanimity, but because he wants to unload the burden on his shoulders and avoid some inevitable suspicion. He did not expect that young Master Xiao would return to Huda's stronghold, and even this old servant absolutely did not expect that. Young Master Z must be wild with joy. However, young Master did not expect that meeting young Master Xiao was not only not his greatest joy, but also his greatest misfortune. Young Master was serving the sacred beast in the ancestral hall and could still live an ignoble life, but meeting young Master Xiao, even if he could not live, he could not. Ziming did not know whether to laugh or cry. Previously in the Netherworld path, she had said some of her inner thoughts. After all, it was pitch black, so it was not considered embarrassing. But now, in front of so many people, although Xiaohua did not speak, there was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he must have thought of the words from before, and the matter from before. Ziming's face gradually became hot. "Fu Lu, actually, Z may not be like what you said, young Master Xiao." Ziming bit her lips and said softly, "Young miss, although you and young Master Ziyi are twin siblings, you are not Ziyi after all. How do you know what Ziyi is thinking?" Fu Lu's neck stiffened, and he retorted, "Young miss spent more time with Ziyi in the beginning. But later on, for the soul falling lamp, you were always running around outside, so how could you spend more time with Ziyi? This old servant has always served young master, so of course, I know more about Ziya's thoughts than young miss. Besides, if not for young Master Zhao's arrival, if not for young Master Zhao's matter, why would young Master Ziyi accompany him into the Netherworld Eye?" The two young masters were clearly met by young Miss Ziming, and it was also young Miss Ziming who accompanied them to Huda's stronghold. But why was it young Master Ziyi who entered the Netherworld Eye? If not for his previous acquaintance with young Master Xiao, why would young Master risk his life? Sometimes, this old servant would struggle in his heart. This young Master Xiao? Did he really meet young Master Ziyi in Sky Patrol City? Otherwise, why would young Master Xiao be able to rescue Emohan and Jilan, but not young Master Zai who was right beside him? Fu Lu's face was flushed red as he spoke. Clearly, he was extremely agitated. Chapter 2903. Fu Lu, you're possessed. You're too right, too unimaginable. Hearing this, Ziming's face turned cold. She put away her previous gentleness and scolded, "Who gave you the guts to say such disrespectful words? If not for the fact that you've been serving Zai and are a loyal servant, I would have thrown you into prison today and taken your life." With this old servant's age, why would I be afraid of prison? Even if Miss wants this old servant's life right now, this old servant won't even frown. Fu Lu didn't care about anything else and shouted, "This old servant will risk my life to speak up for young Master Zai. I will also speak out about the things that many people in Huda village are angry about but don't dare to speak out. I will let others know that our Huda village is also wise." "Shut up. Do you really think I don't dare to touch you?" Ziming was furious. "If you dare to touch young Master Zai, then you naturally dare to kill this old servant. Fu Lu shouted, throwing caution to the wind. You wait. Quickly seal this old man's mouth and drag him out. Ziming pointed at the guards beside her and said, now that Zai's sacrificial period has just passed, let him spout nonsense here. The other shaman villages still have elders here. If they hear this, wouldn't it be a great loss to our Hutu village's dignity? Yes, a few attendants hurried forward and restrained Fu Lu. Fu Lu struggled, his face flushed red. Unfortunately, he couldn't say another word. Miss, then 2 attendants bowed and begged. Fu Lu is young Master Zai's old servant. Miss, please, for young Master's sake, for the sake of young Master's hard work, just throw him into prison and let him spend the rest of his life in prison. Ziming sneered, this kind of old servant is the most hateful. Just because he's a little old, he takes advantage of his seniority and casually orders people around. Usually it's fine, but now is the crucial time. How can we let his groundless nonsense destroy the stability of our Hutu village? Miss, everyone begged. Fu Lu saw an old friend and was momentarily blinded. Wasn't he fine just now? If he was respectful to the young miss, was waiting here obediently? Please be merciful, miss. Alas. Ziming sighed and waved his hand. Put him down first. There's no need to throw him into the blood prison. Let him calm down and think. Sometimes, seeing is believing. The guards were overjoyed and hurriedly said in unison, thank you for your kindness, miss. You may leave. Send a few people to report to the Back Earth Palace. Young Master Xiao will immediately go and kowtow to G-Man, tell him what happened in the Netherworld Eye. Ziming waved his hand and instructed. Yes. The guards glanced at each other, then split into 2 groups. One group took Fu Lu away, while the other quickly walked out of the hall. Sigh, let's go, young Master Xiao. Ziming said apologetically, this concubine really didn't expect. It's fine, Xiao Hua said with a smile. Others may not know, but how could this Xiao not know? This concubine knows that young master understands, but this Fu Lu was still fine just now. These days he was also normal. I didn't expect that when he saw young master, he would suddenly lose his composure. Ziming nodded and replied. I'm afraid it's because Miss Ziming lost her composure first. Fu Lu saw something strange. Xiao Hua was a bystander, so he naturally saw it clearly. Yes, it should be so. Ziming also knew that his joy just now made Fu Lu suspicious. Perhaps he had misunderstood. But the problem is, Fu Lu's thoughts are also the thoughts of some people in the Back Earth stronghold. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned, but soon understood. Xiao Hua was brought back by Ziming, but Zi accompanied him into the Netherworld Eye. If the karma of Ziyi and Xiao Hua being old friends was removed, no matter what, it was impossible. Anyone who was interested in guessing would draw a lot of reasons for Ziye's death. Even with G-Man's identity, it would be difficult to explain. Alas, gossip is a fearful thing. Xiao Hua sighed. What else could he say? It was something that didn't exist in the first place, but it could still be insinuated out of thin air. This kind of action was definitely not something Xiao Hua could imagine. This concubine didn't think it through enough. Ziming smiled bitterly. I only wanted to finish everything before lighting the soul-falling lamp. Right now, it has indeed caused a lot of rumors. If this concubine had known earlier, she would have just told the truth. Yes, a lie is often made up for by 10 or even 100 lies. Many times it's better not to tell the truth. Xiao Hua sighed. Let's go. G-Man has already waited for dozens of days. Midnight's sacrifice has long passed. It's time to let everyone know about the situation inside the Netherworld Eye. As Ziming spoke, he extended his hand and took out the Netherworld bamboo from the soul nest and handed it to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua took the Netherworld bamboo and carefully put it into his storage bag. He didn't dare to casually throw it into the space. Xiao Mao and the others? Xiao Hua only now asked. Young Master Xiao and the others are also near the Back Earth Hall. Ziming explained. Ziya's sacrifice ceremony was very grand. The witch elders and G-Man of my Back Earth villages, which villages also came. The Shibai village also sent their elders. This is an excellent opportunity. Young Master Xiao is using his connections to establish a relationship with many witch elders and G-Man. Oh? He has this ability? Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows. Young Master Zhao's strength may not be comparable to yours, but in this aspect, he is indeed stronger than you. If you want to establish your own sect, you'll have to learn from them. Ziming replied with a smile. Xiao Hua smiled faintly. There was no jealousy in his heart. Everyone was different, and he had always known that he didn't have the bearing of a leader. Moreover, he had never had the goal of becoming the master of a region. It would be best if he could establish the fortune gate, but if he couldn't, he wouldn't force it. Oh, so that means Xiao Mao should have found out about his origin? After all, the Shibai village's elders are here, and there are so many witch elders and G-Man. Xiao Hua changed the topic. Ziming smiled bitterly and shook his head, answering, Xiao Mao's matter is not suitable to be publicized in my back Earth village. Moreover, his identity is still a mystery even now. I have already probed the Shibai village's elder, and she doesn't seem to have any impression of Xiao Mao. Of course, I can't rule out the possibility that she is pretending. After all, as young master said, you attacked Xiao Mao that night. The Shibai village's elders should know something. Forget it, rice has to be eaten one bite at a time. Things have to be done step by step. Xiao Hua understood the difficulty of Xiao Mao's origin and sighed. With your back Earth village's support and the millet seed. Alright. Ziming, with so many witch villages G-Man and witch elders here, it is a good opportunity to send out the millet seed. Xiao Hua suddenly thought of the millet seed and quickly asked. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Ziming's heart felt warm for no reason. That's right, the gathering of these witch elders and G-Man was indeed a good opportunity. Although Xiao Mao didn't reveal his origin, he got to know a lot of influential people. It was extremely important for Xiao Mao's future development in Meng Mountains. As for Xiao Hua, when he thought of these influential people, all he could think of was the millet seed. He wanted to give them the millet seed and let them bring it back to their witch villages, so that these millet seed could be planted in the mountains and rivers of Meng Mountains as soon as possible, allowing those natives who were on the verge of starving to death to escape from their dangerous situation. Of course, Xiao Mao also had the millet seed, but Ziming knew that Xiao Mao would never give it to these witch elders and G-Man for free. There must be some kind of transaction, some kind of price. As for Xiao Hua, the initiator of all this, he didn't ask for anything in return. Not even a little bit of reputation. Sigh, comparing people, why is there such a big difference? Ziming couldn't help but sigh, but then she became sad again. That's right, not to mention Xiao Mao, what was so good about her? If she had to give the millet seed to these G-Man, she would have some thoughts in her heart. Suddenly, Ziming understood why she couldn't help but have a deep impression of this man when she first saw him, and couldn't help but want to befriend him. Although this man's appearance was very ordinary, but his heart was extremely great, and his heart was also very broad. He could put all the common people in Xiaoyu continent and the millions of natives in Meng Mountains in his heart. Ziming. Seeing Ziming was a little absent-minded, Xiao Hua didn't know that she was thinking so much, and asked curiously, those millet seed? Xiao Lang? Ziming couldn't hold back the fire in her heart, and said in a low voice, although the millet seed is very important, but I'm still not out of danger, and I can't break through the last layer of paper with G-Man. Therefore, the millet seed is also something I can rely on. Oh, is that so? How could Xiao Hua not know what Ziming was thinking? He sighed and asked, is it your idea, or Xiao Mao's idea? I won't hide it from Xiao Lang, it's our idea. Ziming answered very calmly. The sooner the better. Many people will starve to death every day. Xiao Hua didn't care about the change in the way Ziming addressed him. Thinking about what he saw when he came to Huda's stronghold, he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. But looking at Ziming's apologetic face, he hurriedly said, of course, it depends on you. I know that this matter is related to the future of you and Xiao Mao, so I will listen to your arrangements. Xiao Lang, Ziming's heart softened, and she wanted to stretch out her hand to pull Xiao Hua, but just as she stretched out half an inch, her face turned red, and she hurriedly retracted her hand. Oh, I finally understand. Xiaohua didn't seem to notice Ziming's action, and at this moment, he suddenly raised his eyes and looked at the palace in the distance, and suddenly said. Ziming was slightly surprised and asked curiously, "What's wrong? What did you understand?" He, you just said that G-Man was waiting for me to report to him, and I was a little surprised. Weren't you also in the Netherworld Eye? So, you didn't report to G-Man at all. Because you and G-Man only have a kind of tacit understanding, a tacit understanding that can't be made clear. Chapter 2904. That's right. Especially now. Ziming's eyes were filled with worry. Ziyan died in my hands, and G-Man still hasn't received the news. I've already sent my trusted men to intercept Ziyan's subordinates outside Hutsu village. Once they find them, they'll kill them immediately. We just don't want G-Man to know the truth before Elder Wu returns. If she were to fall out with us, all of us would die without a burial ground. Xiaohua wasn't good at scheming, so he couldn't sense the dangers involved. But when he heard Ziming's words, he was also shocked. He said in a low voice, Ziming, I think your Huda Stronghold's G-Man is very benevolent. He can't be as sinister as you think, right? Besides, Ziyan was possessed by a demon, and G-Man might not be? Why don't you just tell her? One shouldn't have the intention to harm others, but one should always guard against others. Xiaohua, facing G-Man, I'm at a disadvantage, so I don't dare to not plan. Even if building Ziya's cenotaph a few days ago was a very good opportunity, with G-Man and Elder Wu appearing, if this concubine were to tell them about Ziyan's matter in front of so many people, it would be a form of protection for this concubine. But I hesitated for a long time, and didn't dare to say it in front of G-Man, for fear that I'll embarrass her and make her angry. Without Elder Wu, without Xiaohua by my side, I don't dare to make a move. Ziming said earnestly. Hiding like this won't do. Xiaohua understood Ziming's thoughts and nodded slightly, expressing his agreement. Xiaohua, don't scold me. Ziming laughed. Midnight's memorial ceremony isn't the most solemn. Not all of G-Man and Elder Wu from Shibai village and its subordinate Wu village will come. When Ziming lights up the soul-falling lamp, that will be the most solemn ceremony. At that time, Xiaohua and I will take out the seed. That will be the best time. At this point, Ziming let out a sad laugh and continued, Of course, if I can't wait until Grandmaster Wu comes back, then, when I'm executed, it will be a grand ceremony as well. The ceremony will be even more grand than midnight. G-Man will definitely take out the seeds and distribute them to Meng Mountains. Xiao Lang, don't worry, the people of Meng Mountains will remember Reverend Zhao's kindness. Ziming. Xiaohua's heart was slightly sour when he heard this. He couldn't help but look at this woman with concern. Whether it was her heart or her shoulders, she must have seen Midnight's sacrifice and easily thought of her own death. It's all right. Xiao Lang, it's actually this concubine's fault for not thinking things through and bringing Xiao Lang and the others into danger. Ziming forced a smile and said, However, to be able to meet an extraordinary person like Xiao Lang and Taoist Xiao in this world, it can die without regrets. Things haven't reached that stage yet. We haven't decided whether G-Man is a friend or a foe yet. There's still a possibility that Elder Wu will return. Yes. There is also Xiao Lang accompanying this concubine. Ziming said shyly at this time, and her voice was very soft, for fear of being heard by others. However, if she were to ask Ziming to transmit his voice, she would not be willing to do so. Although such sweet words could not make one feel intoxicated, listening to each and every word made her feel happy in life. In her life, it was very rare for her to have the opportunity to say such sweet words, and it was also very rare for her to meet a man like Xiaohua who could make her feel emotional. Yes, this Xiao is by your side. Xiaohua smiled faintly and said while looking into the distance, As long as this Xiao has one breath left, I will definitely not let that old witch hurt a single hair on your head. Witch? Ziming heard this and smiled. The fear from before had long disappeared. She said, Xiao Lang, this old witch reminds this concubine of a childhood story? However, when she said this, Ziming was somewhat sad. She raised her head and said, "Let's go, sooner or later we will have to face it. Perhaps today is an opportunity." The Empress Earth Palace was a magnificent palace. It was much bigger than any palace Xiaohua had seen before. Its majestic aura could be seen from far away. If it were not for the beast heads and ghost faces that could be seen from time to time, Xiaohua would almost think that this was the foundation of some great Xiuzhen sect. Moreover, from far away, there were spirit warriors wearing armor standing on both sides. They held strange weapons in their hands that looked like iron halberds and bronze spears. They stood valiantly and proudly under the countless flags. That imposing manner was really like one man holding back 10,000 men. Even when Xiaohua walked through these spirit warriors and arrived in front of the main hall's door, the pressure from the carved beams and painted pillars made Xiaohua feel as if he could not breathe. Xiaohua had to admit from the bottom of his heart that the Empress Earth stronghold, which had been passed down for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years, was not something he could face directly. Without waiting for Xiaohua to step onto the steps in front of the palace door, a majestic shout resounded from above his head. Immediately after, that voice was transmitted directly into the palace hall. This shout was spoken with perfect articulation. Although Xiaohua could hear it clearly, he didn't understand what it meant. However, according to his thoughts, it should be similar to a report. Sure enough, when Xiaohua followed Ziming to the side of the steps to the hall's door, a voice came from inside again. A guard at the door respectfully said, "Ji-man invites the state of Xi's Imperial Thunder School, Xiaohua, to enter the Empress Earth Palace for an audience." "Many thanks, Ji-man." Xiaohua did not know how to reply and only casually bowed in response. That guard stepped aside and allowed Xiaohua to enter. Xiaohua followed Ziming into the Empress Earth Palace. Although he was mentally prepared like before, when he saw the scene in front of him, he still could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. He did not dare to use his divine thought or Buddhist awareness to explore, but he could only see with his naked eyes. Not to mention the hundreds of huge bone pillars, which stood there eerily, with black or green brilliance flashing on each of the pillars. When the brilliance flashed, some huge nether beasts showed their ferocious faces. Not to mention the blood-red color on the roof of the palace, which could be seen with the naked eye. He could see layers of blood waves rushing toward his face. The indistinct, seemingly real waves of the netherworld sea also rushed into his ears, and a feeling of fear arose spontaneously. Not to mention that on the hall's surface, countless bones and skeletons were scattered all over. Among these bones, a mournful and sorrowful sound like a chilly wind blew in all directions, and a chilling feeling was also born in an instant. At a glance, the entire hall seemed to be boundless. Inside the hall, all kinds of ghostly wails and howls, the sound of the netherworld wind was loud, and a kind of feeling of being in the depths of the netherworld was enough to make Xiaohua look askance. "Young Master Xiao, follow this concubine." At this time, Ziming also had a respectful expression and said solemnly, "The Empress Earth Palace of my Empress Earth stronghold is a huge soul formation. Any swordsman or cultivator who does not understand will be attacked if they rashly use their divine sense to explore. Moreover, the more guilty a person is, the more inner demons will be born when they enter the Empress Earth Palace. Young Master Xiao is a magnanimous person. You only need to restrain your heart and not look too much." "Yes, the Xiao understands." Xiaohua nodded. Looking at the direction Ziming was walking, he also slightly quickened his pace and changed direction. Sure enough, in an instant, that kind of oppressive momentum and ferocious intent was reduced by a lot. However, the situation inside the hall was still unclear. There was only a flickering ghostly shadow, and a cold wind blew in all directions. It was as if they had walked into an abandoned graveyard in the wilderness. Even a cultivator like Xiaohua could clearly feel that those ghostly shadows that appeared in front of and behind him at any time were not fake. Perhaps if he was a little bit negligent, those ghostly claws and sharp teeth could possibly bite him. Could this be the legendary opening gambit? Xiaohua shrunk his neck and looked helplessly at Ziming, who was leading the way. He was truly afraid that he would make a fool of himself if he didn't follow Ziming. After walking for about half a cup of tea's time, A green light suddenly flashed in front of Xiaohua's eyes, as if a layer of fog had been cut off. With a burst of light and shadow, a huge palace appeared in front of Xiaohua. In addition to the huge pillars that he saw before, there were many light green decorations. However, Xiaohua only glanced at these decorations for a moment before his eyes stopped at the top of the palace. There was a 2-story high platform above. On the top level, there was only a light green table and no one was sitting on it. The lower level was slightly smaller and the table was also bright green. Behind the table was the Empress Earth Staccade's G-Man. When Xiaohua looked below G-Man, it was like an ordinary Dao sect cultivator's banquet. There were also rows of tables, and behind each table sat a person. These people were either male or female, old or young. However, most of them were unfamiliar to Xiaohua. Only a small portion of them were the Empress Earth Stronghold elders that Xiaohua had met before entering the Netherworld path. As for Xiao Mao, Li Zongbao, and Fairy Hong Xia, the 3 of them sat at the very bottom. Moreover, the 3 of them sat at the same table. Boy greets G-Man. Ziming walked a few quick steps. It was rather strange. They were clearly still very far away, but Ziming's few steps seemed to be faster than running. Very quickly, he neared the crowd. Xiaohua naturally didn't dare to be negligent. He followed closely behind Ziming and hurriedly said, "Junior Xiaohua greets G-Man. Please stand up." At this moment, G-Man no longer had the benevolence from before in the care pavilion. In its place was a kind of grace and pressure. He raised his hand and said indifferently, "Thank you, G-Man," Ziming said as he straightened his body. Xiaohua didn't reply and straightened his chest. "How dare you?" Right in front of Xiaohua, less than 2 zhang away, under the white bone pillar, a slightly thin and small guard shouted, "G-Man's orders, you dare to not return the courtesy? You dare to offend G-Man? Return the courtesy?" Xiaohua was slightly stunned. After pondering for a moment, he bowed and said, "Thank you, G-Man." No matter. G-Man's face hung a light smile. "Cultivators from the country of Xi are my Empress Earth Stronghold's distinguished guests. Not knowing my Empress Earth Stronghold's etiquette can't be considered as offending." This. Xiaohua indeed scratched his head. He raised his voice and said, "Junior is a cultivator and has always pursued freedom. How would I know etiquette? If G-Man has some rules here, please inform me in advance." Chapter 2905. It's all Boy's fault. Ziming says with a smile, "When we met G-Man, we didn't need any etiquette. Boy was careless. Today, we came to Ho-Tu Palace in a hurry and didn't warn Xiaohua." Nonsense. The guard doesn't dare to talk to Ziming, but sneers at Xiaohua. The cultivators from the Dao sect were all well-educated and reasonable. How come they don't know etiquette when they come to you? Is this how the disciples of your Imperial Thunder sect are? Ziming frowns and looks at the guard with displeasure. She didn't expect the guard to make things difficult for her. She mutters in her heart, not knowing if this was G-Man's idea. Hearing this, Xiaohua sneers and says, "That's right. I don't know the etiquette of Meng Mountain. Also, I am a rogue cultivator. I don't even know the etiquette of the Imperial Thunder sect. When I set the etiquette in the future, I will let you know what etiquette is." Big. The guard takes a step forward and is about to get angry. G-Man says indifferently, "Qin Yan, I already said that Xiaohua is my Ho-Tu Stronghold's honored guest. He also saved Mo Han from the Netherworld Eye. He can be considered my Ho-Tu Stronghold's benefactor. Although you are the law enforcer and in charge of all the laws in my Ho-Tu Stronghold, this kind of etiquette negligence shouldn't be a big deal, right?" "Yes, subordinate understands." The guard quickly lowers his head and stands under the bone pillar, ignoring Xiaohua. Damn it, this is clearly a show of strength. Xiaohua understood, and he felt disdain in his heart. Looks like Ziming is not worried about nothingness. This G-Man really has some problems. Xiaohua. At this moment, G-Man speaks again and asks straightforwardly, "I'm sure you know why I called you here today. When the Netherworld Eye opened in my Ho-Tu Stronghold, not only did thousands of spirit warriors enter the Netherworld Eye, Even the two elders of Jingapple Stronghold, Ziyi and Yu entered. But in the end, only Yu, Jilan, and my Huda Stronghold's soul warrior, Mo Han, came out. The other several thousand soul warriors stayed in the Netherworld Sea. Even Midnight didn't come out. Even when we were outside the Yellow Springs Palace, we all knew that something had happened in the Netherworld Eye, but Jilan and Mo Han knew very little about it. In the end, they only knew that the Sound Clam Beast had appeared, but they were unable to tell how those thousands of people had died. Little friend Xiao, please explain this matter in detail. After all, Zith, the son of my Huda Decade. I need to give an explanation to my people, as well as to Elder Wu, who has yet to return. As she spoke, Ji-Man glanced at the bottom of her right hand, which was on the left side of Xiaohua. Ji-Man, Elder Ji-Lan and the others were also seated there. She continued, moreover, the Jing Apple Village has been in my Huta village for a long time. I can't refuse their request. Your wager should be decided today. If you can't take out the Netherworld Orchid, then this Netherworld Mirror will have to be given to the Jing Apple Village to use. Yes, this junior understands. Xiaohua bowed and looked at Ziming. Ziming smiled slightly, as if he was encouraging Xiaohua. And so Xiaohua explained everything that happened in the Yellow Springs Palace, the Netherworld Eye, and even the situation of him and Ziming looking for the Netherworld Orchid and Netherworld Bamboo. There was nothing to hide about this matter, and Xiaohua didn't plan on hiding it either. Although Ziming said that he didn't report it to Ji-Man, who knew if Ji-Man would ask Ziming about it. Since Ziming didn't give any hints, Xiaohua would naturally talk about the dangers involved. When everyone heard that there were two underworld beasts in the Netherworld Sea, and that the Huda God's doppelganger didn't look like Huta God, but something else, they all turned pale with fright. When they heard that the two underworld beasts were fighting in the Netherworld Sea, they were even more confused. When Xiaohua talked about the Sound Clam Beast, Ji-Man was not particularly surprised because she already had some guesses. Of course, Ziya's life should have ended when the Sound Clam Beast appeared. Xiaohua's words were also very good. When he heard the mysterious music, he immediately lost consciousness like Elder Ji-Lan and the others. As for how long he lost consciousness, he didn't know. In short, when he woke up, his body flashed with golden light, and Ziyi had already disappeared. He left an excuse for Ziya's corpse to appear in the future, or for Ziming to resurrect Ziyi. The end of Xiaohua's story was to escape. He escaped from the gap, and it was in that gap that he saw Elder Ji-Lan. On the way, he even saw Mo Han, who was crushed by a huge rock, and rescued Mo Han in passing. Xiaohua had been interrogated more than once in the Sword Dao battle, and he was able to weave an extravagant lie. When it came to telling the truth, it was naturally easy for him to do so, and his narration was extremely brilliant. So much so that when Xiaohua finished speaking, looking at the intoxicated and infatuated appearance of everyone, Xiaohua's own little tail was about to curl up. Damn it, it seems that if this young master doesn't have a place to cultivate, even if I go to some secular tea house, I can still be a storyteller with a boundless future. After half a cup of tea's time, Ji-Man coughed and asked, Xiaohua, can you confirm that the doppelganger of Huta God is the phantom you saw in the square before? Damn it. Your nether beast is the nether beast that Hudu Stronghold has worshipped for God knows how many years. Even when it saw Ziming, it didn't harm him. What I said is like slapping the face of the ancestors of Hutsu's Stronghold. When Xiaohua heard this, his little tail immediately shriveled up. He quickly bowed and said, Ji-Man, this junior is going to report to you again, and this is also the result of this junior's meditation during this period of secluded cultivation. This junior was with Ziyi at that time. This junior said that I saw the nether beast in the square, but Ziyi denied it. Because this junior is not from Meng Mountains, I couldn't see the true face of the nether beast. What he saw was not the nether beast that appeared in the square. However, the situation was very urgent at that time, and this junior didn't dare to release my divine sense. Naturally, this junior was mistaken. Unfortunately, Z can't explain it here. Oh. Ji-Man breathed out a sigh of relief and nodded slightly. If that's the case, then this old woman is relieved. The doppelganger of Huda God has been worshipped by my Huta stronghold for countless years. How could it harm the people of my Huta stronghold? It should be that other nether beasts are somewhat similar to the doppelganger of the great god. When they saw the doppelganger of the great god appear here, they followed it and occasionally appeared in the netherworld eye. Yes, that must be it. Ziming also breathed a sigh of relief. This matter was indeed a little strange. She herself didn't know the origin of the nether beast. When Xiaohua was in secluded cultivation, she had considered how to explain it. She even wanted to say that this nether beast was the one that saved her and Xiaohua later. She originally wanted to have a discussion with Xiaohua when he came out of seclusion, but after encountering Fu Lu's matter, her mood suddenly became extremely bad, and she forgot all these things. When Xiaohua brought it up now, her heart thumped loudly, and she knew the oversight in the matter. Xiaohua's cover-up could not be considered clever, but it was detailed and pertinent. If he had directly followed Ziming's words and replaced the nether beast with the savior later, then the danger of this nether beast would have been covered up. If G-Man didn't have any misgivings, perhaps it would have harmed the Huda's stronghold in the future. Now that Xiaohua had given Ziyi the right to judge, presumably G-Man had already heard something. It could be considered a perfect explanation for this matter. G-Man. Just as G-Man finished speaking, an old and doddering elder stood up, holding a bone staff in his hand. He trembled as he bowed and said, "This old man has a few questions, but I don't know if I should ask." He, Great Elder Jieqing. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. G-Man hurriedly raised his hand and replied. "But I knew it." Xiaohua's face was bitter. It seemed that no matter where he went, he would be questioned by others. As expected, Great Elder Jieqing turned his head and looked at Xiaohua. "Xiaohua, what you said before, can you swear the Dao sect's so-called blood oath?" "See." Xiaohua took in a deep breath. He had seen ruthless people before, but he had never seen such a ruthless person. The first sentence he said was to force others to swear a blood oath. It seemed that in Xiaohua's impression, only the extremely arrogant Gantian Mountain would do such a thing. "Elder." Xiaohua faintly bowed and said, "What this junior said is what this junior saw. This junior will report it in full detail. As for the blood oath, I'm sorry, this junior does not have the habit of bowing and groveling, please forgive me." "Great Elder." Ziming hurriedly said, "Xiaohua is Zai's good friend and is also an important guest of our back Earth stronghold. He definitely won't lie. Furthermore, there is no need for him to lie. This junior knows what you are thinking, but don't worry." Unfortunately, Great Elder Jieqing didn't care at all. He said with a calm and slightly old voice, "However, without the Dao sect's blood oath, this is all your side of the story. How do you expect me to believe you? Whether you believe me or not is Great Elder's matter. I won't force you." Xiaohua wasn't annoyed. He had to reply to the words of the Golden Core Masters in the meeting hall. However, facing the Great Elder of the Back Earth Hall, Xiaohua didn't feel any pressure. "Cough cough, Great Elder." G-Man could only cough twice and say, "Xiaohua is a Dao sect cultivator and came to our Meng Mountain as a guest. No matter what, he represents the Dao sect. Furthermore, he is Zai's good friend and this matter concerns Zai's life and death. He definitely won't lie about this. As for the blood oath, let's not talk about it." Alright, since even G-Man believes it, this old man has nothing else to ask. Grand Elder Jieqing trembled as he prepared to sit down. Chapter 2906. Sigh. It seems like there are always people who take advantage of their seniority everywhere. The millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountains are no exception. Xiaohua sighed. He knew that G-Man would definitely back down, so he quickly thought of a way to deal with it. Unexpectedly, G-Man said indifferently, "Since Great Elder Jieqing has nothing to ask, then sit down." G-Man. Before Great Elder Jieqing sat down, another slightly younger elder stood up and walked out from the table in front of him. Bowing, he said, "This subordinate has 2 questions for Xiaohua." "Go ahead." G-Man nodded lazily. "Little friend Xiao, this old man from Huda Decade has 2 points that I don't quite understand. Please explain them in detail." Seeing that this person was very amiable, Xiaohua smiled and said, "Elder, please speak. This junior will tell you everything he knows." Actually, little friend has already explained it in detail, but this old man still doesn't understand. Elder Jieqing smiled and said, "Why did the second underworld beast save you? Could it be that young Master Zai has some connection with this underworld beast? Or does little friend have some connection with this underworld beast?" Elder, this is a good question. This is what this junior has always been puzzled about. Xiaohua nodded and said seriously, "If I say that this junior has some connection with the underworld beast, I'm sure Elder would be the first to not believe me, right?" Hee, even this junior doesn't dare to believe it. But if the second underworld beast has some enmity with the first one, then this junior feels that it is a bit strange. The two underworld beasts happened to meet in the netherworldly eye, so they started fighting. Then, the soul cultivators of Hutu Stockade were affected. This is what my Dao sect always says: when the city gate is on fire, the fish in the moat will suffer. But recently, this junior has a new idea. When this junior lost consciousness, Zai was right next to this junior, and this junior had unknowingly walked to the side of the netherworldly sea. Before this junior lost consciousness, the two underworld beasts were still fighting. If Zai was saved by the underworld beast, then it is absolutely possible. That's right, isn't that the underworld beast worshipped by Hutu Stockade? Ziming's lips curled into a smile. He knew that Xiaohua wanted to bring out Zai's corpse more and more. This was an excellent reason for him to bring out his precious corpse in the future. Seeing that Xiaohua hadn't really answered the question, the first elder didn't pursue the matter any further. Instead, as if it were a routine matter, he asked another question. "Very well then. This old man has one last question. That is, when the sound clam appeared, young friend, you were already not far from the Sea of Hades. But why was it that when you woke up and walked to the side of the Sea of Hades, the several thousand soul warriors of my back earth stronghold were buried in the Sea of Hades? At that time, Elder Jilan was still very far away from the Netherworld Sea. What about the crack near the Netherworld Sea?" Hehe, Xiaohua laughed in his mind. He was the only one who knew the truth. Even Ziming was confused, so didn't he just say whatever he wanted? AI, Elder Jieqing, this junior also wanted to answer this question of yours. Unfortunately, this junior has been thinking about it for a long time, but I haven't been able to figure it out. This junior doesn't know what happened on that day. After all, this junior was confused by the sound mirage beast and became delirious. This junior also doesn't know why the golden barrier around this junior's body was able to block the sound mirage beast. Furthermore, this golden barrier was eroded by the winds of the netherworldly sea, so why was it able to activate itself and block the sound? This junior also doesn't know. It seemed that Elder Jieqing didn't want to get to the bottom of the matter. Hearing Xiaohua's explanation, he nodded. This old man is puzzled. This is the end of everything, and all the explanations are within. But little friend Xiao is also in a jar, so it's normal that you don't know. The reason why this old man asked is to see if little friend Xiao had any special feelings. No, Xiaohua shook his head firmly. After this junior woke up, this junior felt extremely tired, both mentally and physically. Furthermore, this junior was in a hurry to escape, so I didn't dare to think too much. Along the way, this junior used up all of this junior's magic power and was finally able to escape with my life. While this junior was meditating, this junior was still thanking the great goddess Hutu. Fortunately, she didn't want this junior to stay. Hehe, the great goddess Hutu's embrace is the final destination for the people of Meng Mountain. Little friend Xiao is a cultivator of the Dao sect. Even if you wanted to, the great goddess wouldn't accept you. Elder Jieqing smiled and walked back to the table. Actually, just as Elder Jieqing said, there were only 3 survivors. Elder Jilan was one side, Emohan was another, and Xiaohua was the third. Elder Jilan and Emohan had already reported to Ji-Man in the Hutu Palace. They were interrogated in great detail, but they knew very little. They only knew that the entire netherworldly sea was shaken violently, countless passages collapsed, and countless cliffs fell down. In fact, most of the several thousand spirit warriors had died in this disaster. As for what exactly happened, they didn't know. The entire explanation could only be explained by Xiaohua, and what Xiaohua said didn't contradict what the other two said. Of course, it seemed that Xiaohua himself didn't know how many spirit warriors the nether beast killed and how much brain matter it ate. In the end, when facing the sound mirage beast, the three of them were unconscious. Midnight went missing, and no one could explain what happened. The most suspicious thing for the spirit warriors was the golden light Xiaohua used to escape. But it just so happened that this golden light was a technique of the Dao sect. Moreover, Xiaohua had saved 2 people while escaping. If Xiaohua had encountered any survivors, he would have definitely been able to save them. All of a sudden, the spirit warriors' mouths were shut. "Everyone, is there anything else you want to ask?" G-Man lowered his head and looked around. "If there's nothing else, this matter will be recorded in the shaman code." "Oh, so that's how it is." Xiaohua somewhat understood why he had to answer questions in the Empress Earth Palace, and why that Elder Shu sure had to stand up and interrogate him. All of this had to be recorded in the Empress Earth Stronghold's shaman code. G-Man, Ming at the side bowed and said, "Midnight should be recorded as missing. It might not have returned to the embrace of the Empress Earth Great God." "Yes, these records have their own discretion." G-Man nodded. "If what Xiaohua said is true, then we were a little hasty in making the sacrifice for Midnight." Hearing this, Ming hurriedly lowered her head and looked at the ground. Clearly, this was also a mistake. She was a little too hasty. However, G-Man didn't pursue this matter. She asked again, "Qingzhe, did you hear?" Xiaohua accompanied Midnight to the Netherworld Eye. Although he didn't find the Netherworld orchid, he did find the Netherworld bamboo. You should know the value of the Netherworld bamboo. This bet, your Jing Apple stronghold has lost. Yes, this concubine knows. Jing Apple Stronghold's G-Man hurriedly stood up. Her face was filled with sorrow as she replied, "If this concubine knew that the price would be so high, this concubine wouldn't have fought with Miss Ming for anything. It's all because of this concubine's greed that caused such a huge loss. G-Man, please punish me." "Sigh, there's no need." G-Man waved his hand. The cultivators of the Taoist sect often say that life and death are decreed by fate, and riches and honor are decided by the heavens. Zai was destined for this calamity. Everything happened because of the great Huda God. You only came to my Huda stronghold because you listened to the great Huda God. Yes, this concubine understands. Jing Apple Stronghold's G-Man hurriedly nodded. This concubine is willing to use the Netherworld mirror only once. The first 2 times, we will let the Dao sect's distinguished guests use it first. Good. G-Man nodded. If you don't have any objections, then let Ming go to the ancestral shrine to ask for the spirit treasure. Yes, the boy understands. The boy will go to the ancestral shrine after bathing for 3 days. Ming finally heaved a sigh of relief. She didn't think that things would be so simple. Then, G-Man waved her hand. Ming accompanied Xiaohua to the side. Outside the hall, another table was taken out. The 2 of them sat down. G-Man casually asked a few more questions. Listening to those who came to report, most of them were about the drought in Meng Mountains. G-Man only listened and instructed the note-takers. When Elder Wu came back, she stood up and left. That's it? After G-Man left, everyone also stood up and prepared to leave the Empress Earth Hall in 2s and 3s. Xiaohua was just like Ming. He was confused and felt that it was inconceivable. No one asked anything else? "Let's go, young Master Xiao." Ming smiled. "The Empress Earth Hall is the meeting place of my Empress Earth stronghold. If it wasn't for the matter of the Netherworld, young Master Xiao and the others wouldn't have been able to enter so easily. Good. I've really witnessed the majesty of the Empress Earth Stronghold's meeting hall," Xiaohua said with a smile. Everything had come to an end. They only needed to use the Netherworld mirror 3 days later, and they would be able to find clues about Xiao Mao's background. At that time, the clouds would be lifted and the sky would be revealed. Thinking about this, Xiaohua felt that all his efforts were not in vain. All his suffering was not in vain. Young Master Xiao, a somewhat old voice sounded. Xiaohua raised his head and saw Elder Ji Lan of Jing Apple Stronghold walking quickly towards him. Elder Ji Lan. Xiaohua bowed and greeted. It has been several dozen days since we last met. Has Elder recovered? Young Master Xiao. Elder Ji Lan walked in front of Xiaohua and said gratefully, "This old one was temporarily bewitched by the sound clam beast. I only need to rest for a few days. How can I be compared to young Master's injuries? This old one has always wanted to thank young Master for saving my life. However, this old one knew that you were seriously injured and needed to cultivate in seclusion. Thus, this old one did not dare to disturb you. Today, when I saw young Master in the Empress Earth Hall, this old one finally felt relieved. This old one hereby thanks young Master for his great kindness." After saying that, Elder Ji Lan was about to kneel on the ground. It was actually the etiquette of Meng Mountain. I don't dare. How could Xiaohua allow Elder Ji Lan to kneel? He quickly stepped forward and supported him. Who would have thought that this simple support would cause a great force to come from Elder Ji Lan's arm? Xiaohua was startled. His arm could not help but exert strength as well, firmly supporting Elder Ji Lan. If that was all, it would be fine. However, after Xiaohua supported Elder Ji Lan, the strength of Elder Ji Lan's arm gradually increased, as if he wanted to compete with Xiaohua in terms of strength. Chapter 2907. This old man, what is he trying to do? Xiaohua was quite puzzled, but he couldn't let go at this time, so he had to increase his strength along with Elder Ji Lan. After a while, Elder Ji Lan's face turned red. Xiaohua smiled and said, "Elder Ji Lan, are you here to thank me? Or are you here to compete?" Elder Ji Lan's eyes flashed with a strange light. The strength in his arms slowly weakened, and the redness on his face gradually faded. He then smiled and said, "This old man is here to thank you, young master. However, this old man heard that young master rescued Mo Han from the boulder, so I wanted to test young master's strength. This is a bit presumptuous of me." "I see." Xiaohua suddenly understood. That day, the boulder that was pressing down on Mo Han was extremely large and extremely heavy. Even with Xiaohua's strength, he had to expend a great deal of effort to rescue Mo Han. Presumably, this Elder Ji Lan had heard about it and wanted to win, right? Young Master Xiao. Sure enough, Ziming smiled and said, "Elder Ji Lan is the #1 divine force in our Huta stronghold. Many young people nowadays can't compare to you. I'm ashamed, but this little strength is nothing in front of young Master Xiao." Elder Ji Lan waved his hand and took out a small storage pouch. He handed it to Xiaohua and said, "This old man is a soul cultivator. I've been traveling in Meng Mountains all my life. Although I've met some cultivators of the Dao sect, they were all weak. What this old man got from them was nothing good, so I just threw them away. You won't be able to use any of my soul cultivation items, so if this old and decrepit man were to only express his gratitude without actually giving you something in return, this old and decrepit man wouldn't be able to live with himself." "Oh, Elder Ji Lan, you're too polite." Xiaohua knew that there was nothing good in the storage pouch. Before Elder Ji Lan could finish, he hurriedly declined and said, "Rescuing you is this junior's duty. Although you and I have different origins, one is a soul warrior and the other is a cultivator, when this junior met Zai in Celestial City in the early years, we were hypocritical and felt that each other was sincere. At that time, to be honest, this junior didn't have a good impression of soul cultivators. But after the trip to Meng Mountains, not only did I know that Zai is a soul cultivator, but I also saw the simplicity of other soul warriors and natives. The difference between Dao and soul cultivators in this junior's heart has long faded. Although we have different cultivation paths, we are all cultivators of the world. You are this junior's senior. This junior has fulfilled his duty. Do you still dare to ask senior for repayment?" Elder Ji Lan was very happy to hear this. His dark and thin face wrinkled like a black-orange peel, and his snow-white eyebrows trembled slightly. "Young friend, this old man is very happy to hear such words. This old man wishes that you were one of the soul warriors of Meng Mountain. This old man will definitely pass on his mantle to you." Xiaohua's hand was almost sticking out of his throat. He almost said yes himself. Ziming pursed her lips and wanted to laugh. At this time, she understood Xiaohua's stinginess. She also knew that Xiaohua also wanted Elder Jilan's soul technique bone. However, this was obviously impossible. Xiaohua was a cultivator of the country of Shi. Ziming didn't dare to give Xiaohua the soul cultivation technique and soul technique of Hutu's stronghold, so how could Elder Jilan do it? As long as Senior has the heart. Xiaohua pretended to be reserved and said, "This junior understands Senior's heart." Elder Jilan naturally wouldn't accept the storage pouch. He couldn't leave Xiaohua's great kindness for the future. He smiled and said, "Young Master Xiao, listen to this old's explanation." "Senior, please speak." Xiaohua obediently replied. At this time, Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao and Fairy Hongxia came over and stood next to Xiaohua with smiles on their faces. Xiaohua smiled and nodded to the three, indicating that everything was fine. At this time, Elder Jilan continued, "In order to thank young Master Xiao for his kindness, this olds took a lot of trouble. However, this olds has nothing that young Master Xiao can use. However, last time at the Huda Palace, Missouri Han said that he was crushed under a huge rock and thus escaped the Sound Mirage Beast's bewitchment. When young Master Xiao rescued him, this old's heart was moved. This storage pouch was something this old specially returned to Jingapple's stronghold to retrieve. I was waiting for young Master Xiao to come out of seclusion today before giving it to young Master Xiao. Oh, this old's intention was to test young Master Xiao's arm strength just now. Young Master Xiao, please don't misunderstand." It's fine. Xiaohua was grateful. After all, Elder Jilan really took a lot of trouble to thank him. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Just now, Miss Ziming also said that this old's innate divine strength is the strongest man in Huda's stronghold for several hundred years. When this old's was young, my ambition was higher than the sky. I wanted to become the strongest man in Meng Mountains. Moreover, I was looking for a way to increase my strength." Speaking until here, Elder Jilan was somewhat proud as he faintly recalled the scene of his heroic past. A bone refining technique? Xiaohua's eyes lit up. His gaze unconsciously fell on the small storage pouch. Unfortunately, Elder Jilan immediately sighed and said, "However, this old searched the entire Meng Mountains for several tens of thousands of miles. I even went nearly 1,000 miles into Wu Meng Mountains, but I still couldn't find a suitable soul technique or body technique. Therefore, this olds knew that this olds had to go to Sword Domain or the Three Kingdoms to look for this secret technique. However, just as this olds disappointment was about to set off, this olds bone was actually recorded with the method to refine a weapon." Speaking until here, Elder Jilan looked at Xiaohua and the others and asked in a somewhat showy manner, "I wonder if young Master Xiao and the others have heard of the primordial era's famous weapon, the 5 elements heaven-reaching staff." Xiaohua was stunned. He didn't expect that the millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountains would actually know of this weapon. However, looking at the smile on Elder Jilan's face, Xiaohua shook his head and said, "Junior and the others are ignorant and inexperienced. We have never heard of such a weapon. May I ask why this 5 elements heaven-reaching staff is a famous weapon in the primordial era?" These are all old stories buried in my Meng Mountains. If this olds hadn't obtained that bone, I'm afraid I wouldn't have known about it. It's normal that you all don't know about it." Jilan was overjoyed when she heard this. She knew that she could repay the favor today. She smiled and said, "The 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel, as its name suggests, is a lethal weapon of the 5 elements. Any 5 elements in the world can be killed by it. As for the heaven-reaching staff, it means that this weapon can change its size at will. As for the heaven-reaching staff, it means that this weapon is unparalleled in the world. It can even pierce through the sky. So powerful." Apart from Xiaohua, Li Zongbao and the others looked at each other. They really couldn't imagine that there was such a treasure in this world. Elder Jilan said proudly, The bone this olds obtained is related to this 5 elements heaven-reaching staff. Elder, could it be that the bone records the whereabouts of the 5 elements heaven-reaching staff? Zi Ming asked curiously. Young Miss Zi Ming. Elder Jilan said with a smile. The 5 elements heaven-reaching staff is an item from the immemorial era. Who knows when the immemorial era was? In this world, not to mention the passage of time, just the vicissitudes of time, how could a single bone record the whereabouts of such a ferocious weapon? Then this bone must be the method to refine the 5 elements heaven-reaching staff? Xiaohua was a little disappointed and asked tentatively. It's not that simple. Elder Jilan kept Xiaohua guessing and said mysteriously, the materials used to refine the 5 elements heaven-reaching staff are all heaven-defying. Without the so-called great divine ability, it's impossible to refine it. Even if this olds obtained it, it's useless. Elder, you've talked for so long. What exactly is recorded in the bone? Ziming understood that Elder Jilan wanted Xiaohua to pay attention to this bone, so she took the opportunity to ask. Naturally, it records the secret technique to refine a weapon that's extremely similar to the 5 elements heaven-reaching staff, the heaven-reaching staff. Elder Jilan finally uncovered the riddle and looked at Xiaohua expectantly. Xiaohua was really disappointed when he heard this. However, when he saw Elder Jilan's gaze, his face immediately flashed with surprise, and he said anxiously, "What? This is the secret technique to refine the heaven-reaching staff? Then isn't that the weapon this junior has been longing for? Elder, this is really too much. This junior thanks Elder." As long as little friend likes it. Elder Jilan's face blushed faintly. He stroked his beard with his eagle-claw-like hand and said with a smile, this old's trip to the Jing Apple Village was not in vain. This junior is naturally happy. Xiaohua said with a smile, this junior is already regretting that he didn't directly accept it. Little friend really has a straightforward character. This old's also like you. You're very similar to Zai and Zi Ming. Elder Jilan said with a smile. However, he wasn't in a hurry to give the storage pouch to Xiaohua. Instead, he said, however, this old still has some surprises for little friend. What are they? Xiaohua rubbed his hands and said with a smile, this junior is somewhat impatient. This old's had 2 choices when I obtained the bone. Elder Jilan said with a smile, either I continue to search for a method to refine my body, or I refine the heaven-reaching staff and use it to increase my strength. This old's thought for a long time and gave up on searching for a method to refine my body. Instead, I began to search for materials to refine the heaven-reaching staff. Unfortunately, this old's thought for a long time only led to a careless mistake. When I gathered almost all the materials to refine the heaven-reaching staff, I realized that in this world, where could this old self find a refiner who could refine the heaven-reaching staff? That's right. Zi Ming also came to a realization. The joy he felt for Xiaohua was instantly replaced by disappointment. This heaven-reaching staff is so heavy. What kind of method would be needed to refine it? It seems that the refining technique of our Meng Mountain can't be completed, right? That's right. When this old self realized this, I immediately went to ask Master and I Qin. Elder Jilan said with a regretful tone. Chapter 2908. Hua Qin was also helpless after seeing it. He suggested that I go to Wu Meng's side to find a shaman, or go to the 3 kingdoms to find a blacksmith. However, he also made it clear that the blacksmiths who could forge the sky-leveling rod would have extremely high cultivations, and the price was something I couldn't afford. He didn't even think that there were blacksmiths who could forge the sky-leveling rod in this world. As for Wu Meng's side, I naturally wouldn't go there so easily. Elder Jilan continued, as for the sword region and the 3 kingdoms, I thought about it and couldn't make a trip there. After all, I can't even take out something to thank little friend Xiao, so I can't satisfy the blacksmith's requests. Actually, Elder Jilan should go and take a look. Zi Ming said regretfully, you've already collected most of the materials and you just need to forge it. I only said that I didn't go there myself. I didn't say that I didn't ask others to go. Elder Jilan said with a smile. Elder, Ming's voice was a little long, as if she was pouting. Hee. Elder Lan looked at Ming, who had consulted him in the past, and smiled. Of course, I didn't give up and asked people to go to the Sword Region and the Three Kingdoms many times. I even asked the shaman of the Hudistacade to ask the Shaman King for me. It was probably quite difficult, right? Xiao Huan naturally already knew the result. Lan sighed and said, yes, there was no news from the Sword Region and the Three Kingdoms, but the Shaman King gave me a message. What message? Everyone's eyes lit up. Elder Lan sighed again. If there is fate, then there is. If there is no fate, then there is no need to force it. A gain is a loss, and a loss is a gain. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wasn't that the same as not saying anything? Therefore, I calmed down and put this matter at the back of my mind, focusing on soul spells. Now, I'm finally sitting on the seat of an elder. At this point, Elder Lan sighed with emotion. Today, I finally understand the meaning of the Shaman King's words. If this old man had been focusing on this sky-leveling rod, I'm afraid that everything would have been wasted by now. Moreover, when this old man brought this material from the Jing Apple Village, I understood that this young friend is a fated person. This old man is just making a wedding dress for you. Sigh, senior. Xiao Hua sighed with emotion. He withdrew his outstretched hand and smiled bitterly. This is your life's work. This junior doesn't dare to accept it. Senior, please give this junior's. Oh? Could it be that this old man's life can't compare to this storage pouch? Elder Lan was slightly angry. Young master. Ming hurriedly smiled and said, since it's Elder Lan's kind intentions, young master should accept it. If you don't accept it, wouldn't you be letting senior down? Fine. Alright. Many thanks, Elder Lan. Xiaohua didn't dare to decline anymore. He was afraid that if he was too polite and Elder Lan didn't give it to him, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Seeing Xiaohua's troubled expression, Elder Lan felt a bit anxious. To be honest, this storage pouch was very important to him, but it had already become a demon in his heart. From time to time, he would recall his past bravery. He thought to himself, if I could refine this heaven-pacifying staff, how powerful would I be? Moreover, he also understood that refining this heaven-pacifying staff was truly difficult. When he gave this item to Xiaohua, he glorified it as a treasured sword for a hero and powder for a beauty. In reality, it was of little value to Xiaohua. How about this? Just as Xiaohua's hand was about to touch the storage bag, Elder Lan said in a low voice. Xiaohua stared blankly, his heart cursing. This item is indeed of little value. Elder Lan hesitated. Don't. This item is very good. This junior wants it. If Xiaohua's soul could speak, he would definitely be shouting like this. This old man has a bone here that records a place. Of course, this place is very dangerous. According to this old man's knowledge, it's the place where a Dao sect cultivator died. Elder Lan took out a bone from the soul nest and said, this old man doesn't know who this cultivator was or what his cultivation was. The bone only records that this cultivator died in Wumeng. If little friend Xiao is fated, you can go and take a look. Maybe you can obtain his legacy. Speaking up to here, Elder Lan was a bit embarrassed and said, this old man only has these that little friend Xiao can use. There's nothing else. Hee, Elder Lan. Xiaohua faintly smiled and reached out to take the storage bag and the bone. He threw them into the space without hesitation and said, the important thing is senior's goodwill. This junior doesn't want to accept it. This junior won't really go to Wumeng to look for that Dao sect cultivator's legacy. Good. Seeing that Xiaohua finally kept the storage bag, Elder Lan's heart also settled down. He said in a relaxed manner, this old man will return to the Jing Apple Village tomorrow. If little friend Xiao has time, you can come to the Jing Apple Village as a guest. This old man is looking forward to it. Good. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, this junior will definitely pay a visit when he has time. Then, Elder Lan followed Xiaohua and cupped his hands to bid farewell. After Elder Lan left, only Xiaohua and the others were left in the back earth hall. It seemed very empty. Let's go, young Master Xiao. Ziming looked at everyone and walked in front. Are you all right? Fairy Hongxia looked at Ziming's back and asked Xiaohua softly. Xiaohua smiled and nodded. Of course I'm all right. It's a pity that my seclusion time was too short. It's still too short. It's already been dozens of days. Fairy Hongxia said worriedly. This concubine thought that your injuries were extremely serious. It's still all right. Xiaohua didn't say much and left the back earth hall. From the outside, the back earth hall was extremely vast and dangerous. But from the inside, it was much easier. Even though the thick bone pillars were still bone pillars, they didn't have the same aura as before. They didn't look too different from the pillars of a normal palace. As soon as Xiaochen stepped out of the back earth hall, he was greeted by several guards. They were lined up neatly on either side of the door. A tall and skinny dark-skinned soul warrior walked over to Xiaochen and bowed. This one is Mo Han. Thank you for saving my life, young Master Xiao. Mo Han. Xiaohua was surprised. He looked at this unfamiliar soul warrior and didn't have any impression of him. But then he remembered what G-Man said in the back earth hall. Smiling, he raised his hand and said, "Don't thank me, don't thank me. It was nothing but a small effort from this Xiao. There's no need to thank me. This junior's injuries are quite serious. I've been resting for the past few days. When I heard that young Master Xiao had come to the back earth hall, I hurried over. I must thank young Master Xiao for his kindness." Mo Han said sincerely after being helped up. Mo Han, I've heard about your injuries. You should go back and rest. Ziming said with a smile, young Master Xiao is a man with a big heart. You won't take this matter too seriously. Yes, this subordinate will go back now. Mo Han looked at Ziming, then looked at Xiaohua and smiled. Since this subordinate can see that young Master Xiao and young Miss Ziming are both safe and sound, this subordinate can rest easy. After saying that, Mo Han turned around and left. When he left, his steps were still a bit light. It was obvious that his injuries hadn't healed yet. Alas, we soul warriors of Meng specialize in soul warriors. But some soul warriors have neglected to refine their bodies. Ziming looked at Mo Han's back and sighed. This Mo Han's injuries may be serious, but it's been several weeks. Even if they haven't healed, it shouldn't be like this. When Xiaohua heard this, he raised an eyebrow as if he had discovered something. But just as he was about to say something, Ziming turned to look at Xiao Mao. She was a bit hesitant to talk to Xiaohua too much. Ziming said, young Master Xiao, I'm afraid you've been waiting for too long. As the saying goes, good things come with many setbacks. After so many things, young Master Xiao will definitely have a good ending. Xiao Mao had gotten to know quite a few elders of Meng over the past few weeks. Even though he didn't talk too much and didn't even talk about his origins, he had a general understanding of the situation in the Back Earth Stronghold and Shibai Stronghold. It was much clearer than what Ziming had told him, and what Old Wu had told him. Because of this, Xiao Mao wasn't too worried about his situation. When he heard Ziming's words, he quickly cupped his hands and said, young Miss Ziming, you've done a lot for this subordinate. This Xiao can't thank you enough. Hee, this is for young Master Xiao, and at the same time, for this concubine. Ziming smiled and nodded. This concubine will go back to bathe and burn some incense. 3 days later, I'll invite the Netherworld Mirror and head to young Master Zhao's place. We'll use the 2 chances that we've obtained with great difficulty. Good. I'll wait for young Miss Ziming's good news. Xiao Mao smiled and nodded. Immediately after, Ziming ordered the guards beside her to send Xiaohua and the rest back. Then, she hurriedly left. Seeing how Ziming had separated herself from Xiaohua so clearly in front of her, and didn't even say a word, Fairy Hongxia snorted coldly in her heart. But at this moment, Xiaohua suddenly realized something and hurriedly looked in the direction Ziming had left. However, Ziming had already walked far away, and her graceful figure was nowhere to be seen. What's wrong? Do you have something to say again? Fairy Hongxia's tone was a little unfriendly. Xiaohua nodded thoughtfully. Indeed. Something's. If you think about it carefully, it's really interesting. What do you mean? Fairy Hongxia saw how serious Xiaohua was and asked curiously. Xiaohua took a look and transmitted his voice. Mo Han's words just now seemed to have another meaning. Although Mo Han was slightly injured, his injuries shouldn't be so serious. "Oh, not bad." Fairy Hongxia savored it carefully, and a look of astonishment appeared on her face. Mo Han didn't even know that you and Ziming had gone to the Netherworld Eye together. Why did he say that he was relieved that young Master Xiao and young Miss Ziming were safe and sound? Could it be? That's right. Perhaps that person in the Empress Earth Palace already has suspicions about Ziming. Xiao Huan nodded his head slightly and expressed his worries. Chapter 2909. Sigh, that's true. Fairy Hongxia also frowned. There's no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Ziming's actions will sooner or later reach Hutz's stronghold. Darling Xiao, since you've thought of it, why didn't you tell Ziming earlier? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Didn't I just think of it? I was just about to tell her when she left in a hurry. Perhaps she already knows? Fairy Hongxia sighed. That should be the case. Ziming is very sensitive to such matters. Since you and I have thought of it, she must have understood as well. You and I don't have to worry too much. She should be able to protect herself. Let's hope so. The two of them transmitted their voices to each other as they slowly walked to the main hall where they were resting. After the guards had left, Xiaohua told Li Zongbao and Xiaomao about his guess. The two of them were anxious when they heard it, but their thoughts were similar to Fairy Hongxia's. This Hutu stronghold was a place where millions of descendants of the great god Hutu of Meng Mountain gathered. The mysteries within it were not something cultivators like them could fathom. Even if Xiaohua wanted to send a letter to Ziming, it would not be easy. He might even alert the enemy. Naturally, Xiaohua was not at ease with the three of them going somewhere else to meditate. Thus, he set up the capital star formation in the main hall where he meditated and the four of them rested. Seeing Fairy Hongxia and the other two closing their eyes and meditating, Xiaohua smiled and took out the storage pouch that Elder Jilan had given him. In fact, he was itching to see what was inside the pouch when he was in the main hall. However, he held back. Now that he had the time, he naturally wanted to take a look. Hiss, when Xiaohua's divine sense swept across the storage pouch, a look of surprise appeared on his face. The storage pouch was not big and looked very small. It was almost the same size as the low-grade storage pouch that Xiaohua had exchanged for 90 low-grade spirit stones. However, when Xiaohua saw what was inside, he knew that he was wrong. Furthermore, he could already imagine how many materials Elder Jilan had spent his entire life searching for. However, he still thought too little. Inside this small storage pouch, there were many different materials. These materials were of different shapes and colors, but without exception, they were all huge. Among these materials, there were some strange huge stone pillars. These stone pillars were iron gray in color and had thumb-sized lumps on them, giving them a heavy feeling. Some of them were huge square blocks. These square blocks were greenish-red in color, and there were some flame-like patterns on the surface. The patterns were dotted with star-shaped patterns, and they looked like little galaxies. There were also a lot of large, silvery white, irregular materials. These materials seemed to be broken into several pieces. There were some sawtooth-like cracks and some thick lines. There were also some oval-shaped, earthy yellow in color. The surface of these materials was smooth, without any bumps or bumps. Of course, other than these different materials, there were also many strange magic weapons stacked in a corner of the storage bag. What materials are these materials? Xiaohua was overjoyed, but at the same time, he was dumbfounded. He took out the bone and inspected it with his soul sense. Then he nodded his head inwardly. This green and red color is called flame refinement. The silver color is called 10,000 rolls of snow, and the yellow color is called fire refinement. They are all extremely heavy materials that contain the 5 elements, and are unique to these millions of Meng mountains. Sai, these are the materials that Elder Jilan spent his entire life searching for. After a brief inspection, Xiaohua sent the storage pouch into the immortal dimension, leaving only 2 of the bones in his hands. Xiaohua took a quick look at the bone that recorded the fall of the Dao sect senior, and sent it into the immortal dimension. Xiaohua would not recklessly enter a dangerous place where even the Dao sect senior had fallen. Next, Xiaohua placed all his attention on the refining method of the heaven-leveling staff. Xiaohua's current refining level was already very high. Previously, he had fused the exquisite gold and great wisdom heavy sword into the 5 elements will heaven-leveling staff. Now, with the help of the refining method, he naturally gained a lot. The more he looked at it, the more a smile appeared on his face. 3 days later, Xiaohua opened his eyes and stood up, keeping the capital star's array. Fairy Hongxia and the rest stood up as well. When they opened the door of the hall, some guards were already waiting for them outside. Translator's thoughts lamb underscore seeing the 2 rows of guards guarding the steps in front of the palace. Xiaohua understood that Ziming would definitely be able to obtain the spirit treasure nether passage mirror from the Empress Earth stronghold today. Thus, the 4 of them opened the palace door and stood guard outside, quietly waiting for Ziming's arrival. Who would have thought that this wait lasted until noon? Seeing that the scarlet sun was already high above their heads, Ziming still hadn't arrived. If it wasn't for Mo Han's warning, Xiaohua wouldn't have let his imagination run wild. Thinking that even Mo Han had sensed something, could Ziming still be safe? Xiaohua could not help but become impatient. Big brother, don't be anxious. Let me go ask. Xiao Mao saw Xiaohua's impatience and hurriedly said. And Xiaohua nodded gloomily. He had a bad premonition in his heart. However, when Xiao Mao walked out of the palace and asked the guards, he came back with a smile on his face. Big brother, we were all wrong. Xiao Mao said, that nether passage mirror can only be used at night. At this time, the sun is high in the sky and the yang energy is abundant. How can it communicate with the netherworld? Oh, that's true. Xiaohua suddenly understood, and his heart relaxed. Moreover, that guard also said, Miss Ziming entered the ancestral hall 3 days ago and will come out after dusk today. They are only waiting here according to the ancestors' rules. Xiao Mao pointed at those guards again. Xiaohua smiled and said, It seems that we are somewhat like birds startled by the twang of a bow. Yes, little brother was too impatient. Xiao Mao pursed his lips and said with a smile, Little brother really can't wait to know what mother looks like. At this point, Xiaohua unconsciously raised his eyes and looked at Li Zongbao, who had not spoken much during this period of time. However, he saw that Li Zongbao was now similar to when he was in the great battle of Dao Sword. His face was as calm as water, as if what everyone said had nothing to do with him. AI, the treasured mirror of parting emotions, the treasured mirror of parting emotions. Xiaohua sighed. It was originally a cultivation technique that made people fickle and heartless. Coupled with the backlash of the spiritual tool, senior brother Li's situation. I don't know if it's good or bad. Since they knew that nothing would happen, the 4 of them simply sat behind the door of the hall. The 4 of them all had secret techniques to comprehend, so they had to hurry. In a flash, thin clouds rose from the west, and a crescent moon that was thinner than a light eyebrow gradually hung in the sky. Ziming, who was dressed in plain clothes, finally arrived. Without waiting for Ziming to approach the steps of the main hall, the guards lined up on both sides of the hall put their hands on the ground and bent their bodies. A kind of fear and a kind of reverence flashed in their eyes as they looked at Ziming, who was holding a white bone bracelet. This bone bracelet was extremely strange. It looked like Ziming was holding it with both hands, but in reality, it was 2 inches away from Ziming's hands, floating in the air. Moreover, this bone bracelet really did not stop rotating, sometimes left and right, sometimes up and down. A kind of dark green brilliance was born from the bone bracelet, as if it was a dark green ball of light. At this time, Ziming's expression was solemn. Her head was lowered, and her eyes were also looking at the bone bracelet. That night, her face was painted with a dark green color, which looked somewhat strange. Behind Ziming, there were also a dozen maidservants dressed in plain clothes. Their dressing was completely different from during the day. About 10 zhang behind these maidservants, Elder Sun Yu of the Jing Apple Village was waiting there with a little girl who was not more than 6 or 7 years old. When Xiaohua and the others sensed Ziming's arrival, they all walked out of the main hall, originally wanting to welcome him. However, when they saw the solemn ceremony of the Huda village, they hurriedly returned to the main hall, fearing that their recklessness would disrupt the ceremony and cause trouble for no reason. Sure enough, when the four of them just returned to the main hall, a burst of singing and footsteps sounded. Those guards and the maidservants behind Ziming actually began to dance. Strands of light green brilliance slowly appeared, covering the main hall. Then, it slowly entered the dark green ball of light. After the time it took to eat a meal, the noise outside the main hall slowly stopped as Ziming's footsteps finally stepped on the stairs. "Young Master Xiao, please come with me." Ziming walked into the main hall, his face as calm as water. Without even looking at the four of them, he just whispered an order and slowly walked towards the center of the main hall. Xiao Hua was slightly startled. He did not understand if he was talking about himself. However, when he saw Xiao Mao hurriedly walking towards him, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although the reason he came to the Huda village and used the Netherlink mirror was for Li Zongbao, in terms of importance, Xiao Mao was still the most important person. He did not seem to have done anything to use the Netherlink mirror, so why did Ziming call him? Seeing that Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia had also followed Xiao Mao, Xiao Hua looked at the maidservants who came in. Elders Sun Yu and the little boy who were waiting at the entrance of the main hall also quickly followed. When they reached the center of the main hall, Ziming stopped and respectfully placed his hands above his head. The bone bracelet also slowly rose up. After that, Ziming's hands and feet began to tremble, and he also began to dance. At the same time, he was also muttering some strange language of Meng Mountain. As he muttered, strands of green light flashed out, gradually entangling the ball of light of the bone bracelet. A buzzing sound was gradually heard, and the dark green brilliance gradually vibrated and became brighter as the green light increased. Puff! While Ziming was chanting, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood essence into the dark green brilliance that was as thin as a cicada's wing. With a cracking sound, the brilliance suddenly condensed into a single point and shot towards the top and bottom of the bone bracelet. With a muffled boom, as if the door of a house had been opened, two fist-sized holes appeared on the top and bottom of the bone bracelet. With a splash, like a blood waterfall, the blood of the netherworld gushed out from the holes and rushed into the middle of the bone bracelet along the brilliance. In that instant, the entire bone bracelet turned blood red. At the same time, a layer of blood membrane was formed from the bone bracelet. This blood membrane did not stop, but condensed into blood on the other side of the bone bracelet and rushed into the other hole. Chapter 29:10. Ziming's face was pale. He pointed at the netherworld mirror, and the blood-red membrane slowly fell down. It was about the height of a person, and the netherworld water on the blood membrane slowly flowed. It looked very similar to a mirror. "Young Master Xiao," Ziming spoke, "come closer and think of the person you are looking for. That person's face will appear on the netherworld mirror. Even her situation in the netherworld may appear." At this point, how could Xiao Mao still be suspicious of this spirit treasure that was obviously not related to a mirror? He walked in front of the blood membrane with great sincerity and opened his eyes wide. Although Xiao Hua was not close to the blood membrane, he still stared at it closely, trying to find something from it. Unfortunately, after half a cup of tea's time, the entire blood membrane flashed with a green light, and then it shone like a bright moon. It covered Xiao Mao's entire face. After half a cup of tea's time, the green light dimmed, and the blood membrane gradually revealed itself. Behind the green light, Xiao Mao had tears streaming down his face. "Young Master Li," Ziming's expression did not change, and he ordered methodically, "It's your turn." But Li Zongbao replied. Although his expression was calm, his voice was obviously trembling, as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Xiao Mao retreated and hurriedly took out a jade scroll. He sat down cross-legged, and without caring about the others, he immersed his spirit into it. Li Zongbao walked to where Xiao Mao was, and similarly opened his eyes wide, staring at the blood membrane. After a while, the green light flashed, and Li Zongbao's face was also covered. But it only covered for a moment, and the green light disappeared again. Only the faint sound of flowing water could be heard from the blood membrane. Why is this? Li Zongbao was extremely surprised and looked at Zi Ming. Zi Ming said indifferently, "The person young Master Li is thinking of is not in the netherworld, or rather, she is not dead." How is that possible? Not only was Li Zongbao shocked, even Xiaohua and Fairy Hongxia were shocked. Li Zongbao turned to look at Xiaohua. Her corpse was personally sent back by this Xiao. Xiaohua hastily said as he took a step forward. "That's right, I personally buried her." Fairy Hongxia said curiously, Could it be that she has already reincarnated?" "Reincarnation may not be true," Zi Ming replied indifferently. "Even if there is such a thing as reincarnation, the spirit treasures of my Ho-Tu stronghold can see it. Unless this person isn't dead. Let me take a look again." Li Zongbao asked in disbelief. "Young Master Li has already seen it. You can't look at it anymore." Zi Ming shook his head. "However, since Mr. Li did not see it, it doesn't count. Between Mr. Xiao and Fairy Hongxia, one of them can still see it. You go." Xiaohua said to Fairy Hongxia without hesitation. "Alright." Fairy Hongxia also missed her elder sister immensely and hurriedly walked over. Li Zongbao hurriedly stepped aside. Under the watchful gazes of the masses, Fairy Hongxia did the same as Li Zongbao. The brilliance did not stop at all as it disappeared in a flash. "That's right. This person wasn't dead. There's no need to look anymore." Zi Ming became more and more certain. He looked at Xiaohua and said, "Young Master Xiao, you have 2 chances. Come and take a look." "What do I have to look at?" Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand. Although Xiao Hongyue and Gong Mingwei had fallen for a long time, Xiaohua had a deep impression of their voices and smiles. There was no need for him to look. Furthermore, the 2 of them were in another world in the netherworld. Xiaohua did not want to disturb them. Sigh, if only senior sister was here. Xiaohua thought and turned to look at Elder Sun Yu and the young child. He said, "Let's invite Elder Sun Yu over. After all, they have proper matters to attend to." Zi Ming naturally knew of Xiaohua's kindness. He nodded his head and said, "Elder Sun Yu, invite Bo Hong over." "Alright." Elder Sun Yu was overjoyed. He hurriedly brought the young child over. Zi Ming was afraid that the young child did not know, so he repeated the key points again. Only then did he let the young child stand there. Although the young child named Bo Hong was young, his eyes flashed with determination. He bit his lips and looked at the blood membrane. This time, it was even easier. In a breath's time, a green light covered Bo Hong's face. After a cup of tea's time, the green light dispersed. After the green light disappeared, Bo Hong's face revealed a terrified expression. It was as if he had seen something terrifying. However, the child's small hands were tightly clenched, although they were trembling. Saw it?" Elder Sun Yu's face was extremely gloomy as he asked in a deep voice. Bo Hong did not answer. He only nodded his head firmly. Elder Sun Yu sighed. He raised his head and said to Zi Ming, "Young Miss Zi Ming, there should be one more chance for this netherworld mirror. Can you?" Zi Ming knew what he wanted to say. He shook his head and said, "It's almost past midnight. It's too late to ask her to come over." Sigh, fate makes fools of people. Elder Sun Yu held Bo Hong's hand and bowed to Zi Ming. He then thanked Xiaohua and the others and stood to the side. There's still a cup of tea's worth of time left. Zi Ming looked around and her gaze landed on Xiaohua. She said indifferently, "Young Master Xiao won 2 chances to use the netherworld mirror. Because of this, you also lost Zai. This opportunity cannot be wasted. Right now, only young Master Xiao can use the netherworld mirror. Come over." But who am I looking at?" Xiaohua scratched his head. He knew that this was a rare opportunity that could not be wasted. However, he really did not know who to look at. "Forget it. Let's look at Master." Xiaohua walked in front of the blood membrane and said in his heart, "When I see senior sister and second senior brother, I can explain it to them." Thinking about this, Xiaohua looked at the blood membrane that was flowing like water. Xiaohua's eyes fell on the blood membrane, but his mind couldn't calm down. Xiao Hongyue's and Gong Mingwei's faces kept appearing in his mind. Although the flowing blood membrane flickered with a faint green light, it didn't shine for a long time. This adult had experienced many things and thought about many things. Although he was a cultivator and paid attention to his Tao heart, he was not as pure as a child. Forget it. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He knew that he was unable to calm down. Just as he was about to move his eyes away, an unimaginable thought suddenly appeared in his mind. That's right. Why can't I think about my own life? Perhaps I can see something from it? Dream. I remember that when Hong Xia was in danger at the Sword Peak, this name suddenly appeared in my mind. Perhaps I can find something from it. Thinking about this, Xiao Huan narrowed his eyes and gradually wiped away the faces of Xiao Hongyue and Gong Mingwei. Gradually, a faintly discernible beauty mark appeared in his mind. Zi Ming was also somewhat anxious. Seeing that the time was about to come, the netherworld mirror still had not emitted a green light. Just as she was about to speak, a wing sound was heard. The entire netherworld mirror emitted an intense brilliance. In an instant, it covered Xiaohua. This brilliance was so intense that it far exceeded what Zi Ming had seen before. Zi Ming was shocked. As for Xiaohua, in the instant that beauty mark appeared in his mind, he saw the blood membrane that was originally gurgling with blood suddenly become blurry. It was as if it had entered a teleportation. All of the blood vessels were distorted and all of the green light was elongated. After a burst of light and shadow changed in front of his eyes, a huge pitch-black silhouette appeared in front of him. It was like a huge palace, but also like an unparalleled monster in the world. However, before he could see clearly what this silhouette was, an extremely strange and icy cold voice resounded by his ear, and it spoke a few words that he didn't understand at all. Immediately after, his vision became heavy as numerous enormous shadows smashed down like boulders, and the blood-red nether passage mirror appeared before his eyes once more. However, at this time, all of the blood within the netherworld mirror was cut off. All of the green light was scattered. Moreover, this scattering spread to the bone ring around the blood membrane in an instant. Gotcha! A few crisp sounds rang out. The entire bone ring cracked in 3 places. A mirror-like shadow flashed out at the same time as the cracks appeared. It turned into specks of light and rushed into the blood flow. Moreover, as the bone ring broke, the 2 holes pierced by the green light instantly disappeared. The large amount of blood flowing between the 2 holes immediately turned into an incomparably ferocious hell wind that soared into the sky. It was like a huge hammer smashing towards the roof of the hall. Although the roof of the main hall flashed with green light, which seemed to be the defense of the soul array, under this unparalleled netherworld wind pillar, it was easily torn apart. A hole of about 10 feet appeared on the roof of the main hall. The netherworld wind pillar rushed into the night sky and disappeared. Only faint starlight sprinkled down from the hole and fell on Zi Ming, who was caught off guard and did not know what to do. And on the entire main hall, all of the people who were dumbfounded. Young Master Xiao, what are you doing? After a long while, Zi Ming hesitantly asked. His gaze timidly looked at the bone ring that had already broken into several pieces and fallen on the floor of the main hall. I really did not do anything. Xiaohua was also extremely wronged. I just wanted to take a look. I did not expect it to be like this. Zi Ming almost wanted to cry. He asked closely, Then what did you see? What did you want to see? I also do not know what I wanted to see. And I also do not know what I saw. Xiaohua wanted to cry even more. He really did not see anything. It was just a blurry outline. Who the hell knew what it was? Young Master Xiao, you have caused this concubine to suffer. Zi Ming stomped his feet and bent down to pick up the bone ring. But at this time, a ghostly voice came from the hole. Zi Ming. This is all because of you. How did this old woman treat you? You can ask yourself. I did not expect you to do such a thing against this old woman. G-Man? Xiaohua and Zi Ming were both shocked. They were about to raise their heads to look at the sky. At this time, a strong turbulence rushed in from the hole. It was like a netherworld wind pillar that broke the sky and trapped Xiaohua and the other 4 people. Chapter 29:11. Xiaohua didn't even have time to use his mana before he felt a sharp pain in his head. If his soul stab was like a sharp knife, then G-Man's soul stab was like a mountain of knives and a sea of knives. Xiaohua's body was covered in cuts and bruises. Moreover, in the instant his magic power became sluggish and his head started to hurt, several dark green rays of light entangled by the black gas descended from the sky like dark green pythons, firmly trapping Xiaohua. Not only was his magic power shackled, even his physical body was numb and powerless. Roar! How could Xiaohua allow himself to be captured so easily? He forcefully activated the Dragonization Manual and also forcefully activated the Celestial Body Bestowment Technique. A layer of faint golden light suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. This golden light was like a thorn that pierced straight into the dark green giant python, forcefully creating a gap of half an inch. There was another cold snort. A pale white streak of light came down from the sky. It was a soul armament. This soul armament was about the size of a palm, but it suddenly expanded in size in the wind of the netherworld. Like a giant hand, it slammed into Xiaohua's golden light. Kacha-kacha. There was a series of cracking sounds as the large lock turned into a shackle that locked Xiaohua's entire body in place. One by one, white bones started to form and pierce deep into Xiaohua's body. The golden light around Xiaohua's body was immediately extinguished. Two sharp sword-like bone spurs emerged from the shackles and protruded from Xiaohua's back. They dangerously pressed against the back of Xiaohua's head and the top of his head. Those sharp points had already pierced into Xiaohua's skin. An enormous force emerged from the white bones of the shackles. Not only did it completely confine Xiaohua's body and meridians, it also sealed the mysterious dark clouds. Xiaohua sighed. This G-Man was far too strong. Looking at Ziming and the others, he saw that they were also trapped by the giant python. There was nothing they could do to resist. Xiaohua looked up to see G-Man's malevolent face. Slowly coming out from the hole, G-Man's eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at everyone. Lord G-Man, Xiaohua struggled with all his might, but it seemed that he still had some strength left in him. He shouted, "This Xiao was the one who broke this nether passage mirror. I will bear all the responsibility." The nether passage mirror. Hee, you're really powerful, spiritual master Xiao. You actually destroyed the soul treasure of my Hutu stockade. Do you really intend to join hands with this slut to snatch my Hutu stockade from my hands? When G-Man heard this, he glanced at the wreckage of the Netherlink mirror on the ground. A trace of astonishment flashed across his face as he spoke coldly. G-Man, what do you mean? Without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, Ziming also said coldly, although this boy has made some mistakes, when has he ever had such a rebellious heart? Could it be that G-Man? Haha, if you have a mind to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. You really won't turn back until you hit the wall. What are you still trying to hide from me? With a wave of G-Man's hand, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard from outside the hall. Over 100 armored guards were escorting dozens of soul warriors into the hall. These dozens of soul warriors were all drenched in blood, and their faces were filled with malevolence. What is this for? Ziming squinted his eyes and said indifferently, these are all boys' close attendants. It was precisely because the boy was worried that the Hutu stockade's defense would be lax that he sent them out to patrol. G-Man captured them all and even tortured them for questioning. But could it be G-Man wants to force the boy into harm? What do I need a reason to do? You're just a candidate for G-Man. Do I need to force you into harm? G-Man laughed bitterly. It's just that I never thought that this old woman would be so kind to you. Everything I did was for your sake. I even gave you a fair chance. But you're actually a mountain wolf that can't be tamed. Just a little bit of success and you became so arrogant. Not only did you do so many things behind my back that made my heart cold, you even killed Lu. Did you know? Lula had warned this old woman more than once, but this old woman had always believed you. I thought that a woman who vowed to revive others would not have any evil intentions. But I never thought that your revival of others was just an excuse. It was just a way for you to cover up your evil deeds. Once the time is right, you'll reveal your sharp teeth. You really made me give up. G-Man, why don't you stop talking? Facing G-Man's madness, Ming replied indifferently, could it be that you didn't sleep well last night and suddenly went crazy? For no reason, you killed the boy's close attendants and even captured the boy and the others. You even took out the Hudu Staccade's soul lock to deal with the guests from the country of Shi. Oh, what does your Lu Er's life have to do with the boy? Besides, the one who wants him dead is probably that Lu Er called Ziyen, right? The boy only needs to light up the soul loss lamp and he'll be G-Man. Why do you have to look for trouble and take other people's lives? Hee, even now, you're still so stubborn. Don't think that I can't kill you just because Elder Wu isn't in the Huda Stockade. G-Man sneered, knowing that Ming had nothing to fear. She clapped her hands and took out a fist-sized token, saying, of course, I won't kill you secretly. The reason I made such a big fuss is to tell the whole Huda Stockade that I have Elder Wu's token in my hands. With this token, as long as I bring you to the ancestral temple and report to the Huda Great God, I'll be able to exercise Elder Wu's responsibility. Naturally, I can also use this to kill all of you. Hearing this, Ming's face turned pale, but then he smiled faintly. Boy has long thought about this situation. You want to get rid of the boy and make way for your Lu? It's not that the boy doesn't know. It's just that the boy has always been under Elder Wu's protection and didn't let you succeed. Now that Elder Wu is really on a long journey, you're using this opportunity to show off your power. The boy had long expected this when he returned to the Hutu Stockade. However, the boy didn't expect you to wait until now to make your move. You're really shrewd. G-Man snorted again, her anger rising again. You're just like that bitch, always thinking that you're infallible and putting your own thoughts on others. You only think that you're the most reasonable person in the world. Don't you think that if I had the intention to get rid of you, why would I wait until now? Even if Elder Wu is in the Huda Stockade, I can still kill you. Haven't you already done it? Why didn't you wait for Elder Wu to come back? Ming bit his lips so hard that some blood vessels appeared, and he reprimanded her word by word. That's because I can't wait any longer. G-Man's voice was terrifyingly cold. Lu Er has some expectations for Elder Wu's position, and I know that. But I've warned him before, Meng Mountains will always have a lot of kinship, and we can't split the Huda Stockade into two just because of some power. In the early years, the ancestors of Meng Mountains had such considerations when they set up Elder Wu and G-Man in the Shaman Stockade. Lu Er is very obedient, and he's always listened to my words. He's always given in to you, and he's never fought with Zai for anything in the Huda Stockade. But this time, when the weather in Meng Mountains changed, you lit up the soul-drawing lantern, disregarding the life and death of the people of Meng Mountains. Lu Er is very obedient, and for the sake of the people of Meng Mountains, he worked tirelessly. I don't even know how many hardships he went through before he finally found the source of the change in the weather, and he even asked for a battle before me, saying that he's willing to lead his subordinates to wipe it out. Look at what Lu Er has done, and look at you. You've really disgusted me. I really don't know how I've tolerated you all these years. The more G-Man spoke, the more agitated she became, and her entire body was trembling. It seemed like she was really enraged by the sudden news. Of course you like your Lu. No one else can compare to him. Ming had already thrown caution to the wind, and he didn't care about anything else. He said calmly, but do you know what your Lu Er did in Huda Stockade? What did he do in the vicinity of Peacock Mound? That's right, you're absolutely right. In your eyes, Lu Er has always been a thorn in your side. That so-called change in the weather is probably a trap that you've painstakingly set up, right? It was also you who leaked this information to Lu Er through someone else, right? You didn't dare to ask for help from Huda Stockade, so you took advantage of the cultivators you've met in Shi to ask them to help you, right? G-Man laughed angrily. My poor Lu Er, that day, I even told him clearly that such a change in the weather could not be caused by a single soul beast. But for the sake of the people of Meng Mountains, he didn't listen to my advice, and even said that he wouldn't know until he tried. If you had 10% of Lu's loyalty, how could you have thought of such a vicious plan to kill Xiao Chang? At this point, G-Man waved her hand and said coldly, kill them all. The guards in the hall responded. At the same time, they waved their hands. Without using any machetes, the heads of the dozens of captured spirit warriors were immediately separated from their necks. Their blood spurted high into the air, and the entire hall was immediately filled with the pungent smell of blood. However, all the spirit warriors in the hall seemed to be very familiar with this. Even the 10-year-old child from Jingchang Stockade didn't show any signs of fear. The guards threw away the corpses of the dead spirit warriors and strode to the pool of blood in front of them. They reached out their hands and picked up the heads of the spirit warriors, stuffing them into their waists. Ziming coldly looked at this scene and said coldly, "Just now you said that others killed Xiaochang, but now you killed the spirit warriors of Wuxia Stockade in the blink of an eye, and you didn't even ask. It was my order. How could they deserve the death penalty?" "Heh, you finally admit it?" G-Man laughed coldly. "This old woman thought that you would be stubborn to the end." What did I admit? These are just my subordinates. Whatever they did, it should be my responsibility. If you didn't want to cut off my power, why would you suddenly kill them?" Ziming denied again. Xiaohua was very surprised. He didn't understand why Ziming would hide the truth of the matter. Didn't Ziming have a soul item that contained the souls of the demon dwellers? If he took it out and showed it to G-Man, she would know. Ziming also said clearly that G-Man and Elder Wu were soul cultivators. It was very unlikely that they would be possessed by the demon dwellers. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.